A very good morning to one and all present here. I welcome you all to the second day of second International Conference on Technology Innovative, Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Research, organized by Institute of Innovation Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, Thailand, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Application. I'm sure that you had a great day with us yesterday and hope to see the same enthusiasm from all the presenters and attendees today. I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Professor Somchai Damu, Palisaku Buddhakosa Campus, Nakonpato, MCU, Assistant Professor Dr. Yota Chaivaranam Nankul, Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, and eminent keynote speakers, Professor URS Hornstein, President, Honorary and Distinguished Visiting Professor, International Council ICEM, London, UK, Professor Michalis Turner Group, Professor in Hospitality and Tourism Development of International Programs, Jeonju University, South Korea. Now, I request Dr. Prapalat Somchai Dhamyun to deliver his welcome speech. He is full-time associated with the Mahachulalongkorn Rajavidyalaya University, Palichukoso Buddhagaso Campus, Thailand. He has added a doctorate in Buddhist Studies, Mahachulalongkorn Rajavidyalaya University, Thailand. He is interested in conducting research, publishing articles at international journals which are making the living standard of communities in Thai society, effective of depression reduction program for the chronic patients through Buddhist integrator, Buddhist integration of caring for chronic diseases in Thai society, and consequence of depression reduction program for the chronic disease patients through Dharma practices. He has more than 170 peer-reviewed papers in journals, conferences, and symposium, winning, for instance, Emerald Best Paper Award. He has delivered many keynotes to many universities in different countries, supervised closer to 100 postgraduate theses, and served as external examiner to PhD thesis. Publication in Scopus Q2 to Q4, Thai Tier 1, etc. He is editor-in-chief of Journal of Multidisciplinary in Humanities and Social Science, Journal of Arts Management, and International Journal of Multidisciplinary in Cultures and Religion Studies. Please, Shruti.
On behalf of Scopus team, I am honored and delighted to welcome you to the second International Conference on Technology, Innovation, Educational, and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research, ICTEMR 2022, which is scheduled to take place on the 8th and 9th of January 2022. To be held in Institute of Innovation, Technology, and Education Research for Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi. In association with IFERP, we focus on instruments to bar for Africa's future inclination. The engineering conference has been specially designed with the intention of generating outstanding outcome and challenge in the 21st century. It intends to bring culinary researchers, science, technicians, and scholars in on field of education research for the propagation of original research conclusion, new approach, and development practice that yield and result. The conference is intended for issue for physical education. We have to join with the conference in order to provide an outstanding research level for the presentation at the conference. We have invited distinct guest experts to practice in the program. We will have dictionary and keynote speaker during the conference, including 2 hours presentation during the closing sessions as well. I hope this conference will make you to reflect yourself with state of the arts and provides opportunity to discuss with us educational issue and challenge, including author science with multidisciplinary aspect. with of regard.
Thank you for your valuable speech. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Yota Chaivarana to deliver his welcome speech. He has graduated in Advanced Dhamma Education, Early Education Grade 6, Bachelor Degree, Major in English and Master of Arts in Buddhist Studies from International Program, MUC, WAD, Mahahat Class and PhD from Assumption University, Bangkok, Thailand in 2014. He was invited more than 12 times as visiting English instructor and goes to various campuses of MCU around Thailand and chaired the oral defense of MA students at Mahidol University, Salaya campus. His works on teaching materials were basic English for the professional conversation, Buddhism and social work, intermediate English for the professional conversation and English using 2017, Advanced English 2017, Buddhism and System Development, English for Political Scientists, Business English, English for Working in Digital Era, Business English, English for Marketing in Digital Era. This research was the Buddha's integration for the elder service of local administration organization in Nakhon Pathom province, and the thesis synthesis of indicators of active aging enhancement according to Buddhist integration for the retired elderly. His international performance were the presentation of his articles in Vietnam twice in 2018, India once in 2019. He directed English certificate projects, English talk training for AEC, English front row, Thai speaks English for the Betrutha, Business English, English for working in digital era, Business English, English for marketing in digital era, English talk at Talk My Way, and online English, Talk My Way at Worldwide Talk. Please, sir.
Good morning, Professor, Doctor, honored guest, Professor, keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, and students. I am Assistant Professor Dr. Yota Chaivarana from Puttapanya Sitawarawadi Buddhist College, Mahachulalongkorn Ratchavidyalaya University. On behalf of organizer, staff and team of conference, the second International Conference on Technology, Innovative, Educational and Multidisciplinary Skill in the 21st Century Research 2022, which is scheduled to take place on 8 to 9 of January 2022. To be held in Institute Innovation, Technology, Educational and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology Suvarnabhumi, EITS, Thailand. In association with IFERP, will focus on establishing the bar for effective future inclinations. The international conference had been specifically designed with the intention of delivering outstanding outcome and challenge in the 21st century. It intends to bring collectively researchers, scientists, technicians, and scholars in all fields of educational research for the propagation of original research conclusion, new approach and developmental practice that yield real results. The theme of conference, one of the goals of ICTEMR 2022 is to give specialists a world-class state to distribute research discovery by using innovative means of lecturing and presenting. This one of a kind lecture output will be of tremendous benefits to students participating in the event. Scientists will also be invited to distinguish significant research subjects in identified regions in the field of educational research from a multidisciplinary perspective. I hope this conference will make you reflect yourself with state-of-the-art and provide an opportunity to discuss various educational issues and challenges. Please also accept my sincere thanks. And finally, on behalf of organizer of this conference, welcome again for our conference. I'm so honored and proud to be here with all of you and dream to be with you for the next occasions to share and to show our friend of world to protect and save our world. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech. Now I would like to welcome Professor E.R.S. Hounstein to deliver his keynote speech. He is the President, Honorary and Distinguished Visiting Professor of International Council ICEM, United Kingdom. He is a voluntary President of the International Council of Leadership, Governance, Entrepreneurship and Management, the Association of Swiss Quality Competencies and Qualifications, the Institute of Competencies and Qualifications in Switzerland, and the International Network for Accreditation, Recognition and Dissemination in UK. In these functions, he serves as well-distinguished visiting professor in different colleges and universities in Eastern Europe and UK. He supports the Leeds Beckett University Center of Governance, Leadership and Global Responsibility as Honorary Fellow in Research, Networking, Fundraising, Marketing and the Global Ethics.net in Geneva, as Senior Fellow within the field of Global Ethics, Chairs, Profiling, Branding, Marketing and Fundraising, Quality Management and Accreditation. He has been a keynote and masterclass speaker at various international summits and conferences. He acts as a Goodwill Ambassador for Internationalization and TV moderator, editor for live shows at the Organization Business Days and the Central and the Eastern European Universities Entrepreneurship Summit and for the International Council. As Senior Consultant, Lead Advisor, Auditor and Assessor, Counselor and Facilitator, he has been guiding manufacturers and industry groups, companies, associations, organizations, as well as professional, administrative and political bodies internationally in different expertise areas. Business management, operation management, effectiveness and optimization, multi-channel marketing, HRM, internationalization, future education, and pedagogy for sustainable learning, change and transformation management, QM, and accreditation and ethics, and responsive and responsible leadership, governance, and entrepreneurship. URS initiated the Research Project Management 21, Incubator 21, Accelerated 21, Priorities, and has authored and co-authored more than 70 original articles, review papers, case reports, book chapters, books in German and English. Please, sir.
Hello, my name is Urs Hauenstein. Happy to welcome you in my keynote, Education for Future, or with other words, Skills for Future. So I'm speaking today about the future and about the pathway to the future. And you will see many other components are included as well for this way to a new future for our world. One situation, the status where we are in since the last years, the times of disruptions. My colleagues, professors from all over the world are saying we are not leaving times of disruptions within the next 100 years. A very sad situation. And you see these range of disruptions. I have created this disruption iceberg diagram, and you can see here all these different disruptions who are around us and who are making our life not very easy at the moment. And of course, the big aim at the moment is to learn how to overlive in these times of disruptions. That's not good enough. To learn how to succeed during times of disruptions and how to live with times of disruptions. When you look to some of these photos here, you know what I mean. And I don't have to say much more about that. One disruption planned now, happening already, has to be explained a little bit more detailed. The digitization or digitalization or digital transformation. That means the preparation for a digital age with smart technologies. Artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, extended reality, facial recognition, neural network, big data, machine learning, and many, many more are keywords in this field. The World Economic Forum, where I'm supporting, has created an incredible good video with the title The Great Reset, as well published in this book, COVID-19, The Great Reset. I really highly recommend this publication for my network. And I want to show you the video. I think the video is a must for all managers, for all teachers, for all leaders who want to create a better future. Yes, indeed. As the World Economic Forum is stating, our system needs a reset. Our system needs a great reset. But when we are looking to education for the future, we have to confess that education in the former centuries were not very sustainable, were not very impressive and good. You see here the old school paradigm. It was, sadly to say, a regime of fear. It was not something where we could be very proud of it. And still nowadays, in the present, there are very unhappy school impressions. That you have a sitting constellation like this, where exams are in different rows on different tables, is very not understandable for me as a teacher, for me as a professor, because the aim of an exam, of a course, of a school, is to become a better knowledge, a better competence, and it is not understandable to exclude that what we are learning during an exam. And we are not learning alone, we are learning together with other human beings. So we should be proud to be together in an exam and in a course and in a school or in an educational pathway. Unhappy school impressions, stressed high school students, stressed pupils in schools are really ugly. I think pupils in schools should get very early in the morning up and say to mommy, can I go earlier to school? I really like the school so much. I need it. I want to be more there, and therefore I want to go earlier. That is the aim, the motivation, the fire for the human beings who are creating sustainable learning results. When I see this situation, a young man cheating at the test, I like it. Cheating is very good. Is a method of education and teaching. Maybe he learns because of the cheating pathway more than before. But bad and difficult is here not that the man is cheating. I think the difficult thing is that the other girl beside him is not social oriented and is supporting him. So over the years we had new forms of education who created new pathways, good educational pathways. And I want to mention here the alternative pedagogy, e.g. from Rudolf Steiner, Maria Montessori, Johann Heinrich Pestalozzi, Peter Peterson, and many more. But as well, science like the neuroscience, you see here a photo about that. And as well, the new developments in microlearning and many more are creating more future-oriented education with more sustainable results in learning. Competencies. We need competences. The documentation, presentation, and validation of competencies and qualifications. But when we are looking to the future, then it is clear for us as well, the world needs a Green Deal. We have seen this COP26. We need a paradigm shift for this in the world. You see here on the photo an architect who is creating a path of a new green city. I think that's very important for us. That is the future of our world. And sharing is caring. The European Union has created these social right steps, the European pillars of social rights, these 20 principles, and have created with that the actions for citizens, for good citizens of the world for the future 2017. And in a more social Europe, European pillar of social rights, we are describing as well the employment situation, the education training, and of course the social inclusion. Sharing is caring. We have far too much of everything. So I think we have really to see to the other human beings in the world. A colleague of mine once said, place poverty into a museum. Yes, of course. I think we all are responsible for the world and for the entire world. So when we are looking to the education for the future, we have to look for a holistic approach, like the United Nations with the Sustainable Development Goals, with the 17 goals to transform our world have stated. So talent and potential development, reskilling, skills for change, future of education, that is needed. So let's go for a holistic world. Let's go for a digital world. Let's go for a green world. And let's go for an inclusive world. And totally together, let's go for a more good world. It's interesting to see some years ago, the European Union has again, 2018, created the 8 key competences for lifelong learning. And you see, communication in the mother tongue, number 1. Communication in foreign languages, number 2. Mathematical competence and basic competences in science and technology, number 3. Digital competence, number 4. Learning to learn, number 5. Social and civic competences, number 6. Very important. Sense of initiative and entrepreneurship, important in a time of change, of disruptions, of transformation, number 7. And cultural awareness and expression, number 8. I have created some years ago and presenting here in this new diagram with the title Expreneurship, the different preneurship fields in the world. And there are many more. I have here only taken some of the entrepreneurial streams, like the intrapreneurship, where you are asking your staff as an owner or owner family or owner group to take action with you together in creating the company and the field of around the company. But as well, the edupreneurship, that means teachers or stakeholders in the school are overtaking entrepreneurial, responsible ideas for the future. Socialpreneurship, agripreneurship, technopreneurship, ecopreneurship, and as well our youngsters, youthpreneurship. Many of them are creating new fields for companies, new ideas, and we need that. I think that is the way for the future. Entrepreneurial competencies should be implemented from kindergarten on up to the high school and to the university fields. and of course as well to the field of work and vocation education. So if you can dream it, you must do it. So we need a paradigm shift. I told that already, and you can see here the idea of building a tree house in school could be as well a possible training in direction of creating green cities. Creativity, innovation, realization. This is the funnel which we has to go for. And you see here, I'm as well an artist. I think artistic behavior, behavior in innovation and creativity are for leaders an essential competence. And you see here in a workshop I have given in the Canterbury Arts Conference, and we have made a group painting together, and you see here on the photo the creation of a sand castle. How funny is that? But as well working in processes for new ideas is important. Work-related learning is one of the new fields. Work-based learning, work-integrated learning and oriented learning. And of course, we have to implement all stakeholders in the approach. I recommend here as well the book Stakeholder Capitalism from Klaus Schwab, the founder of the World Economic Forum. It's really something was given me much ideas and good thoughts for my personal development. The World Economic Forum is therefore listing the top 15 skills for 2025 with analytical thinking and innovation, active learning and learning strategies, complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality and initiative, leadership and social influence, technology use, monitoring and control, technology design and programming, resilience, of course, stress tolerance and flexibility, reasoning, problem solving and ideation, emotional intelligence, troubleshooting and user experience, service orientation, system analysis and evaluation, and persuasion and negotiation. Resilience is one of the milestones towards sustainability, and therefore very, very important for all of us in all fields of life. The new definition, therefore, who is in the core, is the definition of learning outcomes. And we have the three components in it: knowledge, skills, and competence. That means the target groups who need special individual support are youth, women, mature learners, disabled, immigrants, and refugees. And the development for a competency-based qualification framework is here tailor-made presented. Competences are aptitudes, competences as a combination of knowledge, skills, understanding, values, attitudes, and desire. Four groups of competencies: social competencies, cooperation, literacies, intelligent and applicable knowledge, learning competencies and lifelong learning, and communication competencies. I speak here as well about up-reskilling. I've created some years ago the so-called competency propeller. And you see here in the competency propeller, before in our school system, before only formal learning, here presented in the red pathway, was possible. Some years ago now, we opened, together with the ministers of education in the European Union, the pathways for the validation of non-formal, informal, and incidental learning, the blue-green fields. And you can see we have widened the possibility of learning and recognition 300%. So formal, non-formal, informal learning. I'm sure that you have already found that in the last years, within the last year, several times. And of course, when you're going as an individual to present you in an institution, in an interview, you need an application letter, the CV, the credential evaluation of your activities. You are creating a portfolio, and there are some competency standards for this. That is the procedure of prior learning assessment and recognition, the PLAR, with preparation and implementation. So the portfolio development and the portfolio assessment at the final end. Recognition of prior learning developed by CEDEFOP and by the ICTEMR network in partnership with the UNESCO and the European Union had created this accreditation of prior learning, APL, and accreditation of prior certificated learning, APCL, and accreditation of prior experienced learning, APEL fields. I have created now nearly 20 years ago a portfolio system and stream, and supported 10 times the CHQ portfolio system in Switzerland, who was created by the authorities for the future. And I show you some insights of this. We had different phases of the portfolio work, from the intuitive balance to the different foci in education, profession, leisure, and part situation. So we had made 4 CVs, not 1 CV, a CV of educational learning, of professional learning, of leisure learning, and of learning in part-time situations. We had looked to the different reflections, to the strengths and weaknesses, to the vision and action plan, and we were gone through assessment and presentation and validation procedures. So at the end, we presented that as a rainbow portfolio in communication and dissemination. You see here the different focuses with different CVs. You can see here the whole system in an overview, with the self pathway and the peer pathway. So self-evaluation, peer evaluation, parallel, who is important in this new process. So it's not only anymore like in the past centuries, solely an exam where other people give you a house mark about the result, or give you a result of your values. You are creating this, you are as well evaluating this in partnership with people from outside in a peer process. It is, of course, comparable with the Europass, and within the last years, you can as well see there are now new studies who are really important to present, like the study from CEDEFOP, one of the 2 studies from CEDEFOP about empowering adults through upskilling and reskilling pathways, but as well the Future of Jobs report from the World Economic Forum in partnership with the Boston Consulting Group is very, very interesting. So these studies can be downloaded on the internet. Please visit them. I think it's really essential. So many thanks for the time you have given me about this future for education and education for future, and for the new pathway skills for future, or the hashtag up reskilling. We all will be confronted with that this year and the next years. It will be changing our world, and important is for us all, let us change our world good. When we want to do a new blueprint for the future, then please let us do it very good and sustainable over a process of resilience in direction of sustainability. Many, many, many thanks.
Thank you for your speech. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Michalis Turnblow, Professor in Hospitality and Tourism, Development of International Programs, Jeonju University, South Korea, to deliver his keynote speech. He is a tourism expert and hospitality professional with extensive involvement in the private and public sectors. He has been actively involved as a general manager or consultant in destination sustainability management and marketing for regional organizations. He has more than 25 years of managing experience in 4- and 5-star hotels in Greece and has provided competitive added value in various tourism and hospitality development projects. He also has an academic and research background with more than 15 years of teaching experience in higher tourism and hospitality education in Greece and South Korea, and being involved in projects in sustainable tourism development and destination management and branding. He is certified sustainability expert by GSTC Council since 2018 and had contributed to various sustainability projects in APAC region. He is also holding the top professional and academic certificates from American Hotel and Lodging, with significant consulting contribution in private and public sectors. He implemented strategic development projects for regional public authorities and hotel companies. He is founding member of the Greek NGO EPOT Tourism Think Tank. Having essential publications in sustainability and carrying capacity, and contributing to international tourism and hospitality conferences, keeps an active bond with the global tourism and hospitality academia. He is the co-editor-in-chief for the Journal of Sustainable Marketing. From August 2021, he got a new position in Jeonju University as a professor of hospitality and tourism with the goal to develop the international graduate and undergraduate programs for hospitality, tourism, and food service majors. Please, sir.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. First of all, I would like to wish to everyone participating, attending this conference, students, professors, and all participants, a Happy New Year. Of course, this is a recording, but of course, I wish to everybody to have a nice and meaningful, successful conference. Thank you for the invitation to the second International Conference of Technology, Innovative Educational and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st century. And of course, it's a pleasure for me to contribute in this conference some personal approach in important topics like, for example, the impact of current research trends in these challenging times. So I would like to briefly introduce my research area. My research area is related with tourism and hospitality. Of course, I have a professional background in hospitality. My name is, I forgot to say this, Michail Toanoglou. I'm coming from Greece. I worked in Korea the last 6 years. Currently, I'm in the University of Jeonju and leading an international program of hospitality and tourism. And we are developing also postgraduate programs for master's degree and PhD. Of course, I'm involved in research area. As I said, I'm coming from the industry. I have a background of 25 years in hospitality industry mostly, but also in tourism. As a manager or director of destination management organizations, hotel chains, consulting, leading projects for public and private sector, and development plans and so on. So it's a pleasure, as I said, to be here with you, and I would like to extend my personal approach and view about the current situation and how the research can progress and how can really contribute and has a meaningful impact for the years to come. My main element of this keynote speech is the research as a vehicle to reach and contribute something meaningful to the society and to create progress, and of course give answers and solutions to the current challenges we face. And of course, you know very well that the serious amount of research recently is directed in key areas and areas that currently, for example, we have seen thousands of research papers related with COVID. But I really consider only a few that they had a very serious and very meaningful content and contribution to the progress and, let's say, the changing and the development of this challenge. And of course, for me, the main reason when we start discussing about research is the concept to have a content which is really meaningful for the society, for something that will create innovation, because we have to consider that innovation is something that we need and is drastically related with any progress in social area or in technical, digital, or human and science and social science and so on. So innovation, of course, is something that creates advancement and development in new ways. Sometimes is quite simple because innovation in many forms is approaching things in a much simpler way. We have to think out of the box in order to approach new paths for solutions that we never imagined before, to create, to increase, for example, productivity, to speed up some specific developments in specific areas, and of course, contribute something meaningful in the local economy, the ecosystem that we work and we have our daily activities. As I said, I'm involved mostly in tourism and hospitality industry. I'm involved in research related with tourism. My concentration mostly was related to destination management and branding, and of course under the prism of sustainability. And of course, we know very well that recently this is a very important area that we consider a lot, especially now during the crisis of the COVID-19. And of course, we understand that the challenges that we are going to face soon, and I'm speaking mostly about the climate change, actually is a climate crisis. And of course, other challenges that are related with the big gap between developing and developed countries in terms of access to health or healthy food and so on. We have to face this in a very efficient way very soon. Otherwise, this will create global problems. We started to feel and understand some of these problems around us. Even still during the pandemic, we see that some efforts to restart. The global economies are facing challenges coming from the value chain and the logistics and the logistics system and the chain of productivity and all these systems that are already disturbed by the pandemic. We consider that they have to be formed in a different way in order to be more sustainable and, of course, meaningful for everybody. So research, coming back to research area, I want to say that every research project has to be related with something tangible, something that will create meaningful outcome, measurable, of course, and in many cases, something that I'm doing together with my colleagues and students from our PhD programs is to have very close relation with the industry. And I speak about, in my case, hospitality and tourism industry. This way, we have a bilateral agreements in order to understand better the needs and the challenges that the industry is facing, especially currently. And from the other side, to give the opportunity to our students to think and design research projects that will have some relation with existing challenges or problems that we are facing in the hospitality industry or in tourism industry. And I understand that now we face a lot of problems and changes that are coming rapidly in the whole tourism ecosystem. So this connection with the industry is really important because we have a feedback, we have an ongoing communication, exchanging information, ideas, concerns, questions. And in this way, we are trying to open up areas for research that, of course, the industry is not able to enter. But from our side, we have the tools and we have the structure and the knowledge to analyze data that is possible to be collected from the industry partners. And of course, seek specific questions, answers, or other things that are really important for the development and the challenges that the industry is facing recently. From the other side, internally in the academic body, together with other colleagues, this communication with the industry gives a lot of opportunities to understand the development and be more close to the development of the industry. And this also gives a very serious input to enrich the content of our, for example, the teaching content and updating the curricula and the syllabi in a way to be more close to the developments of the industry in reality. So I believe that this connection with the industry is really important for all institutions, speaking about universities and research bodies, in order to be able to provide meaningful research outcomes. And of course, you understand that the success is not is a win-win situation. Because first of all, the industry understands that there's a support, a really scientific and academic support that creates an added value that can be used in order to create progress. From the other side, the participants from the academic side, either students or professors, they feel that this success or this meaningful outcome is really something that has a value and is not just a research paper that is published somewhere, and even it's recognized in a top ranking, for example, journal, but it has a meaningful result in a specific area in the industry. Of course, this is not something that can happen in all kinds of research areas immediately at once, but as I want to explain is that the efforts is to try to be more close to the reality, to be able to understand the challenges and create specific areas of research that need some kind of support, some kind of development in order to give answers to specific challenges, then of course this is an opportunity to the research bodies to have a more productive and efficient contribution in their research activities. So what we usually discuss with our students, both in the undergraduate but also most of the postgraduate programs, is that the research area is something huge and very big and very wide, very broad. You can select different directions, but always you have to be grounded in a way to understand that your contribution, your efforts, and you understand, everybody knows that in order to analyze, in order to develop and complete a research is, of course, is not something simple. But at the end, what it matters more is this outcome and this result to be something not only valuable for us, because it's something completed, something, let's say, fully recognized and accepted as a research outcome, but also something that can be helpful, meaningful, and support the industry and the stakeholders from the industry. So as we have to understand the global and the big picture is that everything is connected in our world. And nowadays we speak about this more and more. But it means that all different sectors in different levels and also in the geographical areas, we are connected because we have to contribute in a meaningful way to the global ecosystem. And of course, everybody has his own responsibility, providing specific outcomes according to their own background and expertise and research field. But of course, as I said, it's something that has to be very well designed, explored in a way to create some specific outcome that will be possible to be used in a productive way from somebody, from a company or from an industry and so on. We have examples already in our case, and of course many universities, they are trying to do this and they have successful examples and case studies. And I believe that this is the time for the research bodies to be more close and be connected as much as they can with the industry, that everybody belongs somewhere in a specific field. But the field is not only the academic or the scientific and the research field. The field has also some action on the daily life, and some production, some development, some in terms of services or products or whatever. So we have to consider our research as a part of this value chain. So it's not something that's isolated in a closed box, even if it's something nice and very advanced in terms of research quality. It has to be connected. It has to be connected in the real life, in the real ecosystem. And of course, this ecosystem is something that we are members, we are parts, and we have always to consider how we can contribute better. So this kind of approach is the main thing that I would like to explain. Before closing, I would like to say that different sectors, for example, even finance and social science or environmental approaches, technology, digital, now we live the digital revolution. All these areas are very attractive for research. But as I said, what is really important are the practical implications and the innovation, which means that you bring something new, you bring something that is coming as a change, a very positive and catalytic change to support and contribute in a positive way. And as I said before, innovation is not something extreme, is not something that is not possible to be reached. considering that you have a specific knowledge, specific resources, and the tools during your research actions, you can always collect different ideas. You can find new ways to solve problems and give answers to specific problems. And this has to be not only on the local scale, it has to be in a regional scale, in a national scale, of course, in a global scale. That's why I said this, the whole ecosystem is connected. And we have, of course, we can start our research in a specific area, even geographical area, because we collect data. But we have to consider also and extend this thought to a wider area and how this could be converted in something similar, in a similar way or in a different way, and has some meaningful result in other geographical areas. The data that we're extracting usually and we're using for our research is something that is unique, and we know that the data can be used in order to support the results of our research. We analyze the data, we analyze it very carefully, and of course, with this analysis, and we conclude something and we prove something that we started to think at the beginning of this research concept. So what we are thinking at the beginning of our research concept is the main picture, where we're going to lead, where we're going to guide our research efforts has to be connected, as I said, with something meaningful in order to prove something that will be able to contribute in a meaningful way. So in this case, I would like to say that the majority of our research efforts nowadays, according to my experience, is directed in under this idea and worldview. And I believe more and more the research community starts to be aware of the challenges and the need and the necessity to connect our research efforts to the global ecosystem in order to support more and better development and progress and solutions. Because we understand that the challenges that we're facing are growing, and we see that we day by day we have more challenges, and we just need to solve as much as we can. In this, I would like to thank you again. I would like to say that my experience in the industry, especially in tourism and hospitality, gave me this feeling and this mindset to try to connect and create a bridge between teaching and academic area and also the industry. As I said, I served the industry for 25 years at least. Still, I'm a member of professional bodies in order to be able to update my knowledge and understand the new trends in the industry. And of course, this is a method for me to create a bridge between the industry and our students in the classroom in order not just to introduce theory, which is very interesting, of course, in new areas, but of course, to explain why. Because the majority of the theory has some practical implication that we face on a day-to-day in the industry operation, either in hospitality or in tourism. So with this, I would like to thank you again and wish best success to the conference. I'm really glad that I was able to contribute with my thoughts about this specific topic. And I'm really glad that I participated and contributed to that. Thank you so much, and hope to see you in a future conference face-to-face and not virtually. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable speech. Now the technical session for the day 2 begins. I welcome everyone for the Day 2 presentation. I'd like to invite the first presenter, Kombit Suksene, to present the title, The Design of Involvement Innovation by Using the Community-Based through Activities-Based Learning, a case study of Bangla Half Farmer School, Vian District, Narathiwat Province.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ninusara Mintrasak. I'm going to present the designs of involvement innovation by using the community-based through activity-based learning, a case study of Balahan Farmer School, Wang District, Narathiwat Province. Our company, the first author is Mr. Kombit Sukseni, a lecturer from Political Science Program, Yala Rajpat University. Secondly is Ninusra Mintrasak, lecturer from Political Science Program. And the third one is Mr. Sulaiman Hamo, a lecturer from Political Science Program, Yala Rajpat University, Thailand. Introduction. As we know that youth are like the hope of the society, it is an important power in the development of the nation to keep up with the rapidly changing global social trend. The problem of participation of youth group in farming occupations is was found that youth see it as a tiring career, have to work hard, then income and return are not worth. Balaha Farmer School, Wang Subdistrict, Wang District, Narathiwat Province, they can train young people to know the value of career in agriculture with the concept of sufficiency economic philosophy. Therefore, the researchers are interested in the design of participation innovation by using the community-based through learning activities organic farming through Balaha Farmer School, Wang District, Narathiwat Province. Also, we create a process for youth to participate in thinking, planning, and cooperation as learning process and make youth and communities feel proud and curious in local wisdom. It will also lead to the process of building the democratic way of the community for promoting self-reliant communities. The objective of this study is to design participation innovation by using the community as a base through learning-based activities at Farmer School Balahan, Bang District, Narathiwat Province. The methodology of this research. This research is a qualitative research. We interview 3 people and 2 peasants vicemen, and we did the focus group of 10 youth. For data analysis, we follow the procedure including the first one is verifying the accuracy of data. Secondly, we classifying and organizing information. Thirdly, we analyze data by interpreting inductive conclusion. And lastly, we present of analytical results. The result found that it consists of 3 stages, which is preparatory and readiness stage. Secondly, experimental and feasibility studies. And lastly is implementation. For the process 1, preparatory and readiness stage. It is a stage of preparation and readiness for the youth group. It consists of 2 stages. The firstly is to reflect the forum. It is reflection forum. This forum is to mobilize the opinion to reflect the problem with the majority of young people who lack participation in farming today. The reflection of youth group consists of 7 issues, which is 1, agriculture occupation is an unstable occupation. Secondly, agricultural occupation is not worth to return. Thirdly, youth are truly out of touch with the peasant way. Fourth, environment for family upbringing. Fifth one, social value. Sixth, youth lack of knowledge and cause. And lastly is modern technology development. The secondly in this process uh, is to understand of the youth role in learning rights, cultivation, wisdom. It brings the group of youth to listen to the transfer of knowledge about rice cultivation by sage and senior farmers. This way, make the knowledge to pass on through the story of farming, which has led to youth becoming interested. The questioning was raised to solve questions clearly until the learning process. Moreover, this way can make them interest and alert to experience the real way of rice. The process to experimenting and feasibility studies. This step is the process of training young people to transfer knowledge to interest youth. Therefore, they can be more conscious. Then they take the knowledge which gained from the first step and take lesson, analyze, synthesize, and apply it to transfer knowledge. Also, they make a group to organize project to disseminate knowledge and promote the younger generation to become more interested in farming. In the process 3, implementation. The implementation process is an operational process in the area of farming on the learning base, which open up a new experience for young people who have never experienced the farming before and can experience the way to grow rice bigger. But before this stage, youth should go through the first and second process first, and to help them learn and understand the way of growing rice. At this stage, make sure that the youth must cooperate well with sage and senior farmers in order to create harmony in activities that must be learned while doing. For the discussions, as a result, young people get to know the community more and become more interested and aware of farming. Moreover, they are more conscious, curious, and in their hometown. Therefore, the study consists with Anuson Suwan she discussed the participation of the following steps. First, to participate in the consultation meeting on the project. 2, to make a decision. The third one, to participate in the project. Fourth, to monitor and evaluate the project. As a result, it is important to start the process from participation to sustainable development. In conclusion, these studies consist with 3 stages, which is preparation and readiness stage, feasibility, trial and study stage, and implementation stage. These processes are learning process that develop skill to participate in activities with people in the community, that train young people to come together to think, plan, work together with the community, and develop speaking, listening skill. The researchers would suggest that young people should be able to join a community level group and build network at the district level to do activities with local communities. Moreover, the government should promote the budget to support local learning resources so that young people would have space to do activities with local communities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Vakshara Kwasam to present the paper titled The Innovation of Human Resource Development in the Hospitality Business.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to present the innovation of human resource development in hospitality business. The first author is Dr. Vacharat Kausang from Management Program, Dr. Puta Ale from Management Program, Hinusra Mintrasak from Political Science Program, and Dr. Supama Ratana Pipat from Management Program. They are from Yala Rajabhat University. For introduction, hotel business is a hospitality business whose continued expansion of its marketing base has resulted in higher market competition in both existing and new competitors who previously faced temporary closure due to the spread of virus COVID-19, which has spread all over the world and Thailand as well. Many executives will have relegated from their employees or they may reduce their salaries in light of their reduced performance during this period until the travel is open to allow tourists to resume their service business. As the problem, the researchers' interest to study of the innovation of human resource development in service business to apply the innovation to the development of human resource in various areas to build competitiveness in focusing on effective service to enhance competition in the service business and bring success to sustainable business. The objective of this study is the first one is to study the innovation which are used in human resource management of hospitality business. Secondly is to study the effect of applying innovation to the human resource development of the service business. And the third one is to suggest the way to develop the innovation of human resource management in hospitality business. The methodology. The population and sample used in this study are 15 of personnel who work in human resource management at the supervisor level of the hospitality business in Pattani province, and 20 of personnel in various departments of the hospitality business. This is a mixed method research. The quantitative method, we use the questionnaire in field of the relationship of innovation in human resource management, and the qualitative method, we use the open-end structure interview form as a tool in the field of applying innovation to human resource management. The result found that in qualitative results, firstly, the applying innovation to the human resource management of the service business, we found that in the first one, recruitment and selection innovation, service business innovation has been used since recruitment using public relations. Recruitment through social networks such as Facebook and the hotel's own website demonstrate the importance of using social media up to the process of selecting senior personnel using innovative management by leading. Key performance indicator, a metric that determines the success of or failure of a job that each employee is responsible for become a performance evaluation for promotion consideration. Secondly, innovation of training and development. The service business has focused on training and developing human resource throughout their career as an employee of the hospitality business, with training and development aimed at learning new innovation and knowledge. And thirdly, innovation of remuneration and employee relations. The service business has focused on employee welfare management, which has adopted innovation human resource management to adjust the salary base by using KPIs as performance evaluation, which makes the process of remuneration management clear and inaccurate. For the second objective, the way to develop the innovation of human resource management in hospitality business. In recruitment and selection. In terms of innovation in recruitment and in selection of service business, the results show that reports should be added to collect rate statistics. Employees who are in and out of staff, the outstanding rate that require recruitment of replacement or additional staff, and a clear promotion of recruitment should be defined, such as open for one position require at least 10 applicants or 1 per 10. For training and development, training should be added to various courses in online format, such as e-learning system, and focus on learner-based training. Measurements are made by assessment after training, by competency measurement to know if employees have skills they have trained and how much they are deployed to work. For the remuneration and employee relations, it should be increased in the use of performance evaluation program, or the number of the day that leg of leave late, or for accuracy and clarity in salary adjustment assessment. Moreover, it should satisfy the employees in return, and a committee on personal preservation should be established with a function of survey the need of employees through multiple channels, such as email, questionnaires, or meeting. For the quantitative results, the effect of applying innovation to the human resource development of the service business. We found that there is 25% in female. Mostly they are married instead at 28.8%. Mostly they have experience on work between 7 until 9 years for 15%. And their salary is between about 10,000 baht until 15,000 baht for 31.2%. The result found that human resource management are included in the highest level at 4.27. This is the highest level. The field of recruitment and selection is at the 4.52. It is at the maximum. The organization has a wide range of selection methods. It is at 4.70 at maximum. Training and development is 4.15 at very high. The organization has provided the orientation training to new employees. It's at 4.47 at highest. In conclusion, the study has shown that the use of innovation in human resource management has resulted in human resource management being able to achieve its objective. In other words, recruitment innovation will affect the response in administrative expectation as recruiting qualified people according to the needs of the organization, will ensure that they will acquire knowledgeable personnel. The right capabilities for innovative training and development position will affect the development of human resource in order to work efficiency. The innovation of remuneration and employee relations will affect the needs of employees. Therefore, the organization's focus on human resources is a valuable asset and must meet the need of its people to strengthen their happy and loyal by adequate data and critical detail. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your valuable presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vinita Khatri to present the paper titled Effective Transformation via ICT Tools.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Vinita Khatri from SVKM's NMIMS, Mumbai. Today, I'm going to present my work, which is Effective Transformation by ICT Tools, which I had done with my colleague, Dr. Aarti Heda. So let's move on to that. The objectives which we had in our mind were to study approach for online lectures with visuals, instructional strategy, and presentation in the time of crisis quantitatively. As we all are aware, all the sectors due to this pandemic are got affected, and education sector is not only the one. At the same time, we are aware that education is not only bound to teaching and learning, it is a full package of teaching, learning, assessment, evaluation, enjoyment, classroom participation, and involvement in learning. Thus, the second objective we wanted to work on, to study the adaptation and judgment of students regarding different format of exercises, where we had worked on the assessment part. Last but not the least, the objective was to visualize the engagement of students during the lectures via behavior analysis to validate the VIP analysis. The reason to work on this third objective was to check whether the students are engaged or not in the online lectures, because it's quite difficult to understand or to know the quality of the learning they are having. On the basis of research, we come to know that visuals and peer instructions is the key research-based active learning technique that has been widely adopted in science classes. We add to the research into active learning strategy by evaluating how visuals, instructions, and presentation foster students' engagement and helps in improving their results. So let's move on to methods and analysis. Here in this figure, we can see some of the results which we got from the first method of analysis, that is online learning with VIP during the pandemic. Initially, the lectures were conducted in the traditional way, but because of the lack of communication, the step which we had taken, that is to use the visuals and providing the link to the source after the lecture, link of the source to the students after the lectures. Now, different instructional strategies were also applied before, after, and during the lectures itself, and it played a very important role, and the authenticity was checked by asking students to make a presentation and present it on the same topic. While presentation, we come to know how much the student understood the topic. This was the first step we had taken, but how to cross-verify it? Thus, further to obtain a perspective from the learners itself regarding the need and effectiveness of the tools we used in live lectures, a survey was being carried out, the result of which you can see on the screen with the help of this figure. As we can see, the result which are being shown in the figure, it shows that almost all the students are in fair agreement of learning the content with the help of the online tools, which is just opposite in the case of traditional classroom technique. Moving ahead with the second objective, that is the online assessment and evaluation after using VIP strategy. The assessment evaluation procedure we adapted during this pandemic assurance to the quality education. is the assurance to the quality education. Assessment and evaluation are the important parts of education system. The assessment evaluation procedure we adopted during this pandemic is assurance to the quality education. But the biggest question was to measure quality. The balanced assessment system must include both summative as well as formative assessments. The summative approach is a conventional one, which has to be followed as per the institution guidelines. In our case, the conventional evaluation method such as multiple choice question, multiple choice examination and the essay format were being taken. We incorporated challenging problems in the exercise sheets and asked students to work on the same individually. This we had done under the formative assessment. Usually, solving the problems while working in groups build the concept and this conceptual understanding and the problem solving skills in students, but group discussions among students are were very difficult during the online lectures. Thus, the work was being assigned individually. Students applied critical thinking skills and problem solving methods rather than repeating the material covered in the books or the lectures. Further, to obtain a perspective from the learners regarding the requirement and effectiveness of the assessment and evaluation techniques, a survey had been carried out. The survey is analyzed for effectiveness of formative approach to learning from the diploma students, engineering students, and first year as well as final year students. The two figures which you can see on the screen, figure 2 and 3, this shows that almost again all the students are in fair agreement with the formative assessment and at the same time the summative assessment being compulsory. They were in agreement with both. Some analysis was done by comparing different formative online exercise formats given to the students which could be assessed. As mentioned earlier, 120 students responded among 200 for the survey. Exercise sheets were provided to each and every student and assessment format was followed in steps. The solutions were reassembled. Exercise sheets were solved in online lectures and then we had discussed them in groups. The solutions of the exercise sheets were given to the students. Exercise sheets were discussed via forums without any time limitations. These were the steps which were being followed. Now the figure 3, as you can see, shows the fraction of total answers of each category. Very few students showed interest in handouts for the solution. They emphasized on working on exercise sheets during online lectures. Following the same, we observed that forums are seeming to be ineffective for the given online exercises. Among all 5 formats, the students preferred in lecture, that is the live discussions we had in lectures, and reassembling of problem solutions. From an educational perspective, the results seem plausible. Let's move on to our third objective, that is the behavior analysis. The goal of the study was to observe maximum number of students who were engaged. This study was done through a survey conducted for students. We note that in both the ways, that is traditional and VIP, a majority of behaviors are active with a very less margin between them. In both these strategies, we classified the desirable behavior further into active and passive. We checked the engagement of the students via an activity 2 using Padlet, in which with every lecture the students were asked some questions discussed during the lecture and afterward discussed during the lectures itself. The results of the same are being shown in the next table, which is in front of you, where we had found out the average engagement throughout the semester. We were having the number of students for this behavior analysis, 114. We had compared traditional as well as VIP lectures, where writing in notebook, discussing with faculty, reading notes, we had covered in traditional lectures. At the same time, the VIP lecture, under VIP lecture, we had covered writing in notebook, discussing faculty and following the class discussion. And we come to know that very minute difference is there in between these two. So coming to the conclusion, we concluded that preliminary results show positive perceptions on the use of these online tools when merged with the traditional classroom. Students emphasized the usefulness of visuals as a reference material to clear their doubts and presentation. to clear their doubts, and presentation followed by instructional strategy as an efficient way to boost their confidence and hold on the topic. Results also show that the students prefer the practice of conducting traditional lecture followed by providing visuals, instructional strategy, and the presentation. These strategies were useful for strengthening the concepts, for clearing their doubts, and thus to prepare for the exam. Results also show that the TPAs made the class more interactive, which is one of the point considered under instructional strategy. We derived several suggestions from the study for future online learning, which certainly play an important role. Our finding regarding the engagement of behavior will also be benefiting is also showing the benefits of VIP strategy. Though our work is limited to a small number of students or small number of groups, but this work can be taken further ahead too. Thank you all for your attention. If any question is there, you're more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Saria bin Saleh to present the paper titled Visualizing Teachers' Opinion on the Application of Project-Based Learning.
Hello everyone, my name is Vanessa Matcha. Together with my colleague, Dr. Saria bin Saleh, we conduct a research on visualizing teachers' opinions on the application of problem-based learning. So, the problem-based learning referring to the teaching and learning methods which allow the student to conduct a project. With conducting a project allows students to practice, to carry on, to have an hands-on experience. So, the PBL itself has been reported of being one of the effective teaching method. It helps students to develop the higher order of thinking. The role of the teachers in traditional classroom is called teacher-centered learning approach, which means that the teacher is the main conductor of the class. Student acts as a passive receiver of the knowledge. But in a PBL, it's a student-centered learning approach by its nature, which means that the student is an active agent who conducting the project. They have an hands-on experience, so the role of the teacher change. From being the main conductor, now teacher become the coach or a trainer for the student during the project. Even though the PBL itself has been reported of being an effective method, but the application or adoption of the PBL is limited. To examine the potential of adopting the PBL, teachers' opinions is very, very important, and it has been highlighted by many theories, including the technology acceptance model theory, that the perception or the opinions of the user has the direct influence of whether they will adopt the particular methods or not. In this study, the teacher's opinions is a main factor that will contribute to the decision to adopt the PBL. However, the opinions of the teacher influenced by many factors, and among them, the factor that has been highlighted by many research of having influence on the decision to adopt the PBL is the location of the schools. Therefore, this research we aim to first visualize the teacher's opinions and then examine whether there are any different opinions from the teacher who teach in a school located in different areas. So the data we use in this study is a qualitative data. It was collected by using the semi-structured interview with 29 teachers from 6 different schools, and the schools located in rural areas, suburban area, and urban areas. As I mentioned, it's a qualitative data we use in this study. is quite challenging when analyzing the qualitative data. We explore in terms of research methodology. We found that among them, one of the methods that were frequently used to analyze the qualitative data is a thematic analysis. Thematic analysis allows researchers to look from the overview of the conversation and then identify the theme that highlighted by research by participants during the interview, during the conversations. So we use the thematic analysis, identify the general theme, and then apply the epistemic network analysis to visualize the structure of the conversation of the teachers. Based on this research, we identify 5 themes of the conversation with the teachers, which is time, whether it's come from before using PBL general terms or after the using PBL, stakeholders, whether they are student, teacher, guardians, or management party, the effect of PBL, is this a problem or the improvement? And also, during the interview, teachers mentioned a lot about learning experience in a variety of terms, whether they mentioned about engagement, excitement, boredom, and satisfaction, performance, prior knowledge, participation, analytical skills, creativity, knowledge. And then they mentioned about preparation, including the roles of teacher when preparing, the time they spend, the PBL, the process, the approach, and the tools they use for teach the student. So when based on this theme, we then apply the epistemic network analysis, and then we plot different network for teachers who teach in schools located in urban area, as you can see from the blue network, and the red network representing the opinion of the teacher who teach in rural area, and the purple network representing the opinions of the teacher who teach in suburban area. However, due to the short timing, I'm going to just highlight the very important and interesting point of our study. You can look through our paper when it published. The important part is that we found that the teacher who teach in urban area and rural area has a similar thought. They mentioned about a lot about the improvement on students' learning experience by using the PBL, after using the PBL. But teachers from suburban area, they have a slightly different opinions. They mention a lot about the problem they face before using the PBL. As you can see, there are strong, very strong line connecting from the prior PBL and then the approach and also to the teacher itself, which means that students for having before they apply the PBL, they have challenge in having identify the approach to teach the student, and the approach itself also connected to the word problem. So the connection of the network representing how the teacher mentioned about these terms together. And then we conduct a subtract network to also identify the differences on the teacher's opinion from those who teach in different areas. And then, as you can see from this figure, there are 2 networks. One is on the blue color and another one is on red color. The blue color representing the teacher's opinion from the urban schools, and then the red color representing the opinion of the teachers who teach in rural area. Generally, they found that there are the teacher who teach in rural area often mentioned about the after PBL effect. Students having improvement in terms of engagement and in terms of the excitement itself. Meanwhile, the teacher who teach in urban area often mentioned about general terms about teaching approach, general terms about the family situation, the participations as well. When we compare between the teachers' opinions from the teachers who teach in urban area and suburban area, you can see a clear difference here. Teachers who teach in the urban area often focusing on the after PBL and the effect on the improvement, but teachers who teach in suburban area, which is represented by the purple color here, they often mention about the prior PBL together with the word problem. They highlight several experiences that connected to problem, which means that student and teacher also observe a problem in terms of students' engagement, performance, and teaching approach before they know the PBL, before they apply the PBL. And again, we compare between the teachers who teach in rural area and who teach in suburban areas regarding their opinions. Similarly, we detect that teacher in rural area mention about the after effect of using PBL, but teacher who teach in the suburban area often mention about the problem and the time prior applying of the PBL. As a conclusion, we see that teachers' perception, teachers' opinion is very important. In general, teachers perceive that PBL is a very useful approach. They see the improvement on the student in many learning experience, including engagement and excitement. But teachers from who teach in suburban area often point out about problems, which means that in this study we suggest that educational sector might need to pay more attention to the school located in the suburban area, and also might need to promote the use of PBL, especially for those schools who located in suburban area. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Uthapam Jitprabai to present the paper titled Confirmatory Factor Analysis, Brand Trust to Support of the IFERP to Treat COVID-19 Diseases.
Hi, our professor. My name is Natapun Tiprapai. Today, I am very proud to present our research study. The research is a confirmatory factor analysis, brand trust to support of IFERP to treat COVID-19 disease. Since 2 years ago, the big crisis of the world is the COVID-19 pandemic, so it's still pandemic from the past until now. From today's demonstration, the people around the world have to sharply increasing debt with the COVID-19. We are part of each country, including the government, private sector, and the people, try to seeking the survival from the COVID-19. In the second wave, everything seemed too difficult to find a way to survive. In Thailand, it has a new choice for against with the COVID-19, that is the endographite panicurata extract, the Thai people call Pha Thalai. The Thai government approved the endographite to treat the COVID-19, which at that time the people turned to buy endographite to use as an alternative to treat and prevent the COVID-19. So that we want to know which the factor the people trust to endographite or Pha Thalai, and the research object to conduct a confirmatory factor analysis is the brand trust in support of the IFERP used to treat the COVID-19. Then the conceptual frameworks for brand trust of the Pha Thalai and endographite, we use the factor of quality, creditability, influencer, and distributor. In this study, we use the 630 people who used to take the telehealth medicine to treat COVID-19. So the Comley and Lee has recommended the sample size suitable for exploratory factor analysis. He used more than 500 people as very good. For the research instrument development, we developed by an in-depth interview guide based on literature review used to determine the trust band. The in-depth interview analyzed the extract to consist of the quality of ingredient, creditability of manufacturing, influencer, and the channel and distributor. The research instrument used a questionnaire. The questionnaire has a three part. The first one, the background information of the respondent. Part two, the consumer behavior. Part three, the importance of test of type to treat COVID-19 disease. That's what Likert scale for 5 level. For data analysis, we use SPS MOS program to analyze the confirmatory factor. The confirmatory component analysis is the technique of determine how well visual variable accurately represent a reduced number of constructs. The research finding measurement model confirmatory factor analysis to test the type people trust in the endographic. We use IBM AMOS. This graphic is conduct a confirmatory factor analysis using structural equations model or SEM. Allow us to determine whether the share variant and covariant of the four latent constructs. Our structural equations model consists of the four latent variables is quality of ingredient, creditability of manufacturing, influencer, and channel and distributor. The evaluating the data model is used four criteria. First, the p-value is 0.059. Semin to YDF is 1.44. TFI is 0.98. And the last, RMSEA is 0.02. The all results pass criteria, so this study is to fit a good fit model. The conclusion from the analysis, the confirmatory factor analysis of the brand test in the support of the title used to test COVID-19 disease consists of the four Latin. First, the quality of ingredient of the endographic or phthalate. The second, the creditability of manufacturing. The third, influencer example, the doctor or the scientist. For the last, the channel and distributor to purchase and supply the endographic. From the results of this study, test of endographic based on the perceived quality consists with the approach or concept of the band equity of David Aker, and consists with a circle model is derived from the study of plasma sediment and debris. And to explain of the 10 dimensions of the service quality were reliability, responsiveness, competency, access, courtesy, communication, creditability, security, understanding, knowing the customer, and tangible. So, task of medicines creating just concern with quality and creditability because it is very important with the lives of the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Suyapom Sotrakul to present her title, Tourism Experience Made from Local Food Tourism Activities of Trang Province, Thailand.
Sawadika. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Suyapom Sotrakul. Today, I would like to present my research on tourism experience need for local food tourism activities of Trang Province, Thailand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Suyapom Sotrakul and studying in Doctor of Philosophy in Tourism Development at Major University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. My graduated in Master degree in Recreation Tourism Management, Faculty of Sport Science, Chulalongkorn University. On my research, introductions tourism contributes rapidly economic growth in Thailand and however is likely to place increasing pressure on the long-term trading, scientific view and natural resources. This is a key important and have a many impact for sustainable social development. So it can be sustainability integrated to solve natural resources problem and environment. Alternative tourism is concept of the niche target and suitable for Thailand because limited site of attraction. An alternative tourism activity in Thailand is related to traditional lifestyle, cultural, and also culinary. Trang province is a province in southern of Thailand, located in the center of the southern of the Thailand. They are very famous for culinary. With the background of Trang residents habit eating 9 meals a day was common. The popular Trang for local foods are Trang roast pork, Trang local cake, and also there are food festival. According to the variants of culture, since Trang was the center of Andaman seaport, the food was mixed into Trang resident kitchen. Its made Trang food was special taste, unique, and many kind of the foods in Trang such as Muslim food, seafood, Thai Chinese food. So it can be for find out tourism experience in Trang tourism. So this is a main point for the tourists for have an experience and new dimension for the food destination city with effect tourism activity, especially gastronomic experience for tourists. It can be reached the tourist experience need and benefit to the tourism activity for downstream with suitable economy. So we're gonna have research by this objective to analyze tourism experience on local food tourism activity in Trang province, Thailand. And so we have the experience economy theory. There is 4 realm of excellence coming from Pi and Gilmore. They have separated for 4 parts. The first one, 4 criteria of the contents to measure to consisting of the proper perspectives. The first entertainment, the second one education and aesthetic, the last is escape. So total for indicator is 26. My method of this research. My method of this research is quantitative. We have 3 operations, 3 phases. For the first phase is study theory, framework, concept, and review literature on the food tourism, tourist experience, and tourist behavior. And then analyze. For the second phase is construct the questionnaire by consulting advisor, and then is take this item to content, validity, and reliability. This process was a measure and quality of the research tool. The third phase is collect and analyze data, specific computer program or descriptive and factor analysis with 2-factor exploratory and confirmatory factor analysis. For the tool, method 2, the procedure of the research tool in the study, the first established in the questionnaire by advisor, consulting, and revise the content. The second one, check content quality or write peer review specialist for clear sentence on the questionnaire. So we have got index of item objective, conversion value each cost of questionnaire were ranked 0.92. And we check for reliability by the questionnaire by first run test at Phuket province for 30 questionnaire, and then run data and analyze via computer. Reliability alpha coefficient of the questionnaire was 0.9. And then to take 400 questionnaire to the tourists in Trang province. By sampling. Okay. And the result of this research for 400 respondents, most travel time or eating time in the evening is 34% and can be eaten anytime. accounted for 29.5%, respectively. On this slide is virtual table, the standard deviation with the three components. There were 13 variables out of 4 components, 26 variables. It was found demand of tourism experience towards gastronomic activity of the responding was at high level of components. The need for fun to learn experience, for the aesthetic experience, and the need for experience to escape the bustles of everyday life, especially in the term of the demand for the local food tourism experience. The next table. For this table is the third one, escape. They have high demand. It's a high demand for 4 components. So the first high X bar is 4.19 is local food tourism experience and perceived cultural diversity has a maximum mean of 4.19 and standard deviation of 0.7615 is the most maximum. For the conclusion, the experience needs consists of 3 components. For the detail follow, it means EE1 is edutainment, EE2 research, the future can be with explorer for perspective of alternative tourism experience of tourists, both Thai and foreigner. Okay, so we have to finish for the presentation and thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Poncharan Charan to present paper titled Appropriate Agricultural System Management Approach in the Area of Land Readjustment and Irrigation for Agriculture, Thailand.
Okay, today I'm going to present my research about the extension guideline to participation of the farmer in agricultural management in the area of land adjustment and irrigation for agriculture in Thailand. My name is Ponsalan Salalom. I'm the lecturer from Sukhothai Thamachila Phophen University, Thailand. So the first one about the introduction. As you may know that in Thailand we have 20 years agricultural and cooperative strategy, which is focusing on the participatory development, and the land adjustment is the area with more potential and readiness for farming. However, the farmer in land adjustment is lack of participation in agricultural management in this area. So believe that if we do this kind of research, the farmer will get more success on the participation and also for the agricultural production. So for the research objective, we have three objectives, which are the first one to study the factor of farmer participation in agricultural management, and the next one to study about the problem of the farmer participation in agricultural management, and also the third one to study the extension guideline to participation of the farmer. For the research methodology, we divide into two areas, which were the quantitative research. For the population will be 348 farmer in China, 595 farmer in Karasin, and also 567 farmer in Pattulung province. And for the sample size, we use the Taro Yamane formula at the earlier level at 0.1 level, and could be samples by 78, 86, and 85 farmer from each province. And for the sampling, we use the simple random sampling, and we use the interview form as a tool, and we analyze the data by descriptive statistics, and also we use the factor analysis on it. And for the quantitative research, the population will be the key informants, which were the 50 people. We use the purposive sampling, and we use the focus group as a tool, and we do the analyze data by content analysis. And for the result, the first objective that we study about the factor of farmer participation in agricultural management, we found that we have 12 factors about the participation, and the farmer in China, they got the high level, and the first line, which is the member, and the score with 3.45, and for Karasin province, the member as well at the high level with the score 3.48, and for Pattulung province, the factor belong to the project activity and operation with the high level with the score 3.7, and for the total average, it belong to the members with the high level with the score 3.5, and factor analysis of the farmer participation, we could be summarized into two factors, which is the internal factor and external factor. And the detail of the factor can be seen from the slide over here. And for the next one that we study in the objective 2 about the problem of the farmer participation. So the participation problem of the farmer, we found that the farmer in China, they got the problem on the free time for the meeting with the highest level with the score 4.23. Karasin province belong to the amount of water in production with the high score at the 3.97, and also from Pattulung they got the moderate level from the reader decision. And for the total average, the first rank belongs to the high level on the amount of water production. And after we do the factor analysis, we found that 5 factors could be found, which is the extension and supporting production planning, member and reader, wisdom technology and production agreement, capital and resources, and also incentive compensation. And the next one about the extension guideline to participation of the farmer in agricultural management, we found 6 guidelines which were participation in every step of workspace and cooperative learning process. They must have the method or activity which is appropriate to the community context, and also activity should be continued for the participation. They should have like the mechanism to drive the participation at the different level, and also they should link between network with the partner as well. So this slide shows you the summary result of the study. We can see that the participation of farmers belong to the factor analysis of the farmer, that the result show that could be the internal factor and external factor. And also the result of the factor analysis based on the problem of the participation also important as well. And this 2 kind of factor analysis can bring to the extension guideline to participation of farmer in agricultural management. So the next one, I would like to give you about the discussion point about the first factor, that participation belong to the member. As the result show that the first factor belong to the member. This is the consistent with the question in 2005 that mentioned that the expectation of the government project need to focus on the public participation. So it could be the discussion point that the extension guideline should focus on the participation of the community member as well. The next discussion point about the factor analysis that found about the internal and external factor. So this is the consistent with the benchmark in 2012 mentioned that participation in agricultural extension could be divided into internal and external factor. So this could be the discussion point that extension guideline should focus on internal and external factor as well. And the next discussion point I would like to discuss about the direct and indirect participation theory, and also the theory about 4S of the participation. So the guideline that we found could be analyzed in the 4S. The S1 is the starting early, and the guideline would be the encouraging participation in every step of workspace, and also creating the activity for continued participation. And for S2, we could analyze by the designing the method or activity appropriate to the community context, and also the S3 stakeholder. And this one, after we analyze that, the guideline would be the launching for cooperative learning process. And for indirect participation, it belongs to stakeholder as well, which is the establishing mechanism to drive the participation at the different level, and also linking with the network. And next one, for the recommendation for implementation, we have 3 recommendations, which is the extension of the participation. They should use the 4S principle, and also direct and indirect for this kind of extension. And also the extension should be get the participation on every step, and also they should create the driven mechanism to get into the practice. And the suggestion for the next research, first one, it should be take the action research with the participatory action in agricultural management, and also we should see the result of the chain among the farmer involved in the agricultural management. So that's all for my research, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nilavon Puraprom to present the paper titled New Normal Interior Architecture, Space in Hotel Design.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to present new normal interior architecture space in hotel design research project. I'm Nirubon Puraphom. Introduction. In the first quarter of 2021, Thailand's hotel business was hit hard with a 63.9% drop in growth. In the March 2020, hotel occupancy rates in Asia and the Pacific dropped to 28.3% as a result of the unpredictable epidemic. Due to the aforementioned worrying situation, the hotel business needs to have a great adaptation in the terms of space utilization and service. This research aims to present an interior design that supports changing applications under the safety measures against COVID-19. This was to build confidence in the use of hotel spaces and services for customers during the epidemic crisis. The pattern of tourism and the use of hotel services has changed. Research objectives. There were two objectives. One, to study the interior architecture of the hotel that were suitable for the new normal tourism under the standards to reduce the space of COVID-19. And two, to propose design guidelines for hotels that could accommodate tourists based on new normal concepts. The research focused on answering the question, what should be the design of the new normal hotel spaces to reduce the space of COVID-19? In regard, research was carried out in accordance with the concept of new way of tourism in Thailand, Amazing Thailand Safety and Health Administration (SHA), which means tourism sanitation and safety standards. Standard measures has been established to reduce the space of COVID-19 to support tourism as shown in the conceptual framework in Figure 1. Scope of study is Ruan Eung Kam Hotel, Phayao Province, Thailand has been designed as a research area. Criteria for welcoming domestic tourists were assessed by selecting from three key factors. 1. The infection rate is low. 2. It is an unseen tourist area, not crowded. 3. It is easy to travel by private car from nearby main provinces. Research method. This study was applied research using multiple methodology. Qualitative and quantitative data collection was used for collecting variable data to create a new normal hotel space design, as shown in the data collection process in Figure 3. Research result. The step-by-step data analysis can be classified in detail into three parts. Part 1. Analysis of general data on tourism and hotel accommodation use of the sample group. Results of hypothesis. Part 2. Pre-renovation building analysis. Part 3. Comparative analysis of data for building renovation in case study. Discussions. The impact of COVID-19 outbreak has forced Thailand's tourism businesses to adapt to the Amazing Thailand Safety and Health Administration standards to reduce the spread of infection. Hotels must be safe to use in different spaces to ensure safe service for customers. After the relaxation of government measures, the tourism business sector will recover mainly through domestic tourism. Secondary city tourism with a component that facilitates private tourism will be an attractive target for the new normal tourism. Phayao Province, Northern Thailand is suitable as follows. 1. The infection rate is low from 2020 to 2021. There are 1.26% of the total number of COVID-19 cases in country. 2. It is an unseen tourist area, perfect natural environment, low population ratio, and near hospital, so it corresponds to the long stay vacation for health in future. 3. It is easy to travel by private car from nearby main provinces and reduce the rise of traveling by public transportation. According to the data collection of 303 tourists or travelers who come to Piao province in the year 2021 during the COVID-19 outbreak, it was found that most of them were between the age of 20 and 30. More than 55% were single and 52% has no children. Therefore, it was reflected that vulnerable groups such as the elderly and children of family tourism has lower rates of tourism travel because of the rise of infection during the severe outbreak in Thailand. The sample of 57.4% were likely to stay in a hotel for 1 to 2 nights per visit. However, 94.4% of them were concerned about service in hotel area condition, living in enclosed space with poor ventilation and germ on surface. In testing the hypothesis that tourists were more confident in the new normal hotel services with the concept of reducing the spread of COVID-19, it was found that if the hotel has measures to limit the number of users in different areas, customers would have more confidence in service. Therefore, the design of the hotel area from the case study of Eungkham Hotel to support the new normal tourism during the epidemic of COVID-19. The new normal hotel therefore need to control the use of common areas, which were public service points based on 3 principles. 1. Natural air circulation in the building is done by making the wind blow through the building. 2. There should be a limit on the number of people by sitting social distancing according to the size of the common area. 3. Interior materials with smooth surface and easy to clean are used to avoid germs. Space in hotel design. The hotel's public service areas such as lobby and restaurant are more densely populated than other areas. So what should be done to reduce the rise of contracting COVID-19 through doublet form secretions? Firstly, if the project environment is suitable, a natural air circulation system can be used by opening the vents to allow the wind to pass through, at least on both sides, or partially heated air is direct to the top of double stack gable roof increase the comfort of the building occupant as shown in Figure 7. Figure 7 shows the design of opening for natural ventilation to the interior building. Secondly, in the lobby restaurant section, in addition to the usual functional arrangement, there must be additional internal elements in terms of COVID-19 screening measures, in particular the restriction of the number of people and social distancing of 1 to 2 meters. Figure 8 shows the arrangement of area to reduce the rise COVID-19 at the lobby. Figure 9 shows the corridor and social distancing at lobby. Figure 10 shows the arrangement of areas to reduce the rise of COVID-19 at the restaurant. Figure 11 shows the corridors and social distances at the restaurant. Suggestion: the rooms in the hotel are private spaces. The use should not be mixed between the gates. Importantly, it should be classified as a low-rise area of the hotel's COVID-19 infection. Therefore, the use of split air conditioning system in the room must be achieved by considering as many window openings as possible to provide a private view of the outdoor green spaces. This may be in line with feature leisure needs, where the customer may spend a longer stay in the room. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Cholticha Penhuval to present the paper titled Development of Local Models for Home Decoration, a case study of communities in Dongchen Subdistrict, Phu Yao District, Phaya Province.
Good day everyone. Today I would like to be representative of my research is development of local models for home decoration, a case study of communities in Dongchen Subdistrict, Phu Yao District, Phaya Province. Before I proceed, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Chonticha Pengnuan. I'm lecturer at School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Phaya. I graduated in architecture from Faculty of Architecture, Urban Architecture and Fine Arts, Mahasarakham University, Thailand. And then I graduated in architecture also from Faculty of Architecture, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. I'm interested in local product, vernacular house and Lana architecture in northern Thailand. Firstly, I will talk about the aspect that shall give you an overview of research, including aim of research, research methods, and results of research that to show in-depth details in other slides. Next, in this slide to show the breakdown of the research from three main issues were: number one, can create crafts that come from traditional wisdom and use local materials. Currently, the community has a wide variety of products. Number two, the problem of product diversity and there are no products sold in a variety of channels, especially online, which is easy and convenient to consume. Number three, community was the main research area group of the 2021 policy of School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Phaya. Right, let's move on to the research objective. Divide to three objectives. Number one, to study the problems of the products and the wisdom of the people in the community. Number two, to develop a model in the community product that demonstrate the values and identity of the community. And last, number three, to study the guidelines for product management within the community. In the other two, to develop innovations in community products in the future. Well, we are moving to the top big was research method that to show how to collect the data, followed by the first part is basic data collection. To show number one, existing problems of communities, products. Number two, local wisdom of people in the communities. And last, number three, consumer demand. In second part to show number one, a submitting refers to participatory working among in the researcher and people in the communities. And number two, an in-depth interview was conducted among the researcher and the group's associates. Next, the product design was lack of diversity and modernity, and residual products and lack of continued income. Next, the own wisdom of the people in the community. found 6 patterns. There were pattern 1, tail pattern, pattern 2, two-wheel pattern, pattern 3, D-long pattern, pattern 4, 3 up and down pattern. And next, pattern 5, two-wheel pattern, and last pattern is spiral pattern. Next, moving to the second data of research, you can see the conclusion of the table in the right on your screen that to show the characteristic of the product in a basket to show characteristic of product that consumer want the most. And shape is geometric shape such as circles, squares, semicircles, and the color tone is the natural tone materials from nature. Price range 50 to 200 baht. And last, consumption channel is online channels such as Facebook, Instagram, Shopee. Then we are select center table or coffee table from 3 criteria. Number 1, function value in the one product. Number 2, product that can build on the old wisdom of the community, include weaker techniques and product shapes that are not too difficult. And last, number 3, product style that are popular from the result of the satisfaction survey of weaker products. So from the coffee table in last slide that created by conceptual design was rice grain. Rice grains what idea or story to convey the context of the community in Dongjian subdistricts and has been involved in agriculture for a long time. You can see the prototype of rice can, and you can see draft of the coffee table, and in the right on screen to show the photo of actual model. In the picture on below to show the pattern to date to the product. Next, the details of the center table conduct 3 main parts. Part 1 was product model, followed by the center table is for storage, placing things and putting plant pots. Number 2, the base is placed on a circular frame to be attached to be part 1. That is that can not be removed from each other. Next, number 3 was the lid opening and placing things. In this part to show color tone that's used white and cream for 80% time in primary color. Moreover, it's used black for 20% time in secondary color. Then looking for materials that select bamboo and water hygiene and chose a spiral pattern and 3 up and down pattern to did a pattern picture products. Next slide to show about part 2 and part 3. In part 2 was test usability. It was about test placing items on the middle table, such as placing a coffee cup, and placing a plant pot. In practice, placement of each item must be careful of failing objects due to the list section. Well, I finished 2 parts of the result and moving to 3rd parts. That was the last part of the results. This part to show a data about the management guideline of the community products for developing communities product innovation for the future. that to show number 1 value add given to community products, number 2 market survey is conduct using a questionnaire to develop products, and last number 3 involvement of product in communities by doing activities together. Next, let's move into the last part of research is conclusion. The conclusion to show the first part is products to show like the diversity of product design and online channels of distribution, and next market survey was conducted to obtain information for designing products to meet changes or trends at the current period in the relation to product designs, price, and channel to distribution most easily accessible for consumers. And next, the development of product to show demands of weaker products of people in Phayao province as small-size products with price not higher than 50 to 200 baht. They should be versatile to be used to putting things, storing things, putting a plant pot. And next, conceptual design of product from rice grain, from the culture related to community agriculture, and pattern are spiral pattern and weaving pattern, and last material from local bamboo and water hygiene was used a material to add a dimension to be a product. And last, the management guideline of community products that shall give way to online marketing as it is the easiest and fastest channel for consumption. And last, participation of the communities is very, very important to development of the product in Dongchen communities. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mitisa Thavilmo to present the paper titled Research Development of Products for Recovered Souvenirs, Local Handicrafts of Dongchen Subdistrict, Phu Kamyo District, Phayao Province.
Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Mitisa Thavilmo from University of Phayao, Thailand. Today, I will going to talk about my research. The title of my research is A Research Development of Products for Wickwork Souvenirs Local Handicrafts of Dongchen Subdistrict, Phu Kamyo District, Phayao Province. This part about my biography. I am a lecturer from School of Architecture and Fine Arts in University of Phayao. I graduated in Master degree of Interior Architecture. I am interested in interior design space and decorative product. The first one of my presentation is abstract. The abstract shown about overall of my research. So I have divided my presentation into 4 parts. The first part I will begin in the objective of this research. The goal of this research was to present guidelines for developing unique wicker handcraft souvenir products in Dongchen Subdistrict to respond to the needs of consumers and tourists in the current tourism situation. There was 3 objectives as follows. The first, to study the local identity of Dongchen Subdistrict. Second, to study consumer behavior and factors affecting the purchase of souvenirs products in Phayao province. The third, to propose a new way to develop souvenirs from wicker handicrafts. Then I will move on to the second part, research methods. This research was applied research using both quantitative and qualitative research methods. Qualitative data collection methods were used by physical survey methods. The basic information of Dongjen subdistrict was studied using interview with product group leaders and community leaders. Literature related to identity local products development was reviewed. Quantitative data was collected from the consumer behavior questionnaire in order to combine relevant, reliable for analysis. The results was summarized to determine the guidelines for the development of souvenirs products from basketry handicrafts. Then the next part is the result. I divide the results into two parts. On the part 1, the analysis of local basketry handicraft identity of Dongjen subdistrict. The researcher compared pattern of past and present local basketry handicraft products to find a distinctive identifier. Data could be classified according to physical variables as follows. First one, type of use. Basketry for utensil and consumption is a type of use that is still widely used today, but has evolved in terms of functionality and shape from the past. For example, confusing on individual use decoration of application with other products to create a new products. Next topic about pattern. The original pattern is not complicated. New patterns have been developing, including alternating patterns. In the local area, there are specialists in such pattern. The variety of patterns depends solely on the manufacturer aptitude within the group. Then, next topic, color. The original identity is the use of basic colors. The color of the thin bamboo strip is a natural light brown, but other colors may be added due to the combination of web materials, such as red, black, or color obtained from reed drying technique and used to drying. Next, size of pattern. The original identity is the width and thickness of thin bamboo strip, dependent on the pattern of the wicker. If it is a wave to support the weight of a large object, the size of thin bamboo strip will be very thick. Material. The basic must-have temples in basketry are thin bamboo strip. In addition to covering the locality. It is also a raw material that is easily available and reduce costs. The combination of historical materials with other materials such as water, hyacinth, or rattan creates a novelty in the product as well as increasing its durability. Part 2 of the result about data analysis on the behavior of purchasing souvenirs of the sample group in Piao province. Table 1 shows the general data of the sample. The results of questionnaire of the sample group show that 31.6% were female than male. 67% were aged during 21 to 40 years, and 14.2% were aged 40 to 61 years. As a result of the older group, fewer souvenirs were bought due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Undergraduate education accounted for 78%. Move to Table 2. Table 2 shows information on souvenir shopping behavior and factors taken into consideration. 51.5% were interested in home furnishing, decorative tableware, room rug, and stolen baskets. Therefore, it could be divided into decorated, related to painting, followed by decoration on the dining table. The results show that the current trend was the people were increasingly interested in home furnishing. The trend of painting tree on the house, creating green space of urban people, bringing nature into the residence, was a consequence of the COVID-19 outbreak that corresponded to people's work from home. In the line with the results of an online survey by Suvarnabhumi Poll, Suvarnabhumi University, a sample of 1,142 people surveyed between May 5 to 8, 2020, found the planting tree was a popular activity as high as 62.98%. It also reduced stress, good for the home environment, and clean air filtration. 54.3% of the purpose of purchasing souvenirs was mainly focused on usage. Factors of products characteristics obtained of the simple group 5. The reasonable pricing with the quality of the products. 101 to 300 baht was the first factor that made consumer interested in the product, even if it was a decoration or artworks. 13.1%. Emphasizes the use of the product include the color, pattern, novelty, unique shape, especially reflecting the local art and culture. Next, the last topic is conclusion. The product identity of basketry handicraft group in Dongchen subdistrict was the use as a utensil or consumption, basketry patterns, color, and material. After analyzing together with current consumer behavior, it was possible to determine the type of product to be developed as follows. The home decoration products group consisted of Group 1. Plant-related decoration include planter, basket, and portrait. Since this product could be developed from the community's original woven basket and shaped to be suitable for use, it was another option for consumer. Group 2. Tableware decoration includes placement, cluster, and cutlery tray. This type of products came as a set, thus adding value to the product and could be sold as bundle or separately. The identity of development was to add color to the product but retain the original pattern or developed pattern in addition to the local natural identity such as pattern development from paddy field, and mountains. The sections of bamboo strip color to match the style of today's home decor focus mainly on natural tone for ease of use. In addition to the development of pattern and shape, the combination of raw material is the interesting option as Payau's province could produce raw material for the basketry. A natural raw material that allows consumer to experience the traditional use of material but still related the identity of the local basketry handicraft of Dongchen subdistrict. A photo on this part about a survey method, survey of physical character from communities. Well, this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Now I welcome Session Chair Dr. Frolion B. Mugo, Associate Professor 2, Assistant Director, Department of Research, Development and Extension, Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, Zambales, Philippines. I request you to give your valuable feedback for each presentation.
Good evening. Welcome to the second International Conference on the Technology, Innovation, Educational, and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century of Research. So I'm Dr. Falun D. Mobo, the Assistant Director for the Department of Research, Development, and Extension of the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy Philippines. Welcomes you all to this event hosted by IFERP. So most of the papers presented are really well deserving to be said referee, and at the same time, they are highly scholarly. So my feedback for them is really, they really done a great thing in terms of a highly scholarly paper. So just continue with what you're doing right now, and that would be all. Thank you, and stay safe, and good evening.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to invite Associate Professor Vinith Tukmani to present the paper titled Bringing the Technology Applied with Arbitration.
Hi everyone, today I would like to present my paper. So, okay, I want to share my PowerPoint before. Okay, so my title name is Bringing the Technology to Apply with Arbitration. This paper we have two authors. That is, the first author is Associate Professor Pinitipani and me, Assistant Professor Dr. Surika. There are four objectives of this paper. The first objective is to study principle and regulation of e-arbitration in Thailand. The second is to study process of e-arbitration in Thailand, China, and United States of America. Third, to compare legal measure for e-arbitration in Thailand with foreign country. And finally, to find guidelines of legal measure for e-arbitration in Thailand. Okay, we go to the background or the introduction of this paper. When the people have a dispute, they usually go to the court or apply the court proceeding, or sometimes we call litigation process. The court proceeding or litigation is the same meaning. There are many disadvantages of litigation. That is complicated process, and you have to spend more time when you use court proceeding, and then you have to pay in the big amount of money when you use the litigation, okay? And including nowadays, we meet the problem about the COVID-19 pandemic. So from this result, people try to seek like the best way to resolve that dispute, okay? So the one method that is alternative dispute resolution, or ADR. ADR is the another one method that the people use to resolve that dispute without go to the court. There are many methods on ADR. That is arbitration, mediation, negotiation, and adjudication. But in the court proceeding or litigation or ADR, the people, if you want to do all this process, you have to do face-to-face method, right? So from the situation of COVID-19 pandemic, this method is not suitable, okay? So we have the one mechanism to stop all the dispute, that is online dispute resolution, or we call in the short name is ODR. What is ODR? ODR is the ADR merging with technology. It means that you use the ADR method via online, okay? It means that if you want to do the arbitration, you can do that, but you can do by online all the process. That is the arbitration online, okay? From this paper, I will focus on only in arbitration online. When we meet like the e-arbitration or online arbitration or arbitration online, that is the same meaning, okay? So we have many advantages of the ODR. Okay, the first one, that is convenience and time saving and cost saving. That is the advantages. Okay, and also when we talk about ODR, in Thai, we have many advantages of ODR, but Thai people did not know about ODR too much. In Thailand, we have two service provider about e-arbitration. Okay, the first service provider, that is Thailand Arbitration Center, or TSAC, or TAC. TAC also launched the platform named TalkDD platform. TalkDD platform, they provide about mediation online and arbitration online, or e-arbitration. Okay, so they have a rule to apply with TalkDD platform, that is TAC of online dispute resolution. And another one that provide about e-arbitration or online arbitration in Thailand is Thai Arbitration Institute, Office of Judiciary. Okay, or we call in the short name Thai. Thai, they launched about e-arbitration last year. Okay, so they also do the regulation by themselves. That is regulation of arbitration institute related to guidelines on the use of arbitration system via electronics. Okay, so that is the service provider in Thailand about e-arbitration. So this PowerPoint, this page is about the process of TalkDD process in Thailand. Okay, and when we compare with another country is United States of America and the People's Republic of China. United States of America, they use the arbitration in the like too much like in many they have a many service provider that provide about e-arbitration. The one service provider that I pick up in this paper is arbitration resolution service. This organization, they also launch the rules, that is the rule and regulation business to business program and rule and regulation business to individual program. So from this service provider, ARS, okay, ARS is very well known for the e-arbitration, and they can do in many cases of e-arbitration. Okay, and also in China, they also launched about the e-arbitration so a long time ago. So you can see that from this paper, I found the result that is in Thailand. We face the problem. That is, there has been some problem in part of identify verification of an individual who becomes witness in the case. And the second, the time frame for the process of consideration of online arbitration has not been clearly fixed. And finally, the current technology is modern and complicated to understand for the people who want to use the platform about e-arbitration in Thailand. So that's why I recommend in this paper that the first recommendation is I recommend that technology in the form of video conferencing or mediation through Skype should be used, and the government sector should support the use of technology to gain some knowledge and development. And the second recommendation is the related government agencies and the private sector should support and disseminate knowledge about arbitration. Okay, specifically, the government agency should assist in terms of infrastructure. Okay, because of when the service provider want to build like the platform about e-arbitration, they have to use the big amount money. Okay, so that's all my recommendation. Okay, thank you for your attending.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Likit Jaidi to present the paper titled Development Learning Activities Model Performing Arts Contemporary Blue to Promote Mental Health and Prevent Depression in the elderly Tailu ethnic group of Hayayo province.
Hello everyone. From the statistics that everyone has seen this is a result of research that brings cultural class of the ethics performance to the development of health communities. From research on the development learning activity modern performing arts contemporary coupled to promote mental health and prevent depression in the elderly Thai active group of peer province by Mr. Ricky J.D. School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Thailand. This is our co-author, Varavit Thongneon, Burit Sirivasanagul, and Thanyawansi Sapayothai. We are come from Thailand. This experiment research aims to study outcome of applying programming art learning activity contemporary coupled to promote mental health and prevent depression in elderly people. The sample includes 50 elderly Thai people in Ban Tha Sovan who age between 60 to 80 years. The sampling method are precise selection and samples random sampling. The sampling is divided into two groups of 20 people, the experiment group and the control group. The research methods are 1. TGDS 50 question. Number 2. TMHI 50 question. And performing arts learning activity contemporary couple. Now, please take a look at the figure 1 about the comparison of the Thai generic depression scores and Thai mental health indicators from direct experiment group prior and post-conducting contemporary couple performing arts learning activity for promoting mental health and preventing depression in the adult Thai ethnic group of Phaya province. After the participation in experiments, activity of the experiment groups. The three generic depression scales score decreased. The mean score of the pretest is 5.28, while the mean score of the protest is 3.56. It is also proud that is advertised mental health indicators results. The experiments groups mean score decreased. The mean score of the pretest is 29.8, while the mean score of the protest is 38.27. Figure 2 about shows comparison of the three generic depression scales and mental health indicators from the experiment groups and the controls group after conducting contemporary couple performing arts learning activity first promotes mental health and prevents depressions in the other tireless active groups of peer problems. The third generic depressions scales results show that the experiment groups mean score of the protest is lower than the control groups, which is 3.56 and 3.66. It is also proud that is the third mental health indicators protest scores. These experiments groups SD is highlighted that the control groups, which is 38.04 and 30.4. Contemporary couple performing arts learning activity are emerging alternative activity which was self from cultural access. Performing arts from Thai actress groups in Payao province by following the five dimensions of happiness program in EITS. Guidelines from the mental health department. These activities can effectively promote mental health and prevent depression in the adult Thai active group of Payao province.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Pacharapon Luraj to present paper titled The Study of Craftsmanship and Hand-on Knowledge of the Gem Cutter Community in Phaya Province, Thailand.
Hello everyone, I am Pacharapon Luraj. Today I'm going to present my project. This project is a part of the practice-based research in design. The title of this paper is The Study of Craftsmanship and Hand-on Knowledge of Gem Cutter Community in Phaya Province, Thailand. I would like to suggest you for the intro of this paper. The paper is a part of practice-based research in design, but the project is focuses on studying gem cutter community in Manarua district, Phaya Province, Thailand, and the crafts knowledge in cutting technique. So I would like to observing about the gem cutting technique. The gem cutter community in Manarua district, Phaya Province, Thailand, establishes around the year of 2000 or 2001 from the concept of distributing jobs to the local community. It's open due to the encouragement and the support of Gem Center organization, Phaya Campus, which aim to support the jobless and local people after the harvesting season. But today the business at Manarua Gem Cutter community run roughly. It remains only 3 major artisans who work in this center. However, the gem cutting courses is still open for people who are interested in learning. The leader of the cutter community provided the opportunity for people to come to work and learn with team. Also, the one who finished the course, they can work in the center after training. However, learning this skill is take a lot of time and devotion, so people are give up, and this is the reason why a number of artisans are low. And for the literature review that I observing, the importance of this study as a craft of gem cutting in Thailand. So the gem cutting in Thailand recognizes among the gem trader worldwide. The colorless gemstone faceting from Thailand is a delicate work and the great quality jewelry. Jewelry was in the top 10 export business, but nowadays the gem and jewelry business in Thailand fluctuated during the time from 1995 until now, like from the data collection is 2016. So due to the economic crisis and inside political in Thailand, the research showed the obstacle of the gem and jewelry market in Thailand. One of the reasons was the lack of skillful labor, including designer and gem cutter. For the study of Nantachai Kang, that he studied about the jewelry industry in the north of Thailand, particularly in Chiang Mai province. And during the interview, he got the information from the interviewee that he said, although we have skilled craftsmen, nowadays our business has a serious shortage of labor in the field of production, such as gem cutting, product forming, and design, etc. Maybe because children today do not like working as a manual labor. Person, Justin K. Prim, that he is an expert in this cutting gemstone. He pointed out that it takes a long time to learn how to use Thai machine. That is why it's hard to see a young Thai eager to learn and practice gem cutting. From the review, it pointed out that one of the reasons of obstacle for the growth of gem trading and jewelry business in Thailand is the lack of skillful labor. Moreover, the new generation, young people are not interested in learning this craft. In this craft, I mean gem cutting and jewelsmith. So it is significant that we should encourage people, the new generation, to learn this craft before it's gone. The purpose of this study, I have the 2 points that the first one is to study the community hand-on learning knowledge in gem cutting. And number 2, to study the process of cutting gemstones from a various shape. The gem cutting training in Thailand, also particularly that I have studied at Manaria Center, it seems to take a long time training for practitioners that can reach the perfect skill so that the young people do not interested in practice at all. Also, the lack of support from the organization causes the center to be in a hard time. The commission work normally they got the commission from Chantaburi province with their friends and co-connection. Even they have that, but they have the limit worker. So I think that it is significant that we should encourage people, the new generation, to learn this craft to further the knowledge. So let's look at the research method. The study of craft knowledge of gem cutting in Manaria community. I have taken the qualitative descriptive research method. So the analysis is through interview, participation, observation, and immersive practice. So the interview, I take the interview from the most an artisan who work in this community, which I give them the nickname as Tim, Phon, and Wan. Most of the practitioners in gem cutting from interviewing gave the information pointed out to the same idea about learning system. As they say, the beginning of the lesson is observation. So at first, they will let the student sat nearby the teacher and only observe what the teacher has done for about a week before the teacher let them to touch the tool. And the next step, actually, it is the step of reforming the gemstone from the rough stone. But for this community, because they got the commission work, they have already arranged the reforming process. Then they skip the process from reforming to the doping. As you can see at the first video, this is the process of doping. It is important that the student has to do it perfectly before shift to another process, because how they attach the gemstone onto the top of the stick is has to do is like perfectly. Otherwise, during the process of faceting, it will fall off. After they do the duping perfectly, then the teacher will allow the student to be an assistant of an expert. Then the expert will give advice to the student and teach all the process. This process will run around like 3 to 4 months until they let them do the faceting. But the first faceting, they will give them like the breakstone or the damaged one for practice. Then after they gain the skill until they have the confidence, then they can work as a gem cutter. In Thailand and also in this Manarua gem cutter community, I would say that the popular gem cutting, the first one is brilliant cut, rose cut, cabochon, and step cut, as you can see in the illustration. From the studying, let's discuss about the hand-on learning knowledge. From the studying, the craft of gem cutting learning in Thailand use the senses instead of proper scale machine, as the processes are manually working. The estimation of aesthetic proportion is through the eyes and the loop. The artisan has learned to place the hand in the right position to make the facet perfectly. It's more learning experience and tacit knowledge than the explicit explained. As I can mention that Justin K. Plum, he said, even though it is like an intuitive or tacit knowledge or whatever that manually working with a Thai gem cutter and Thai gem cutting machine, but he can say that the quality of gem cutting from Thailand is some of the best of the world. As the discussion, I would like to point it out that the self-practice is required for the development of the perfection. The perfect skill in craft does not come alone, so the practitioner gains year to years of experiences, and the skillful of the gem cutter took around 15 to 20 years of work. And we can find that the gem cutting is an for this community, the gem cutting is an optional work because of it's not the wages is not enough sufficient for their living expense. From my point of view, I would like to point it out that the self-practice is required for the development of perfection. The perfect skill in craft does not come alone, so the practitioner gains year to years of experience. The skillful gem cutters took 15 to 20 years of work. And if working as a gem cutter does not have sufficient income, it is impossible that the new generation will have the motivation to learn this art. So for this, in conclusion, I would say that a difficulty to encourage young people to learn gem cutting is the time practice and the income of this career. It takes 3 months to a year to gain knowledge and skills in working and training to become a gemstone cutting artisan. And in Manarua, even though they can do all the process from trimming the stone, from faceting in all types, they can do cabochon, they can do round shape, they can do oval shape, heart shape, teardrop, monkeys, all like fancy cut. But it hardly they can persuade people to learn and succeed in this career. The crafts and the wisdom of the gem cutter community at Ban Menarua, Phayao Province, Thailand, need help and support from the government. So only hope I can have that gem faceting knowledge in Phayao Province will remain as long as it can stand for the sake of craftsmanship. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Uttampon Drill Angrit to present the paper titled Vietnamese Cultural Wisdom to Promote Tourism Activities in Ban Mae Phra Praja Community, Sang Phi Nong District, Suphanburi Province.
Hello everyone. My name is Utumpon Leonglit and my co-author Jitaphon Therawat. I'm a lecturer from Tourism Department at Faculty of Liberal Arts at Rajamangala University of Technology Suvarnabhumi, Thailand. Today, I would like to present my research on Vietnam cultural wisdom to promote tourism activity in Ban Mae Phra Prachak Community, Song Phi Nong District, Suphanburi Province. Let me explain the background and contribute of the study. Suphanburi is a province located in the central regions of Thailand. Due to the abundance of natural resources and is an area in the central river basins, Suphanburi is home to many ancient communities. Catching ethnic diverse, each ethnic group has its own identity and culture, and one of them is Ban Mae Phra Prachak Vietnam community. Ban Mae Phra Prachak Vietnam community is the only Vietnam community in Suphanburi province that still has a unique wisdom and culture that continue to the present day. This cultural wisdom can be used to build on to create activity and tourism routes for the community and also increase the value of wisdom to the community by applying tourism to drive the economy and quality of life for people in community. The research revealed that Vietnam community at Ban Mae Phra Prachak Song Phi Nong District, Suphanburi Province is the only Vietnam community in Suphanburi Province immigrated from Vietnam during the reign of King Rama III. King Rama III, with his kindness, gave the area around Wat Sam Sen Temple, Bangkok, and built a large pavilion to be a residence, including a church with bamboo in 1835 called St. Francis Xavier Temple. Since the immigrants who migrated to Thailand were Catholicism and most of them were fishermen, they therefore settled to Song Phi Nong district, which was found to be a fertile area and settled in Ban Mae Phra Prachak since then. For these lessons, the researcher and interested in studying the cultural wisdom of the Vietnam community at Ban Mae Phra Prachak to apply the resource of designing activity and tourism routes for the community and to guide the design of tourism routes. It is also the preservation and dissemination of community culture to be known. Research design. This research study is a qualitative research using primary data collection method from key informants such as government agency, private agency, and the ethnic community consisting of 15 people, namely community leader, representative from accommodation, restaurant, and shop entrepreneur, including community scholars chosen by a specific sample selection method. The total use was an in-depth interview and group discussion to obtain information about the history, context, and cultural wisdom of the community, including activity and tourism routes with the participation of the community as well as a secondary data collection method from the document. Related articles and research about the history of the community. The results were used for content analysis and descriptive writing. Research process. The research process was defined as studying the wisdom of the Vietnam ethnic group and tourism potential, deciding a tourism activity for the community and proposing a tourism route for the Ban Map Papachak community. The study on cultural wisdom of Ban Map Papachak Vietnam community for Objective 1 found that the community has a distinctive point of cultural wisdom of the community that is unique, such as food wisdom of Pram Mam cooking. The origin of Pram Mam cooking was due to fishing skill of the local, which enabled them to catch fish in large amount. The local therefore know how to preserve fish by cooking pra mắm. Dash mắm is a Vietnam language that means fermentation. They will cut snakehead fish or strip snakehead fish that have been cleaned into pieces, as lotus slice and pineapple, and fermented for 6 months. Pla mắm can be cooked in various menus such as yam pra mắm, lộn, which is a pra mắm cooked by using thick coconut milk and seasons in 3 flavors: salt, sweet. This curly light fruit is less watery, and thick often eaten with fresh vegetable. Pa mắm can also be fried as well. Pa mắm is the wisdom of the Vietnam culture to preserve the food for all years long. There is also popular savory dish such as suckling pig, which is whole pig gilding for a long time. This will make a pig skin crispy, while the pork is tender. Vietnam suckling pig is commonly eaten with a dipping sauce that is unique to the Vietnam. Sweet food includes Vietnam, บัวลอย ขนมมัดใต้ and also wisdom is handicap hammock, made from yards to be twisted and tied together to make it tight and strong with a lifespan of up to 10 years. In addition, community handicraft can also be applied to design auto products for the community, generating income, and has become a famous product of the community. The objective to the result of the group discussion can be summarized by using the concept of tourism potential. It was found that the community has a high level of cultural tourism potential. From interview and group discussion, it was found that Ban Mae Prapachak community has its own unique cultural identity, such as historic community story of migration, as well as a tourist attraction in the community, such as Ban Mae Prapachak Church or Wat Mae Prapachak of Mount Carmel, the Field Tower, created by the cooperation of people in the community and the culture that express the Vietnam nationality, thus making it different from other community. In terms of tourism activity, it was found that the area was a cultural community with different ethnicity. Therefore, the community has a way of life and culture that can be designed as a variety of tourism activity in terms of accessibility. It was found that the community has a route linking to other tourist attractions in the province by many routes. In terms of facility, the community has only basic facility to serve the people, such as water, uh, electricity, and toilet for tourists. In terms of the accommodation, the community has homestay available to tourists, but cannot accommodate large number of tourists due to the limit number of homestay. However, if there is contact with the community in advance, the community can accommodate tourists because there is community network in nearby community. In terms of safety, it was found that the community has staff to provide service, assistance, and recommendation to tourists. However, until now, Ban Mae Prapachak community is a small community living together peacefully. The local help each other as well as have a competent community leader uh, to take care of everyone truly. As a result, the community has never had a bad incident with the community with the potential of a tourist attraction that has a cultural cost that is worthy of conservation and to add value. It is possible to design activity and travel routes in to Thai as follows: 2 days, 1 night, which is Ban Mae Prapachak, the only one in Supan. And the second model is 1 day trip Thai, which is 1 day can travel, the only Vietnam culture in Suphanburi, and can also be linked to other attraction in the community. Conclusion: the study on cultural wisdom of Ban Mae Prapachak to promote community tourism activity found that cultural wisdom of the Mae Prapachak community are the wisdom of community handicraft of hammock, which is famous and known from outside agency. It is commonly bought for use the decoration in the accommodation business due to strength and value of use. There is also the wisdom of food, where tourists can learn the wisdom of food preservation and cooking, savoy and sweet food in the Vietnam style, such as cooking pramam, Vietnam, bua roi, uh, ขนมมัดใต้ and searching to see the way of life along the banks of canal. This is all of my presentation. Thank you for listening your attendance ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you for your valuable presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nakon Kamran to present the paper titled A Study of Music Teaching of Private Music School, Muang District, Phayao Province, Thailand.
I am Nakhon Kamrong from School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Phayao, Thailand. Thank you for having me to share with you my research study named A Study of Music Teaching of Private School, Music School, Muang District, Phayao Province, Thailand. Let me start by giving you some background information. Nowadays, music teaching in private music school is changing rapidly. Parents need their child not to have a variety of music instruments and such as guitar, bass, piano, drum set, and voice, but also an intensive and sufficient music curriculum and much specialized teacher. So they send their children to the private music school. As you're aware, the private music school can provide students with the type of musical instrument better than public music in regard to the textbook and the student measurement. Each school has standardized and popular books for their musical grades examination. Thus, the private music school certify their desire to study music based on the aforementioned reason. I would like to study music teaching in private music school in Muang District, Phayao Province. The study focuses on teaching each type of music teaching media, and assessing the performance of music learning in order to know the teaching style of each school for the benefit of those who are interested. Research objective. Turning our attention now to objective. This research aims to study music teaching to study music teaching media, and the measurement and evaluation of music learning in private music school in Muang District, Phayao Province, Thailand. Conclusion of this research study is, according to the study, teaching and learning in school were similar. The main type of instrument offered were piano, guitar, bass, drum sets, and voice. There are many a few other instruments such as ukulele. The style of music used in teaching were both classical and popular, depending on the need of the learner because music teaching was changing rapidly. Most of the learning style were one-on-one with an instructor, which made teaching more effective than group lesson. In some cases, if students would like to study in pairs, the school arranges teaching to suit the learners. According to my study, the dual music lessons were probably only suitable for younger learners in teaching arpeggios and sight reading. The instructor was unable to fully teach the learner because the learner was still too young and basic. A age criteria of learners could be classified into two age groups. First, the learner is under 6 years, they require 30 minutes teaching time only. Second, the learner is 6 years and over, they require 1 hour of teaching time. According to the data study at various music schools, it was found that young learner was highly self-willed depending on the age of the learners. They tended not to obey teachers, which makes teaching difficult. Instructor therefore has to have different methods for teaching to go through well. Another problem was that learners may not be able to rehear or review lessons taught by teachers when it was time to study again, so they tended to be slower and not as trained as they should be. Moreover, student reluctance to learn was a serious problem because parents may force them to study or their lack of rehearsal before school. As a result, as a result, students did not attend to study or be interested in learning. All these problems and obstacles in teaching and learning mostly arise because of the learner. Therefore, school and teachers need to be ready to manage teaching using psychology and creativity to suit each learner. Each lesson may be of a different nature so that the learner need not get bored, and it makes students more interested in learning. Instructors play an important role in teaching and learning, so they need to be competent, experienced, and keep up to date in order to fill in additional knowledge all the time. Ultimately, teaching and learning management make the set grow. The number of instructors in each school vary depending on the size of the school and the number of the students. Some instructor has the ability to teach a variety of musical instruments. The music teaching materials in each school were similar in that they were rooted in Trinity Hall, but they were applied in a suitable and effective way for the students. Depending on the student additional needs, teacher and each school may sometimes provide instructional materials for their own learners to suit their needs. The measurement and assessment of school performance were the same. School teachers were responsible for self-management and evaluation. School teachers were responsible for self-management and evaluation. They measure and the effect of music and exercise, define exercise based on how well and accurately they can play. Teachers sometimes measure and student development because each learner has different musical background and musical abilities. Academic results and learner development were reported to parents together with an assessment certificate of the school. The completion of each music quiz or exercise was measured and evaluated to determine whether they can continue to study in a more advanced level. After passing the school measurement and evaluation, the next step would be to send the student to the Trinity Hall for music grade test because it was a standardized test and was popular with music learners. The exam was divided into grades according to the level of difficulty in music. Students used music quiz. They were previously measured and evaluated with school teachers for the exam. An exam were held every year. This exam was voluntary and was not compulsory by the school. There were exams for both opera and classical music genres. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Sinenuch Krutnuang Sanson to present the paper titled The Development of Distant Learning Model by Group Process on Food Safety and Organic Agriculture for the Well-being of the Elderly in Northernpuri and Chonburi Provinces, Thailand.
Hello everyone, I'm Sininut Kutmung Sansung from Sukhothai Thammathirat Open University on behalf of the research team. Today I would like to talk about the research topic on the development of distant learning model through group process on food safety and organic agriculture for the well-being of the elderly in Nonthaburi and Chonburi Province, Thailand. I will start with some general information on introduction. Nowadays, the world is moving into an aging society, and Thailand is entering an aging society since 2005. This leads to the problems such as labor shortage, late income, increasing healthcare costs. The government established the Elderly Action Plan for being a framework for driving the elderly in Thailand, such as preparation for the elderly with quality and ensure provide education and lifelong learning. Sukhothai Thammathirat Open University employ lifelong education to provide educational opportunity for all. The research team saw the importance of initiate work with the elderly who interested in learning about food safety, organic farming, and healthcare. Therefore, it is very important to study and develop distant learning model through the group process on food safety and organic agriculture for the well-being of the elderly. The research objective consists of to study basic condition, consumption, health and learning of elderly, to develop distant learning management model through group process, and to design learning management process and media. The research method. This research employ research and development model. The conceptual framework consists of to study basic condition of the elderly and development of distant learning model throughout the group process and designing learning management process and media based on the model. The population and sample for this study for quantitative research. We used entire population 120 elderly. For qualitative research, we use sample size of 21 elderly and qualified persons. The research process consists of three phases. First, for the quantitative, we used interview form to study basic condition of the elderly. For the qualitative, we use focus group to develop distant learning model and design learning management process and media. Analyze data by using descriptive statistics for qualitative data and using content analysis for qualitative data. The result of the research for objective 1, we found that 85% were female and average age 65-year-old and 61% complete primary school education. The consumption of the elderly, they has all tea meal cooking for their own family. They consume plant, vegetable and herb. They would like to learn about growing their own vegetable for health and of the elderly. They visit doctor regularly. They had good mental health and did not feel lonely. Learning and activity for elderly, they participate in various learning activities. They would like to learn about the healthcare and increasing knowledge about food safety. They would like to join group activity. The factor related learning management, including internal factor and external factor. Objective to the development of distance learning management model to the group process consists of three phases. To study basic condition and consumption health of the elderly, learning model development, and then experiment and evaluation learning model phase. Objective to design learning management process consists of learning management process consists of two phases. First, the comprehension phase, learning content, concept, principle, and body of knowledge for 4 weeks. And the second phase, to access and development phase, they focus on the learning from practice for 12 weeks, just as study visit, group discussion, self-development activity. The distance learning media consists of publication and electronic media. Discussion objective 1. Factor related to management of distance learning through group process consists of internal factor and external factor. Learning design for elderly must consider the readiness and needs of the elderly, consists of the physically, mentally, emotionally, socially, and intellectually. This consists of the research found that 5 aspects of holistic health that were suitable for the elderly, such as physical, social, emotional, mental, and intellectual, and the 6 dimensions of mental health development consists of self-esteem, environment, self-growth, and self-acceptance, relationship with others, and life goal. The objective to the process of developing distance learning management model consists of 3 phases, such as study on basic condition, learning model development, and experiment of the evaluation. The design of learning model should consist of learner need, should allow the elderly and learning manager to co-design, and using learner-centered, self-directed, and for the role of the learning manager or instructor should be facilitator. Objective to design the learning and media management process. We use group learning. The appropriate learning model should be flexible learning, informal learning, and learner-centered. The media used consists of publication, electronic media. This consists of the finding research about the group process and support web is significantly higher than before, and the satisfaction of the student with the group process and web support was at high level. The media should be created according to current trend and the idol of the elderly. The new knowledge that we found is the learning model development consists of 3 phases, and we should consider internal factor and external factor. The learning model should based on need of the elderly. The subject divided in paradigm and method of organic agriculture, food safety, product, and organic agriculture marketing, elderly healthcare, and infotainment. The recommendation of this research, we found that the recommendation of the elderly, such as learning content, learning method, and learning material that should fit to the elderly need and combine agricultural and healthcare together. The recommendation for educational institution or related agency, the development of distance learning management should provide interface as mentioned earlier. Learning design should link experience, new knowledge, and practice together, and flexible learning model should use group process. The learning material should suitable, easy to access, and easy to learn. The recommendation for further research should including should study various distance learning material should be assessed to further develop and improvements. There should be comparison of learning model that suitable for distance learning management through group process. Should be conduct using follow-up evaluation method in the management of distance learning. Thank you.
Thank you, and I request you to continue with your next presentation, the evaluation of distant learning model by group process on food safety and organic agriculture for the well-being of the elderly in Northern and Chonburi provinces, Thailand.
Hello everyone, I'm Sinimit Kutman Sansom from Sukhothai Thammathirat Open University, Thailand. On behalf of the research team, today I would like to talk about the research topic on the evaluation of distance learning model to group process on food safety and organic agriculture for the well-being of the elderly in Nonthaburi and Chonburi province, Thailand. I will start with some general information on introduction. Thailand is rapidly entering an aging society, and the World Health Organization confirmed that how to improve the quality of life for the elderly should include to promote healthy aging, self-development, and lifelong learning. Sukhothai Thammathirat Open University also employ the lifelong education to provide educational opportunity for all and develop distance learning model to group process on food safety and organic agriculture for the well-being of the elderly. So this research is aimed to evaluate this distance learning model. The research objective consists of to experiment with the distance learning management to group process and to access the distance learning model to the group process. Research method. This research use the research and development model. The conceptual framework for this research is to study and experiment on managing distance learning through group process and assessment of distance learning model to the group process on food safety and organic agriculture, and to compare of the knowledge between pre-test and post-test among the elderly. The population and sample for this research. For quantitative research, we use entire population 120 elderly, and for the qualitative, we use sample size 21 of the elderly and qualified persons. For research process, we use two phases. The first one is distance learning management experiment throughout the to the group process. We divide into phase, comprehension phase and access and development phase. We also employ the experimental model one group p-test post-test design to evaluate the p-test post-test score of the elderly. We also use interview form for quantitative data. For the qualitative data, we use a focus group to assessment of the distance learning model to the group process. And for analyze the data, for quantitative data, we use descriptive statistics, and for qualitative data, we use content analysis. The result of the study objective one, we found that the experimental management of distance learning model to the group process consists of comprehension phase and access and development phase. The comprehension phase consists of the public relation for learning recruitment, seminar for learning manager, planning subject and media and time, document the learning material and management of the learning process, attention of life plan and group plan after learning in the comprehension phase. For the access and development phase, consists of management of learning process, follow up and visit to encourage learner, curriculum evaluation and learning management, report on learning outcome and result, coordinate to drive further learning. Objective 2, we aim to assessment of the appropriateness of the curriculum learning management in terms of cost objective and other. We found that the dimension that has a highest level including cost objective, the subject on healthcare and for elderly, and the learning materials such as media, document, location, and the qualification of learner, learning manager, team support, and the learning standard is in the highest level. The other form of learning activity consists of discussion of knowledge exchange with the group member, group meeting, invite knowledgeable people to lecture in the group, and training in the various agencies. The change of learning, the elderly state that the overall change was in the highest level, and the change in the individual level and group level also in the highest level. The assessment of pre-test and post-test on distance learning, the research found that the pre-test and post-test participation average knowledge score were significantly different at the 0.5 level. Discussion learning process. The learning process consists of the comprehension phase and access and development phase. The learning design should consistent with the learning management in 20th century, such as the independent presentation, hand-on learning, constructivism, or construction, create new plan and group plan, and learning through the group process and real-life experience. This, according to the research of Knoll, found that the adult learning principle into 4 areas: self-concept, experience, readiness to learn, and orientation to learn, and the project-based learning. And the adult learning management consists of the self-concept, experience, readiness to learn, and orientation to learn also. For the assessment of distance learning outcome, for this model, we divide into 3 phases. The learning model is aligned with the elderly need, and flexible learning, blended learning, blended self-learning, and learner center. The design of learning model in the curriculum could be applied to the principle of self-directed learning and action based on adult learning. This consists of the research finding that discover for philosophy of lifelong education as learning community and self-guiding, and the constructionism and hand-on activity. Objective 2, the learning outcome. The elderly thought that this course were appropriate in many various fields in the high and highest level, and the learner changed from high to highest level. The development and design of the curriculum was learner centered. This, and in accordance with the hypothesis, we found that before the learning and after the learning, it has statistically significant in higher mean score after participating in the study at the 0.5 level. The acquisition of the new knowledge, we found that the experimental model consists of the comprehension phase and the access and development phase. For evaluation, we evaluation in terms of the appropriateness of the learning style and the appropriateness of the course material. The recommendation of this research, we recommendation for the elderly, such as self-improvement learning should adopt the learning, group learning and hand-on practice. The learning material should diverse and according with the need of elderly and self-improvement. For the instructional or the educational should develop the learning model and divide that into two phases, comprehension phase and access and development phase. And the variety of the learning material should be provided to the learner and should use hand-on learning and group process. For the further research, such as study should be conduct evaluate various media used in managing distance learning, and research and development of media should undertaken to promote learning among the elderly. Different learning models should be compared suitable for managing distance learning, and the research should be conduct on the follow-up and assessment to distance learning management. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, I would like to invite Arisara Nukul to present the paper titled Vernacular Landscape of Thai Lu Chiang Kham District, Phayao, Thailand.
Hello everyone, my name is Arisara Nukul. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to tell you about my research presentation about vernacular landscape of Thai Lu Chiang Kham District, Phayao, Thailand. I am a landscape architect who interested in the garden around the world, and for my career, I am a lecturer of School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Phayao, and I graduate architecture master degree about urban design from Silpakorn University, Thailand. This research comes from the gap of knowledge that I found out when I was an architecture student, because when you want to study about the native landscape or local landscape, there is not have much data to study. And after I go to survey in Chiang Kham district, Phayao, I found that Thai Lu people who live in Chiang Kham district have a strong community, and they have identity about food, dress, and cultural. And I think maybe they have excuse me, they have a identity about the landscape also, because they have architecture like a house, Thai Lu house like this. Thai Lu house is in the Lana Traditional House Museum in Chiang Mai, Thailand. And this is a big museum, outdoor big museum, but there is no landscape about Thai Lu for the house. I think it is better if they can build environment to move landscape to match with the architecture. And for the importance of Thai Lư, Thai Lư have a history, long history in Thailand because they moved to Thailand more over 200 years. And the picture on the left that is show Phayao province in Thailand, and the middle picture show about the immigration route of Thai Lư people that come to Thailand, and now they live in the north of Thailand in Chiang Mai, Lamphun, Lampang, Phrae, Nan, Chiang Rai, and absolutely in Phayao. This is my area research. About research method, I begin with a issue that I interested in when I was young. Excuse me. I start with a literature review, site survey, and historical photo study, and I'm very lucky to find out about old picture of Mr. Norman. He is professor in anthropologist from USA, and he take photo a lot in the 60 years past for this community in Chiang Kham. After that, I conclusion about data together and make a research instrument. After that, I go to interview people in the site research. People inside research, I find out by snowball grabbing technique to find out people who have a very good knowledge with plant or Thai Lư house. And they must be Thai Lư native and have moreover 60 years old. I take about 10 people to interview and conclusion. After that, I analyze data research again. If something not matched together with the data, with the literature review or photo, I will go back to interview people again and conclusion, then have a research result. In the picture show about the daily life of people, Thai Lư people, when they use outdoor in their house. The picture you see is a very famous Thai Lư house in Chiang Kham. You see something it is very unique that has a ground floor. It is shine and smooth. It made from a soil, like a ground floor is of a it is a room. When they time, everyone use under the house is just like a room, and this landscape they make landscape like a fancy, and I think if they make landscape for the real identity with Thai Lư, it is the better than fancy landscape like this, because fancy landscape like this is there is a lot of physical like this in Thailand. It is not unique, and if they use Thai Lư identity to make famous house to have a real Thai Lư landscape, I think it is very interesting. Very interesting. This is a Thai Lư wooden house. Show that Thai Lư house made from wood and natural material. And this is the result of research I find out 4 points that important. Firstly, is the area according belief and wisdom. In the picture, they show about the worship in the courtyard. They believe about the ghosts in their family, and they worship every year. And under the house have people to use a lot for weaving area for Thailand ladies. They have a loom every house in under the house, and when they have a ceremony, they use just for prepare things for ceremony like this for the children, for relaxing per day, for working, and this is the kitchen garden for cover kitchen garden for prevent by chicken, and a washing area, water well, stable, bathroom outside, and flower garden in front of the house about decorative path because backyard there is no decorative path. And the identity shared with Lana people, just as a friend, she's very clearly about the identity to share with, like a ground floor without ground cover plant, shower area, and a conclusion. I found 10 things that you can shoot to make a better landscape of Thailand design. It is good for resort and knowledgement. Appendix that I drawing about cartoon books is made from the knowledge from a Thailand landscape. It is good for children to know about their community or other people like a traveler to study about landscape Thailand, because it is the KPI of this research to make community to get more money and get more well known from people outside area. Okay, now thank you for your attention. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you for your presentation. Now I'd like to invite Auratrai Mahavan to present the paper titled New Normal Architectural Northern Thailand Identity in Hotel Design.
To change the lifestyle behavior from the old way to the new way to be safe from COVID-19 is to live a minimal life. Minimalism is the reduction or amendment of what is unnecessary or minimal for everyday life. New Normal Architectural Northern Thailand Identity in Hotel Design. May I introduce myself? My name is Auratrai Mahavan from Thailand. I'm a lecturer from Faculty of Education, Department of Architecture, School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao. My interest in vernacular architecture and Lana art. At present, there is an epidemic of COVID-19 has caused people to fear and lack confidence in the safety of using public space. It has a huge impact on the tourism business. Therefore, a research project concept is created to design the area according to the development of new S-curve and new normal as a result of the COVID-19 situation, led to the creation of a model for the development of the area by using the knowledge of art and architecture. In Mega Subdistrict, located about 500 meters from Superhighway, the village was founded about 60 years. 1. Thailand, Northern Thailand, Phayao Province. 2. Phayao Province, เมือง District. 3. บ้านแม่กาหลวง บ้านแม่กาหลวง According to the survey area about the Mega native house. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. Housing style. Most of the vernacular houses are steel style wooden house that range from 1 meter up to 3 meters in height, and a mixed mortar house, wooden mixed concrete. The living area of the house is popular, made into an open space in the front of the house for reception. The first house column was found in front of the street, named เสาแหลงหมา The railing and the seat were designed to work together. Most of the railings are made of wood material, iron material, and road material mixed with wood. The nature of the door window opening is more often made of wood mixed with glass. The aperture was a fixed type of glass in a rectangular frame. The opening for ventilation was popularly made in the form of the double-layer wooden cladding that can easily slide off and open, named ฝาไหล Used to separate designs using three-dimensional technique to compare unique and popular design. Popular door and window style. Popular aperture and vent style. Popular style of balcony railing. Popular style of visor panel and pillar in front of the house. Conceptual design. Modern Plana Mega. Designed by natural and compare architectural elements of the vernacular architecture in Mega Subdistrict, เมืองพะเยา District, พะเยา Province. Apply design, window and door, visor, balcony, vent, and column. The design in this manner is the ventilation of the indigenous house in Mega Subdistrict. The majority of ventilation was done using a natural method. Window or air vents were open at will on both sides of the room to allow air in and out. This bed could be used to communicate without having to enter the house. That was considered a characteristic of social distancing. The layout เรือนเอื้องคำ University of Payao 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 1. The reception area design. Number 2. The fitness design. Number 3. The restaurant design. Number 4. The coffee shop design. Number 5. The accommodation design. This article is part of the research on hotel design to support new ways of tourism under the concept of new normal. It includes study เรือนเอื้องคำ University of Payao, and it is a sub-research project under the Unit of Excellence University of Payao. Thank you. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to invite Muhammad Neom Decha to present the paper titled Antibacterial Activity of Mitragyna speciosa coat leaves.
Hello, let's get started. As you can see on the screen, our topic for today is research presentation, antibacterial activity of Mitragyna speciosa coat leaf. Project participants Muhammad Niyom Desha Kitisak Muandao and Susharat Sonongkiat, Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science, Silapakon University, Sanamjan Campus. In the first part, Katom is a plant in the family Rubiaceae, flowers mainly in Southeast Asia. Katom is perennial plant and the scientific name Mitragyna speciosa coat belongs to the Rubiaceae family. Katom is native to tropical Southeast Asia, especially Thailand, Malay, and New Guinea. It is Katom leaf. The main active ingredient of Katom is mitragynine. Figure 1. Structure of mitragynine. In Thai medicine textbook, that Katom is believed to be used as an ingredient in medicinal formulation for diarrhea in the formulas of folk medicine or traditional healer such as Ya Prasad Katom. In some areas, it is said that Katom can treat and alleviate the symptom of diabetes as well as relieve body, as traditional healers have used the bark and leaves from the Katom to treat diarrhea, abdominal pain, body diarrhea, stomach ailments, diabetes, high blood pressure, skin diseases, purulent wound. There has not been much research on the antibacterial effects of Katom leaves, especially in Thailand. There is very little research on Katom comebacks compared to foreign research. In this regard, the trade in action of Katom leaf is considered as feasible as damaged by traditional healer in the sense that gum leaf can be used to test diarrhea and purulent wounds, according to the aforementioned flawed wisdom by means of this diffusion and minimum inhibitory concentration. Research objective: to study the antibacterial activity of crude extracts and mitragynine from gum leaf. Research method: preparation of crude extract from gum leaf. The gum leaf obtained from Ratchaburi province were used in the experiment extraction using the following solvents: hexane, dichloromethane, ethyl acetate, ethanol, and 50% acetic acid, respectively. The sludge was filtered out and the liquid part was placed in a separatory phenols and left until the substance was separated and the ethyl acetate upper solution was collected. During this time, evaporation was widened, flow dying, and inverse separated by the layer chromatography, and then the IF was determined. Antibacterial test. Preliminary tests on the activity of crude extracts using this diffusion technique. The crude extract was prepared to a concentration of 10 mg per milliliter by dissolved with dimethyl sulfoxide as pellets at a volume of 10 microliter. Positive control tetracycline and negative control dimethyl sulfoxide. And minimum inhibitory concentration MIC test. Research finding and discussion. According to a study on gum leaf extract, hexane, dichloromethane, ethyl acetate, ethanol, and 50% acetic acid were used at a volume of 200 milliliters of solvent flows 30 minutes per solvent. The results were as shown in Table 1. Table 1. Percentage of crude extracts from various solvents. Purification of mitragynine using the layer chromatography technique. The percent of mitragynine extracts was 1.132%. Mitragynine was purified by the layer chromatography using mobile phase in ethyl acetate per hexane 7/T. When the ethyl acetate solution was extracted using TLC, the IF of the mitragynine could be calculated as follows. Selectorization of mitragynine using proton NMR and carbon NMR technique. Interval 2 and 3. These results were consistent with the functional group of mitragynine. Therefore, the results from proton NMR table 2 and carbon NMR table 3 were confirmed that the substance extracted from gum leaf was mitragynine. The number of alkaloids in gum leaf, especially mitragynine, depended on many factors such as age of the plant soil, nutrients, environment, and age of harvest. Table 4. The test of antibacterial activity against Staphylococcus aureus found that the crude extract from Gatom leaf had only two antibacterial activity, 50% acetic acid, crude extract, and mitragenin found in inhibition zone where 5.52 plus or minus 0.44 and 4.35 plus or minus 0.68 millimeter respectively. Antibacterial activity against Escherichia coli bacteria revealed that only 50% acetic acid crude extract has antibacterial activity found in inhibition zone at 4.65 plus or minus 1.02 millimeter. These results show that crude extracts and mitragenin from Gatom leaf were effective against S. aureus and E. coli bacteria consistent with the result of Suhanya. So found that Gatom extracts were active against Salmonella typhi and Bacillus subtilis, which were classified as gram-positive bacteria, similar to S. aureus. The MIC value was 6.25 and 6.25 milligram per milliliter. Ethanol crude extracts were not effective against gram-negative bacteria such as E. coli. Discussion: the Gatom extracts that had antibacterial activity against S. aureus and E. coli contains only crude extract of 50% acetic acid at the minimum concentration of 6 and 9 milligram per milliliter. Respectively, mitragenin was active against S. aureus bacteria at concentration as low as 6 milligram per milliliter. Crude extracts of hexane, dichloromethane, ethyl acetate, and ethanol were not shown to be active against S. aureus and E. coli bacteria. However, important phytochemicals of such active crude extracts should be thoroughly studied and future tested before future clinical use. This research was the starting point where the knowledge from this Gatom could be developed into a safe natural dose to respect antibiotics in the future. Okay, that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Now I request the session chair, Dr. D.S. Robinson Smart, Professor, Mechanical Engineering, Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore, India, to share his valuable feedback for each presentation.
I am Dr. Robinson Smart, one of the session chair for Second International Conference on Technology, Innovative, Educational, and Multidisciplinary Skills in the 21st Century Research, ICTEMR 2022. In joining hands with the organizers, I would like to welcome you all for this reputed international conference ICTEMR 2022. I have attended many conferences and programs which have been organized and conducted by the organization IFERP along with other organizations. I would like to appreciate the organizers for organizing such very higher level quality conferences, which are being very much useful to the researchers, students, and faculty members to exchange their knowledge and research and experience in these platforms. Also, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be one of the session chair for this reputed international conference ICTER 2022. Also, I appreciate the participants and authors of ICTEMR 2022 for sending research papers and presenting wonderful research papers. Authors have very well highlighted the various outcome of their research that will be very useful to the researchers and students and faculty members and other people. So in one of the paper we could see how do we solve the dispute through online mode and what are all the various way of online arbitration systems in particular country and particular places we can adopt. It was a very well designed, very well modeled, and all the data have been given. In one of the paper we could see they have conducted various mental health studies to evaluate the quality of life and how to improve the quality of human life. They have conducted many case studies and data have been given. See, in one of the paper we could see that paper which deals with how to encourage the new generation to take up the craftsmanship like gem cutting. So nowadays, the younger generation or a new generation, they don't get into any, they don't like to get into any risk. So, but how do we encourage new generation to take up such craftsmanship like gem cutting? How do we encourage that profession? Then we could see in one of the paper, the Vietnamese cultural wisdom to promote tourism. And how do we promote tourism in that particular region by that particular community and people? In one of the paper we could see how do we enhance the tourism, what are all the way in which we can enhance the tourism in one particular place, how the quality of life of a particular community can be enhanced through this tourism. Then in the next paper we could see what is happening in the public and private music schools and what are all the learning styles adopted and what are all the way to solve the problem in the public and private music schools. Then we could see with good data and examples the development of distance learning model through group process on food safety and organic agriculture for the well-being of elderly in a particular places have been discussed very clearly. Researchers have been done, models have been given. Also the evaluation methods also given in that connected paper. In one of the paper we could see presentation, we could see better landscape can be proposed for a place which can improve the requirements for a particular community and need. In next paper and presentation we could see even though we are passing through the COVID-19 situation and environment, how do we make a new design of hotels and architecture which will suits all the environment to improve the status of living and status of community have been discussed very clearly. In overall, I appreciate the authors and researchers for taking such effort to write this research paper and present very well. Even though you have given your outcome and points very well, so I would like to give the following comments and points are to be included to improve your research and research papers. So I could go through all the presentation and research papers. I could see there are only few data and statistics have been given, but there is no depth of data. There are no deeper data have been given. The case studies are very, very limited. So if it is going to be a research paper, the research papers and presentation should have with more data and information and statistics. Maybe you can have a graph and plots you can explain instead of much of theory. So the next point I would like to bring to your kind notice, when you make the PowerPoint or a slides, you can have more points than you can talk. Instead of having a many paragraphs, the participants, they may not be able to read everything and understand. So if you have the points wise presentation, that will be very useful to the participant. They will be able to clearly understand your objectives and your studies and research. Also, I noticed that in every research paper, there is no depth of research inputs. So the research inputs and outcomes should be a very deeper one and should be a little more extensive, and it should be a deeper research. So such a way that you have to give all the data and the points. So also the objectives are to be very clearly spelled out. In the conclusion session, you should be able to tell whether these objectives have been attained, in what way you have attained, or to some extent, or what extent these objectives have been attained. You should be able to very clearly spelled out. So the participants will be, they will be able to clearly understand. The outcome of your research to be quantified. So we could see more theoretical comments and theoretical remarks have been given. But instead of that, the outcomes and outcome of your research work can be quantified in numbers or in graph or in other means. You can give some quantification. So instead of making a general statement, it can be quantified. So once again, I would like to appreciate and wishing you all the best and Happy New Year 2022. Also, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity. So I wish them for this reputed conference will be a very good and very successful, that will be very useful to the research community, students community and faculty and other people. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Chalansak Tumhiru to present the paper titled Agro-Tourism Extension, Comparison between Kingdom of Thailand and Socialistic Republic of Vietnam.
Hello everyone, my name is Chalansak Tumhiru. I work as Associate Professor at the School of Agriculture and Cooperatives, Sukhothai Thammathirat Open University. Today, I would like to present you about my research. My research title is Agro-Tourism Extension, Comparison between Kingdom of Thailand and Socialist Republic of Vietnam. According to the context of Thailand and Vietnam, both countries are characterized by geographical area, climate, and agricultural products, which are the same agricultural characteristic. However, due to the different context of agro-tourism expansion and support coupled with the rapidly changing technology, society, and environment, The activities of ecotourism in Thailand and Vietnam has also changed. Therefore, it is necessary to study ecotourism extension to compare the characteristics of ecotourism extension. Formal research have research objectives. The research was to study 1. Ecotourism attraction context, 2. Evaluation of the ecotourism attraction management, 3. Ecotourism extension, 4. Problem of ecotourism attraction, and 5. Comparative analysis of ecotourism attraction between Thailand and Vietnam. This research was exploratory research. The sample population were ecotourism site in Nonthaburi, Rayong, Trat province in Thailand. Ecotourism in Vietnam was in Ho Chi Minh City. Simple random sampling, purposive sampling, and snowball sampling were used for samples. As a result, 3 groups of 268 samples were obtained as 1. Farmer or owner of ecotourism site, 2. Tourism who visited, and 3. Key information related to ecotourism. The data was collected using questionnaire. The statistics used in data analysis were descriptive statistics, comparative statistics, and content analysis. There were 4 important factors in this research. Number 1, tourist context. 2, tourist attraction management. 3, tourism problems. And 4, tourism extension. The result of this research can present you into 4 sectors. Sector 1 or Sector A, the result of the context of ecotourism. The results show that the Thai agricultural tourist attraction were female farmers with an average age of 47.58 years, bachelor degree, orchard farming, using personal or family funds. Average experience of ecotourism of 5.23 years. State of ecotourism that combine natural and man-made ecotourism. An agricultural learning center of 19.67 rice. Farm visiting ecotourism activity, year-round operation, and government support. Why? Most of Vietnam ecotourism destinations were male farmers with an average age of 41.87 years. High school education, orchard farming with the personal or family funds. Average ecotourism experience of 4.23 years. Ecotourism condition in the form of natural tourist attraction. Agricultural learning center with an average size of 24.85 right. Farm visiting ecotourism activity, year-round operation, and without any support from any agencies. In the result, in terms of sufficiency in tourism management, it was found that the farmer in Thailand and Vietnam has a high level of sufficiency. There was a statistically significant difference in accommodation service category. Section B. Ecotourism management assessment. Assessments of tourism attraction management based on 2 KPIs found that ecotourism organization management based on quality organization KPIs show that Thai and Vietnam farmers adhere to all 7 indicators at a high level. In terms of leadership and leadership quality, it was a highest average level. 3. Educator has a statistically significant difference. For agriculture, for agritourism organization management practice based on service potential. The service capacity assessment shows that the farmer in the both countries has a high level with the 7 indicator. Thai farmer has a highest tourist accessibility, while Vietnamese farmer has a highest tourist attraction. When comparing the difference between countries, it was found that there were 3 statistically significant difference factors. Section C. Extension of agricultural tourist attraction by relevant agency. It was found that farmers in Thailand and Vietnam has a high level of satisfaction in agricultural knowledge. Thai farmers were highly satisfied with a food and beverage service, while Vietnamese farmers were highly satisfied with products and products distribution, tourist development, and ecotourism publicity. Compared between farmers in both countries, there was no difference in the satisfaction. Section C. The problem of ecotourism. Thai farmer and Vietnamese farmer has low level of ecotourism problems. Most of Thailand's problem was tourist development, while Vietnam's problem was accommodation service. There were statistically significantly different problems in 8 items. For conclusion, both of the similar geographical locations, climate, and farming pattern, but differ in the timing of agricultural development and opening of the country to a tourist service, causing difference in the natural condition. Vietnam has more natural characteristics than Thailand. In terms of the basic idea of agrotourism service as a whole, there were not much differences. Thai farmers are more in need of agrotourism attention than Vietnamese farmers. The development of ecotourism of the two countries can be promoted in the same way by means of the development of organizations, especially the development of readers and the development of group network, marketing service, and extension of ecotourism through various media. For example, the cooperative of agricultural agency and tourist agency of both countries. Okay, thank you for your extension. สวัสดีครับ
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vilasine Kimapanya to present paper titled Plan for Potential in Street Food Management to Promote Tourism After COVID-19 Crisis in Bangkok.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I will present about the plans of potential in street food management to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok. This research is presented by Dr. Vilasini Khemapanya and her team, which is the independent researcher. This research is a quantitative research that is objective to determine 1. To study demographic factors affecting in street food management to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok, Thailand. 2. To study the marketing mix factors affecting in street food management to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok, Thailand. And 3, plan for potential in street food management to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok, Thailand. The sample group of the study tourism of 400 people. The questionnaires are used as a tool to collect data, whereas analyze the data of the frequency, distribution, percentiles, mean, standard deviations via t-test independent one-way ANOVA, and multiple linear regression. Results shows that majorities of the sample group are female at the age of 25 to 34 years old, who graduated bachelor degrees and working as a private employees. Their average income is around 20 to 40,000 Thai baht. The mixed marketing factors influence the majorities of the sample group at a high level. Moreover, the most influencing mixed marketing factors are persons and distribution channels. The results show that different demographic factors such as age, education level, and occupation had different effects on the management of street food to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok. Moreover, the marketing mix factors were price, distribution channels, individual aspects, physical aspect, and process, affecting on the management of street food to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok, Thailand, with a statistical significance level of 0.05. The street food is a place where food and beverage are sold on the street or in public places as food kiosks, food carts, and food trucks. Most of the food and beverage are cheaper than restaurants, making them popular with the locals. Each area has its own unique characters that reflects the dining culture that leads to street food tourism by Tansetakit 2021. Therefore, it is necessary to study street food management guidelines to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok through considerations of what reason will cause people to travel to food tourism in Bangkok. According to the study, personal and marketing mix factors that affect street food management are the guidelines for better tourism developments after the COVID-19 crisis. In conclusion, firstly, according to the study, different demographic factors has different influence on street food management to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok. It was found that different demographic factors such as age, education level, and occupation has statistically significant difference in the management of street food to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok at 0.05 level. According to the hypothesis test on the marketing mix factors, it was found that prices, distribution channels, people, physical evidence, and processes had a statistically significant effect on the street food management to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok at level 0.05. Consistent with the research of Pisamai D. Sakun in 2017, which studied the relationship of service marketing mix and street food service usage behavior of tourists in Hua Hin district, Prachuap Khiri Khan province. The results showed that 1. Most of the consumers were female, aged 23 to 30 years, single status, bachelor degrees education, employed in private company employees, and average monthly income of 20 to 30,000 Thai baht. 2. Most consumers agree that the service marketing mix of street food in Hua Hin district, Prachuap Khiri Khan province. It was found that consumers agree with the overall service marketing mix. When considering each aspect, consumers agree in terms of products, prices, distribution channels, promotions, personnel, physical evidence, and processes. 3. Consumers tend to go to street food in the evening hours. The most frequent type of food was Isan food. Most of them came to street food with friends and colleagues. The average cost was 241.2 baht per meal per person. The average number of people who used street food with their friends was about 5 people at a time. 4. Consumers were with different age, education level, occupation, and average monthly income had a statistically significant difference in street food consumption behavior in terms of cost per person per meal at the 0.05 level. And lastly, the service marketing mix of physical evidence and process was statistically significantly related to street food service behavior in cost per person per meal at the 0.05 level. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Mutarin Parivankunthon to present paper titled Factors Affecting Decision on Health Tourism of Tan Kang Thong District, Chiang Rai Province.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Patipan Mathuras. Today I will represent the factor affecting decision on health tourism of Ta Kan Thong community, Chiang San sub-district at the Chiang Rai province. For the abstract of this research is a qualitative research that object to determine the factor relate decision on health tourism of the Ta Kan Thong community at Chiang San sub-district at the Chiang Rai province of Thailand. The simple group of this study tourism of the 400 people. The questionnaire are used as a tool to collect the data, analyze the data of the frequency, distribution, percentile, mean, standard, deviation, via t-test, independent, and one-way ANOVA. The results show that the majority of the sample group are the female aged around 25 to 34 years old who graduate bachelor degree and work at the state enterprise employee. Their average income is around 20,000 baht to 40,000 baht, and very mix of the market factor influence the majority of the sample group at a high level. Moreover, the most influencing marketing factors are produce and person. The majority of the sample group tourism approximately once a month and spend money between 10,000 to 20,000 baht. Tourism come to travel for recreation and the racial purpose. Their level income and average income relate to health tourism of Ta Kan Thong community at Chiang San, Chiang Rai province of Thailand with a statistical significant level of 0.05. Let me introduce the Ta Kan Thong community. It's the small village located in Ban Sao sub-district along the Mekong River in Chiang San district, Chiang Rai province of Thailand. As a group of the people who migrate from many provinces in the northeast of Thailand, they have a variety of the culture and lifestyle. There are many tourism activities such as the boat trip along the Mekong River, the wave training, riding the e-dog car to see the field and the farmer. These activities are culture models that continue to carry on the tradition for culture for future study. This is a village that has won the Thailand Rural Tourist Award 2020 and ranked first in the best homestay catalog. People in the community have a variety of occupation due to long village area around the Mekong River. Therefore, this is a worthwhile to study to factor affecting health tourism decision in Ta Kan Thong community. In order to know the personnel factor, marketing mix factor, and tourism behavior as a guideline for the better tourist development. The conclusion of this study showed that the different demographic factors had different in health tourism decision in Ta Khan Thong community. Chiang Saen, Chiang Rai province, it was found that different demographic factors such as educational level, occupation, and monthly income had a statistically significant difference in health tourist decision in Ta Khan Thong community at 0.05 level, consistent with the research of the Kanita 2011, we studied the marketing mix factor affect the behavior of the tourism in a case study of the Samshuk 100-year market in Suphanburi province. The level of the education, occupation, and monthly income affect all factors of the marketing mix. In addition, hypothesis testing on marketing mix factor affect health tourism decision in Ta Khan Thong community. At the Chiang Rai province also found that in terms of the price, physical evidence, and process, there was a statistical significant effect on health tourism decision in the Ta Khan Thong community province at the Chiang Rai province at a 0.05 level. The variable has a predictive average of 6.6%, consistent with the research of Natashai 2018. We study the factor affecting the decision-making process of the purchase package for a tip of the South Korea of Thai tourism. The marketing mix such as the product, price, distribution channel, promotion, people, physical evidence, and process was the correlate with all aspects of the package purchase process for a trip to the South Korea, include needs perception, information research, alternative evolution, purchasing decision. This was consistent with the research hypothesis, as the travel agency need to use marketing mix to meet the need of the tourist in terms of the satisfaction and the achievement of organization object. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Associate Professor Sivaji Tanu to present the paper titled The Development Model of Environmental Management of Hotel and Resort Spa for Control and Prevention of Spread of COVID-19 in Spa Services in Pattaya, Chonburi Province, Thailand.
Good morning, everyone. I am Suruchi Tang'on. I come from Dusit Thani College. This is my topic, the development model of environmental management of hotel and resort spa for control and prevention of spread of COVID-19 in spa service in Pattaya, Chonburi Province, Thailand. Wellness tourism means business is the spa. It is an important industry that generates income for Thailand and continue to grow. Pattaya City is the center of many spa establishments that generate the main income for Thailand. Due to the spread of COVID-19 around the world, the opening of the spa service must be subject to guidelines for prevention and control of the spread of COVID-19. Field data collection by interviewing Mr. Chairat, President of Pattaya Spa Club, and Ms. Chadaporn, Head of Health Enterprise Surveillance Group, Ministry of Public Health. It was found that Pattaya lacked basic information on the environmental management of potential of spa. So, main objective for this research is to present the environmental development guideline of the hotel and resort spa for control and prevention of spread of COVID-19. This research study the hotel and resort spa experiment that's located in Pattaya, Chonburi Province, Thailand. Data were collected from the 3 spa manager and 12 experts or experienced spa and or environmental management. The semi-structured interview was used in conjunction with the collection of documents and social networks. The data were then analyzed using percentage, average, and content analysis techniques. The best practice in environmental management of spa establishments in the category of destination spa and hotel and resort spa, both domestically and internationally, were studied for a total of 5 establishments. The detail of research process was shown in the figure. For the result, there are 13 hotel and resort spa registered and licensed by Ministry of Public Health. However, only 5 establishments have been certified in the Health Safety Standard Program, namely SHA. From the Ministry of Tourism and Sport of Thailand for the control and prevention of the spread of COVID-19 in tourism as shown in the figure. The sample establishments were establishments within the hotels that had been certified for environmental standard, the Green Hotel and the International Organization for Standardization. The sample establishment has a clear environmental policy, and all spa employees were aware of policy. In addition, there were 3 environmental management processes, which consist of environmental policy, planning, implementation, checking, and collective action and management review. Table 1 shows that the environmental management practice of the hotel and resort spa. Among the sample establishments, lack and environmental management in terms of equipment or bedding. However, the subjects are SHA certificated and adhere strictly to the following COVID-19 prevention practice. For the guideline for environmental development of hotel and resort spa to control and prevent the spread of COVID-19 in spa service in Pattaya, Chonburi Province, Thailand. According to a study of the environmental management potential of hotel and resort spa in Pattaya, along with the results of 5 local and international best practice, Sirawadi Spa, Anamba Spa, Sofitel Spa, and the Palm Avida Spa. The researcher analyzed the data and formulated the draft guideline for an environmental development of spa. Thereafter, 12 experts or experienced in spa and or environmental management were asked to comment on the level of suitability of the draft guideline. It was found that the draft guideline has the highest level of suitability in all 12 aspects. Subsequently, the researcher brought the draft guideline that are appropriate to create the environmental development guideline of hotel and resort spa. This figure shows that the draft guideline with the highest average of suitability level were in response to the COVID-19 breakout, followed by waste disposal and the products. For more detail, what's shown in the figure. In terms of controlling and preventing the spread of COVID-19 for spa service in Pattaya could be divided into 5 environmental policy and 11 environmental management aspects. For the guideline was shown in table 2. To provide the environmental development guideline of hotel and resort spa to control and prevent the spread of COVID-19 in spa service in Pattaya could be implemented effectively. An environmental management process should be implemented through network within and outside the spa establishment as shown in the figure. For conclusion, the sample establishments were equipped with all 5 environmental management processes, including an environmental management practice. On the other hand, there was a lack of environmental management in terms of equipment or bedding. Guidelines for environmental management development could be divided into 5 environmental policies and 12 environmental management aspects. To provide guidelines for environmental development should be implemented through network within and outside the spa establishment. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I request you to present your next paper titled A Model of Potential Development in Environmental Management of Day Spa Business in Active Beach Prepared as Wellness Hub of Asia.
Good morning, I am Suvaji Tang'on. I work for Dusit Thani College from Thailand. My article is a model of potential development in environmental management of the spa business in active beach, prepared as wellness hub of Asia. According to field visits to collect preliminary data and interview with Mr. Chairat, president of the Pattaya Spa Club, found that the Pattaya business aimed to make the wellness spa business in Pattaya become the wellness hub of Asia. However, the area has some concerning environmental barriers, such as a lack of background information on environmental management potential. So, the main research objective is to propose guidelines for environmental development of the spa business in the active beach of Thailand. This research study the day spa establishment that's located in Pattaya, Chonburi Province, Thailand. Data were collected from 7 owners or managers or staff of 19 establishments and 10 experts or experienced spa and or environmental management The semi-structured interview was used in conjunction with the correction of documents and social networks. The data were analyzed using the statistical value and content analysis technical. Two best practices in environment management of DESPA in Thailand and abroad were studied. The detail of research process was shown in the figure. For the result, there were 19 DESPA registered and cited by Ministry of Public Health. However, only 2 establishments have been certified in the Health Safety Standard Program, namely SHA, from the Ministry of Tourism and Sport of Thailand for the control and prevention of the spread of COVID-19 in tourism, as shown in the figure. This figure shows the satisfaction level in environmental management of a sample of 60 spa users. The overall satisfaction level of the sample toward environmental management in the wellness spa business establishment was high. Average 3.9. More detail was shown in the figure. Factors that affect environmental management satisfaction were education, occupation, average monthly income, and average annual wellness spa visits. The spa business establishments did not have clearly on the environmental policy and lacked strong environmental management control. However, there were 10 environmental management practices in the establishments as shown in Table 1. Guideline for environmental development of the spa business in the active beach of Thailand. According to a study of the environmental management potential of the spa in Pattaya, along with the results of 2 best practice in Thailand and abroad. Solisa Salon and Day Spa in Kansas City, USA, and Whitewood Garden Spa and Wellness in Bangkok, Thailand. The researcher analyzed the data and formulated the draft environmental development guideline for Day Spa. Thereafter, 10 experts or experienced in spa and or environmental management were asked to comment on the level of suitability of the draft guideline. It was found that the draft guideline had the highest level of suitability in all 11 aspects. Subsequently, the researcher brought the draft guidelines that are appropriate to create the environmental development guideline of the spa in active beach of Thailand. This figure shows that the draft guideline with the highest average of suitability level were in the order, followed by packaging and community. For more detail was shown in the figure. In terms of guideline of environmental development of the spa business in the active beach of Thailand could be divided into 3 environmental policies and 11 environmental management aspects. Here to show guideline for environmental development of the spa business in terms of environmental planning and implementation. It consists of a 2-year implementation in 10 aspects. And a 5-year in 7 aspects as shown in Table 3. For conclusion, the sample day spa business had a good environmental management. However, there was still a lack of clarity on environmental management policy. The guideline for environmental development of the spa business in active beach consists of 3 environmental policies and 42 environmental management. In order for environmental management in the spa business in active beach to be as practical as possible, such operation should be carried out simultaneously through the environmental management process. Importantly, it should be managed in the form of a network both inside and outside the establishment. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dhananyavan Sri Sapayathar to present the paper titled The Creative Work of He-Moon.
Hi ladies and gentlemen, Dhananyavan Sri Sapayathar is my name. I'm lecturer in Music and Dance, School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao in Thailand. Today, I would like to present research article, The Creative Work of He-Man. Author name Dhananyavan Sri Sapayathar, co-author name Pudit Siriwatanakul and Likhit Jaidi, School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao in Thailand. The creative work of He-Man envisioned to create work of art based on behavior of living creature and environment, all of which are impacted by the winter season in the northern part of Thailand. The creative work of He-Man aims to study the process in creating work of He-Man and create the performance of He-Man performance. Qualitative research technique was operated by using action research process, which is divided into the following steps: targeting, planning, operation, assessment, performance composition, and presentation. The target group in the study consisted of 10 students from the Department of Music and Dance, School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao in Thailand. The major findings indicate as follows. Casting process was used to select performers with diverse aptitude and skill, to bring out their potential so that the talent performer could execute the play that could most effectively show the full potential of the performer. Apply the creative process to learning and integration of science of course in the Department of Music and Dance in order to focus on developing performer skill. The concept of creative work. The students took inspiration from the surrounding environment and used culture course of the Department of Music and Dance, University of Phayao, as a guideline for creating work in the form of contemporary Lanna performing. The creative work of He-Man was based on the principle of choreography in the composition of the work to enhance the aesthetic and integrity of the performance element. The creation of work consistent of the element of the performance in order to increase aesthetic by using international and Lana musical instruments integrated in the play. The performer wore costumes inspired by Lana people of warm tone matching the concept of wintry weather. The props were created to enhance the play scenario. The choreography and low variation in the show to be consistent with the show concept and bring aesthetic element to help show unity, balance, and harmony. The creative work of Heyman is the creation of work from the learning process and the integration of the course design. That is the process of creating work in such a way that students are involved in presenting ideas and designing work using the student ability and aptitude as the basis for creating work. It is a creation of work according to the concept the project-based learning, which focus on learner-generated learning skills rather than instructor-defined learning. In the creative process, the skills that are important to student learning are cognitive skills, creative skills, problem-solving skills, social skills, leadership skills, teamwork skills, and responsibility skills that are essential skills of learning in the 21st century. The result of the research project can be utilized in the field of learning arrangement for the development of skill and potential development of learner, integration of knowledge into the curriculum, integration of teaching and learning. That youth apply learning project as the base, project-based learning, to promote and develop teaching and learning activity. To keep up with today's global society and to create awareness of learner value in their unique aptitude and ability. We invite everyone to enjoy the show. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Budit Sirivatanakula to present the paper titled Thai Elephant Puppetry.
Hi, my name is Pudit Sirivatanakul, School of Architecture and Fine Arts, University of Phayao, Thailand. Co-author names Likit Jaidi, Thananyawan Srisapayothai, Sakawin Sirivatanakul, on the title Thai Elephant Puppetry. The research on Thai elephant puppets aimed to create a performance based on Thai ethnic identity for youth to promote cultural tourism villages through a qualitative research process with a focus on data-driven studies in Chiang Kham District and Thai Cultural Center, Wat Yuan. Document studies, local observations, interviews with local artists, and studies of different types of Thai puppetry were used to create the Thai elephant puppetry. In this regard, workshops were organized for local youths and patterns on puppetry, and puppetry were designed with local artists to advise and guide each step. Data were analyzed using descriptive methods. After the completion of the research process, it was found that the elephants were related to the way of life of the Thai people, which appeared in sculptures, fabric patterns, and Lai Tung. Thai Elephant Puppet Show was designed using mechanism from Thai puppets along with fabric patterns and Lai Tung decorations on the puppet to show the identity of Thai ethnicities. Thai Elephant Puppet Show was the creation and extension of art and culture from the original wisdom of the Thai ethnic group. Importantly, Thai youths could bring elephant puppets to perform in various festivals to welcome tourists and developed Thai elephant puppets as local souvenirs. Research result. The research on Thai elephant puppets aimed to create a performance based on Thai ethnic identity for youths to promote cultural tourism villages through a qualitative research process with a focus on data-driven studies in Chiang Kham District and Thai Cultural Center, Wat Yuan. The researcher presented the research data as detailed below. Finding out local cultural cause. Field study through local artists and re-examine the data obtained from the preliminary documents by means of data studies in Chiang Kham District and Thai Cultural Center, Wat Yuan. Using observation and interviews with local artists, it was found that the most obvious cultural identity was dress. The shirt was a slit, short, long-sleeved shirt worn with a sarong or pants and made of various fabrics with turbans for both women and men. Such characteristics were made by weaving various patterns such as Nam Lai pattern, Pak Wan pattern, Pak Grut pattern, Dok Yao pattern, Maliam pattern, and Muk pattern, including various animal patterns such as Naga, Swan, Peacock, Lion, Elephant, Horse, and Butterfly. Hathai Tip Chua Sa'at said that animals were related to their way of life, rituals, and religious beliefs, so the woven patterns appeared on those animals. Elephants and horses, in particular, were symbols of the wealthy status for the Thai family. There were also elephants and horse stripes in the tung for Buddhist rituals, which were merit-making for their deceased ancestors. In this way, elephants and horses were used to transport the souls in the afterlife comfortably. Vichai Sichan mentioned that the Lu singing as a blessing to make the audience happy and to be the owner of many elephants and horses. Such songs were important and used to sing blessing to the horse in various auspicious ceremonies of the Thai people. Importantly, elephants were considered sacred animals of the Thai people. According to the above explanation, the researchers chose elephants as a model for this research. 2. Workshop activities. In the workshop, the researcher organized 2 activities for youth and local expert artists as follows. 1. Thai Lu woven pattern learning. 2. Lu singing practice. In learning activities on Thai Lü weaving patterns, it was found that young people were interested in fabric patterns, according to the concept of Mrs. Hattaitip Chua Sa'at, an artist who specialized in weaving and maintained the fabric museum within the Thai Lü Cultural Center, Wat Yuan. The local youths had learned and collected information through video recording and additional study from online media. After that, the youth brought that knowledge to practice drawing and writing until it became a Naka pattern, Pakrut pattern, and Malayan pattern. In activity 2, it was found that Lü singing was practiced according to the idea of Mr. Vishai Sichan, an artist who specialized in Lü singing. It was found that the language of songwriting was adapted to Thai and sang with a Thai Lü accent in order to facilitate the youth's practice of Lü singing. Importantly, there were songs related to elephants, including funny elephant comparison, elephant valuation, and blessing. This Lü singing could be used to sing along with Thai Lü elephant puppet show as well.
จางเย็บนาพญาเย็บเมืองชีวิตหุ่งเฮิงบ้านเมืองรุมยินเสยโชคดีมีใจมีบ่ามีแห้งแข็งแรงปานจางยังงามปานมาสุขใจแต่ว่ามาเมืองเจงคำชีวิตรุ่งเรืองบ้านเมืองร่มยินเสย
3. Design and creation of prototypes. The design and creation of elephant puppetry found that activity between the researcher and the youth should be carried out together. The researcher designed and built the movement mechanism of elephant, and the youth designed the pattern on prototype elephant puppet. An experimental mechanism was created about the wooden stick supporting the core of the elephant puppet, and the different parts of the puppet were made with wooden stick such as the head, trunk, and forelegs. Importantly, joints were created to control the puppet to move around the neck, trunk, thighs, and knee joints on all four sides. The size of the puppet from head to tail was 120 centimeters. The height from the feet to the back was 120 centimeters. The design of the youth's elephant pattern consisted of Naka pattern, Pakrut pattern, and Malayan pattern. Summarization. The elephants were related to the way of life of Thai Lü people, which appeared in sculptures, fabric patterns, and Lai Tung. Thai Lü elephant puppet show was designed using mechanism from Thai puppets, along with fabric patterns and Lai Tung decorations on the puppets to show the identity of Thai Lü ethnicities. Thai Lü elephant puppet show was the creation and extension of art and culture from the original wisdom of the Thai Lü ethnic group. Importantly, Thai Lü youths could bring elephant puppets to perform in various festivals to welcome tourists and develop Thai Lü elephant puppets as local souvenirs. The work process of the Thai Lü elephant puppet was divided into 3 phases as follows. Phase 1, finding out local cultural cause. Phase 2, workshop activities, and Phase 3, design and creation of prototypes. Recommendations. First, the creative process of the show can be further developed in the creation of various animal puppets in the arts and culture of the Thai Lü ethnic group. Second, the puppets can be converted into local souvenir products. Third, the activities from this research can be used as a model to connect the relationship between the elderly and the youth in the locality.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. ICTEMR to present the paper titled An Application of the Burra Character Guidelines to Access the Physical Status of Traditional Architectural Buildings in the Old Town of Thailand.
Hi everyone. Today I would like to present my research paper. The title is An Application of the Burra Charter Guidelines to assess the physical status of the traditional architectural building in the old town of Thailand. My name is Assistant Professor Amaret Thepma. I am a lecturer from School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao, Thailand. We still have 3 researchers. The first is Assistant Professor Sipong Chansupsi, Mr. Chitawan Chompupan, and the last is Assistant Professor Ratapong Angasit from Faculty of Architecture, Chiang Mai University. Present this research paper because of Thailand. We have the old town. In this present, we have the old town is as an important cultural heritage, has more than 36 cities registered. In the upper north of Thailand, we have Lamphun, Phra, and Nan province, and also have the old towns. Because of right now, the old town of Thailand is with the tourist potential, and there are basic cultural resources in these cities, such as the traditional building in the old town. For this today, the current issue is the change of the environmental, economic, and social issue, and also have the measure of epidemic like COVID-19 in our country and abroad, affecting to the cultural heritage architecture of the 3 of old city. The all issue has effect to the all 3 old city like a lack of maintenance, resulting in the loss of architectural identity and loss of urban landscape, thus losing in the unique and abundant tourism resource. From the issue, as I said, we're looking for the new tools for conservation topics. We're looking for the Australian Heritage Conservation Charter, or we call the BERLA Charter. Because of this charter deal with the conservation of the cultural heritage site and environment. The BERLA Charter is the process of valuing and physical assessment of the architectural building. It therefore consists with the development of a conservation system in which a physical assessment of the model conservation building is required in the old city area. The process of valuing and physical assessment of the architectural building is therefore consists with the development of the conservation system in which a physical assessment of the model conservation building is required. Therefore, to develop a physical assessment system on the cultural and architectural heritage in accordance with the context of the old city of 3 cities, which are the pilot area of importance of conservation area in Thailand. The developing conservation procedure according to the BERLA Charter guidelines is therefore an important approach that must be applied and tested in this research study. The result of this study will give the rise of recommendation for the creation of guidelines for preserving important architectural cultural heritage in the old city of Thailand. For this research, we have an objective is applying to the guideline of the BERLA Charter process to assess the status of the traditional building and suggest the development of a standard tourism destination in the old town or old city. The scope of the research, the area of this study we have announced to comprise of the preserved area of the cultural heritage, architecture in Lamphun, Phra, and Nan with the community participation process in 2016. In the left-hand side is the scope of research in the preserved area of cultural heritage in Lamphun. In the middle is the preserved area of the cultural heritage, architecture, Nan, and the right hand side is the preserved area of the cultural heritage, architecture in Phrae. For the sample of the building, we have a purposive sampling and choose a 3 building is located in the cultural heritage site. In the left hand side is Khum Chao Suriya, the cultural heritage from Lamphun. In the middle is Salavong House, is a cultural heritage in Phrae. And also the left hand side is Khum Chao Thep Mala, the cultural heritage from Nan. For this research, we have conducting the research in the study process. To the first step of the Burra Charter is the first step is the understanding of the place. And for this research, we have carried out in the 2 steps. The first step is the study of the understanding the historical status and the social context background and the potential of development to tourist attraction area. For this step, we have the output of the research is the identity of place and association. The second step we carry out in the process of the evaluation of the value of the model building area and environment. For this step, we have the output for this research. This research step is value of the model building area and the environment. In the total of this research, after we proceed by 2 steps, we have the physical status of the traditional architectural building in preserved area of the cultural heritage architecture in 3 cities. And also we have the policy recommendation for develop the tourist attraction. After we run the process of the research, we have the research result. The research result show the first is the tree of cultural heritage, architectural heritage. Protect area were rated as having the potential to develop into high-level attraction or tourist area. It turned out that the cultural and the architectural heritage conservation area in Phrae Old Town and Nan has more potential than Lamphun area. The assessing the level of the importance of the cultural heritage within architecture in potential area around Rot Keo Road of the old city of Lamphun and the area of Kamri Road of Phrae Old City and the area of Mahakom Road in the old city of Nan cultural heritage. The valuation found that the very important traditional architecture is important in all aspects and at a very important level in the old city. And third, the results show the physical assessment of all the 3 areas and buildings show low to medium travel. These indicate a level of urgent care upgrade to develop of the standardization of tourist attraction and develop to historic tourism, developing the development of a basic facility for service tourist attraction, the disabled and senior it urgently needs. This page shows the guideline for development, the standardization for service the tourist. In the left is the picture for the standard service for the tourist. In the middle is the traditional building after we have to develop to the historic tourist place. And the right hand side is the physical context sample of the cultural heritage preserve area from Lamphun on the Rodgal Road. In the left hand side on this page is the physical context sample of the cultural heritage preserve area in Phrae. And right hand side the physical context sample of the cultural heritage preserve area from Nan on the Mahaphom Road. For this research, the results we can summarize the three of the preserved area of the cultural heritage architecture still retain a high level of value, but the number of the valuable architectural heritage sites was very close when compared with the current building style as the located in the same area. Second, the preserved area of the cultural heritage, all the three still remain the potential for development in architectural dimension, which can be developed into a tourist attraction in many ways, which enable to the tourist management model to choose an interesting model and can be developed from the resource base of the cultural heritage and architecture. Nonetheless, it needs to be developed and modernized to be tourist attraction standard. Third, the architecture of the cultural heritage building is imperative and urgent that it can be remained and promoted as a potential resource and used as an important tourism resort. However, it must be done in a systematic and timely manner in response to physical change caused by effect to the external factor. For this research, we can recommend the research results show that the Bora Charter is an established tool for the conservation development in Thailand. It should be done to cover the architectural cultural heritage and the surrounding environment. It is necessary to try to implement the Bora Charter and apply it in three processes. Thus, the guideline for conservation of Thailand can be applied more clearly. All three conservation processes should be carried out in cooperation with the community and should create activity or group of activity into transfer knowledge. For this conclusion of the research is an important driving force for the traditional building and environmental element in the preserved area of cultural heritage architecture, which are part of the composition. From a material point of view, the old city is in the three provinces have been preserved and maintained by using tourism as a driving force in the protection process and use tourism as a tool to promote the economic value of the cultural resource. Meeting tourism standard by using to the developed direction of the physical building is an indicator of the quality of tourist attraction. This is where to the potential of the original building and its surrounding environment is enhanced. Finally, I would like to say thank you Thailand Science Research and Innovation because financial for this research in 2018. This research is a part of research study on the guidelines for upgrading building in cultural heritage conservation area architecture to support tourism activity in Lana region. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Chalamchai Piramrao to present paper titled Central Region Style for Performance of Antram Province.
Hello everyone. My name is Chalermchai Philomlak. I would like to present the article Presentation of Central Region Style Folk Performance of Ang Thong Province. The thesis project support by Thailand Science Research and Innovation. I am a lecturer of Direction of Thai Dance, Ang Thong College of Dramatic Arts, Thailand, and I graduated my PhD in Thai Theatre and Dance from Chulalongkorn University. This research was qualitative research. The objective of the study were to first collect information on types and tools of Central Region's folk performance in Ang Thong Province, and second, study the history and style of Central Region's folk performance in Ang Thong Province. Documents and file data were collected for a period for not less than 20 years until 2022 by the Central Region Folk Performing Tools in Ang Thong Province. The tools were preliminary survey, interview forms, and informal observations. The results show that there were 4 types of Central Region folk performance in Ang Thong Province. There were the following performance tools: 3 Khon Sot, 7 Lige, 1 Ram Tone, and 23 Chatri Drama. Khon Sot is a performance caused by villagers to sing and dance. It is based on various types of performance such as Khon, Chatri Drama, and Lige. It a fast-paced, humorous story. Lige originates from the recitation of plays and was introduced in Thailand by Muslims in the South. It is an entertainment that conveys the performance through singing, dancing, dialogue, and gesture that the audience can understand. Ram Tone is folk song performance by memorizing lyrics without written notes. The reason why it is called Ram Tone is because it uses the tone that look like a single-phase drums as the main instrument for rhythm. Chatri Drama is a show for entertainment and a religion of belief in the performance of offering to the sacred things. It features a face-to-face, playful, and humorous manner through singing and dialogue in the lyrics to increase understanding. Their skill is jaded from realized acting experience as more modern media outlet. Replace these artists of this income, resulting in large popularity in the future. Folk performance as national art may be lost in the form of the show. It has been developed and modified to suit the times and needs of the audience by means of using technology in the show or as a public relations media for preserving the nation, art, and culture. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ekalat Ramsawam to present the paper titled Creation of Dance Moves of Foreign Characters in Thai Drama.
Hello everyone, my name is Ekalat Lungsawang. I would like to present the article presentation of the creation of dance move of foreign characters in Thai drama. And I also have a team with the co-author, Mr. Chalermchai Piromrak and Ms. Vanisa Wasinarom. Today I'm here to talk about the creation of dance move of the foreign characters in Thai drama. This article aims to present the dance choreography design of foreign characters in Thai dance drama. The methodology of study were used by documentary study, interviewing, and observation. The article is also constantly evolving in relation to the taste of the creator and the audience, social relationship, academic recognition, as well as the selection of the new theory for interpretation to point out the principle and performance element in the dance choreography design in the Thai dance drama. Okay, let's start talking. The first one is about using the main gesture and dance movement from Thai dance. The selection of standard dance posture of Thai dance consisted of forming of hand, breathing, stepping, and sigh. There could also be found the traditional Thai classical dance, such as เฉิดฉิน posture, สอดสร้อยมาลา posture, ชักแป้งผัดหน้า posture, อินลาวเสมอ and เฉิดฉิน posture, ผาลาเพียงไหล posture, and พมรเขา posture, in Burmese เสมอ Next, the second is about selection of the main gesture and dance movements from foreign dance. The dance moves based on the foreign dance were chosen to be adapted to Thai melody and performance. There has been a change in the style of Thai dance, but still retain of identity of the dance that convey the lead. For example, Javanese เสมอ song were a combination of dance moves from various Javanese dance. Then go to the third. It is about the combination of gesture and dance movement between Thai and foreign dance. Thai dance were blended and adapted to foreign dance that could be found in 4 เสมอ song at ethnicity. Although the dance process of the foreign dancer has been used, but still retain the identity of Thai dance, such as forming the hand and balance. Now, go to the last one is about rethinking of gestures and dance movements. The new gesture and dance movement could be found in all four Khmer songs as ethnicity. In this regard, is what the creation of dance move formed the basis of Thai and foreign dance by means of composing a set of dance moves that were different from the original. Next, I am going to show you the four different principles in design of the dance performance. Let's take a look at the video. The first one is Khmer Lao. The second one is Khmer Mon. The third one is Khmer Burmese. And the last one is Khmer Javanese. come to conclusions, as I found it, for the creativity of the first teacher of Thai dramatic arts, what apply, blended, and harmonized the performance principle of Thai and foreign dance until it became a new performing art and standard performance of Thai dramatic art. It also represents long-standing communication and building relationships with neighboring countries. This could be seen from the exchange knowledge and the integration of art and culture with the taste of Thai people, which led to the development of society and the academic field of Thai dance. Finally, as I see it, in the performance of Thai dance drama, there are still the role of the other four lens characters that have not yet applied in the dance move of Napasamer song at ethnicity such as Chinese and Westerner. Therefore, it is an interesting issue the further study and creation of dance movements. So now it comes to the end. I would like to say a big thank you, and I am so glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Visanute Nunchakyu to present the paper titled Comparison of the Uncertainty of Returns between Set 50 Index and Set 50 Mutual Funds with Monte Carlo Model.
Hello everyone, my name is Visudet Nachekal. I am a lecturer from Faculty of Management Science, Kamphaengphet Ratchapat University in Thailand. Today I would like to present my research paper on comparison of the uncertainty of return between Set 50 index and Set 50 mutual fund with Monte Carlo model. At present, Thai economic system is more unpredictable in terms of polarity and impact on the difference of economic policy in each country. For example, the interest rates in the US are higher and goes in the opposite direction of Europe and Japan. This increased fluctuation in stock market investments in Thailand as well. With low interest rate, investors are looking for new ways to receive higher return. Therefore, mutual funds are one of the investments that investors tend to pay more attention as it requires more amount of time in study and create understanding. Set 50 Index mutual fund is the fund that focuses on stock of list company and used in Set 50 Index calculation. The purpose is to provide return to holder by following sets and try to provide increasing and decreasing return that have the same or the closest rate in Set 50 Index. If Set 50 Index increase, net asset value of the fund will increase in the same amount of ratio. On the other hand, if Set 50 Index reduce, net asset value of the fund will reduce as well. From the strategy in market investment in Set 50 Index, the fund major focus on passive investment management approach. It is the investment focusing on the performance of the fund together with the return of set-50 index. It doesn't aim to win the return of set-50 index. In other words, the fund manager will bring money to invest in all stocks which are components of set-50 index in the same rate of set-50 index, or invest in some stock in set-50 index by trying to keep the return in the same or closest rate of set-50 index. Monte Carlo is the applicable approach used with random variable when the movement of any stock or assets in financial markets are orderly random. According to the theory of random walk, Monte Carlo is a popular approach using in calculating or predicting financial data. The objective of this research was to study the overall return and fluctuation of set-50 index and to compare return from set-50 index and set-50 fund by using Monte Carlo simulation. This study is quantitative research by using monthly secondary data of net asset value of mutual funds which were invested with set-50 index with more than 10-year operation. The data were compared in terms of return and fluctuation. These include coefficients of variation calculation as well as investment portfolio simulation by using Monte Carlo simulation. The methods are followed as the first ones calculate average rate of return by and velocity of set-50 index and mutual fund. When the N is dividend of mutual fund in the N month, NAVN is net asset value of mutual fund in the N month, and NAVN minus 1 is net asset value of the N minus 1 month. The second calculates coefficient of variation of each fund. For comparison, coefficient of variation is from the division of standard deviation and means. The calculation is as follows. Coefficient of variation will tell how many percentage of volatility and there is every 1% of return. Any mutual fund with low CV mean there are lower risks. The third, calculated with Monte Carlo simulation process to find the average of return and volatility of set-50 index and mutual funds. The process starts with setting random number, using which random variable, and relate to the possibility of random variable by following possibility distribution and iteration in the experiment unit receive the proper outcome. The outcomes are calculated to find the mean. The last one, simulate investment portfolio with Monte Carlo simulation by using the result from the third process to simulate the annual investment of $100 to find the best value of the portfolio. According to the table 1, there are 6 mutual funds in set-50 with more than 10-year operation. All mutual funds are use passive management strategy, the fund have policy to invest to provide return from the investment as close as the return of CES 50 index. From the table 2, it shows the overall picture of return and volatility of CES 50 TRI index and CES 50 mutual fund. Net asset value (NAV) of mutual fund which invest with CES 15 index with more than 10-year operation. The data are calculated to find average rate of return and compare with return and fluctuation of CES 50 total return index. From calculation, it is found that the mutual fund with the highest average rate return is Principal CES 50A with 7.26% of return in each year. TMB 50DV is in the second place with 7.14% of return in each year. From the table T, it level return and volatility of CES 50 TI index and CES 50 mutual fund from the calculation by using Monte Carlo simulation by 1000 iterations. The returns are close to table 2. From the calculation, it is found that the mutual fund with the highest return is Principal CES 50A with 7.257% per year. TMB 50DV is in the second place with the return of 7.1353% per year. From the figure 2, it is a histogram of SIG mutual fund by 1000 iterations by using Monte Carlo simulation. When using the calculated data to plot the graph, it is found that the data have a normal distribution. From the table 4, investment is classified into 3 portfolios. Portfolio is a mutual fund investment with the highest return, which is Principal CES 50A. Portfolio B is the top 3 highest return for mutual fund investment. The first one is Principal CES 50A, TMB 50DV, and TMB 50. Portfolio C is SIG mutual fund investment. From investment portfolio management, average rate of return and standard deviation is calculated by using Monte Carlo simulation. It is found that portfolio A has the highest return with 7.257% per year, while portfolio C has the lowest risk of coefficient variation. For the case of average rate of return and standard deviation calculation, which lead to random return from Monte Carlo simulation in the past 30 years. Suppose it is the annual investment of $1,000. It is found that investment of portfolio A and B provide higher portfolio than the market. Portfolio A has the highest value, which is about in the presentation. According to study, the comparison of the uncertainty of return between SET 50 index and SET 50 mutual fund with Monte Carlo model is situational simulation of the investment in order to study how investor invest with high benefit in SET 50 under uncertainty of return and risk. From using Monte Carlo simulation, the results show that making only one mutual fund invest can receive higher return. However, making investment in several mutual funds can be reduced risk, which can maintain higher return than the market. From several previous studies, it indicated the importance of return and investment risk measurement in order to find the way of the investment with the highest return under the proper risk. Recommendation for practice. The first, from this study, there are two methods for investor in receiving higher return than SET 50 index. The first method is to invest in only one mutual fund, which is principal SET 50A. The second method is to choose the portfolio investment from three mutual funds, which are principal SET 50A, TMB 50, and TMB 50DV. The second, investor are able to use the result from investment situation simulation to compare with actual return in stock exchange to compare and be the benchmark in making decision in future investment. Recommendation for future research. For the future study, there should be a portfolio for various investments such as bond investment, foreign stock, in order to look for the most sustainable portfolio for accepted list of investors. And the last, for the future study, there should be portfolio efficiency measurement with efficient frontier in order to look for appropriate investment ratio with the highest return. This is all my presentation. Thank you for listening your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Preecha Kamati to present the paper titled The Effect of Knowledge Management, Market Orientation, and Strategic Flexibility on Business Model Innovation in SMEs.
Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Preecha Kamati. I'm from College of Innovative Management, Walayalongkorn Ratchapat University, under the Royal Patronate, Pathum Thani, Thailand. My topic is the effect of knowledge management, market orientation, and strategic flexibility on business model innovation in SMEs. In the changing business environment is increasingly competitive and unpredictable of business performance, business model innovation are challenges to develop new business ideas into superior performance and sustainable competitive advantage. The main purpose of this study is to test the relationship of knowledge management, market orientation, strategic flexibility, and business model innovation. Data were collected from 245 SME in Thailand, applying structural equation modeling. The result of hypothesis had positive and significant. Furthermore, study flexibility play an important role in mediating the effect of both knowledge management and market orientation on business model innovation. The finding of the present study may contribute to understanding how strategic flexibility affects on business model innovation in the SME sector. Knowledge management and market orientation have become important for enhancing the organization performance. Market orientation can increase business performance and driving innovation in the organization to improve the market. Strategic flexibility, effective innovation, efficiency of organization across multiple dimensions. Business model innovation are a source of continued value creation capability in the digital economy. Focusing on business model innovation concept can transform the firm value creation. Although the strategic flexibility has been widely discussed in theory, in relevant model, no research has proposed an integral strategic flexibility with knowledge management, market orientation, and business model innovation. Therefore, this study developed a strategic flexibility to link this research gap. Hypothesis and method. Hypothesis 1. Knowledge management effort on market orientation. Hypothesis 2. Knowledge management effect on strategic flexibility. Hypothesis 3. Knowledge management effect on business model innovation. Hypothesis 4. Market orientation effect on strategic flexibility. Hypothesis 5. Market orientation effect on business model innovation. Hypothesis 6. Strategic flexibility effect on business model innovation. Data collection and participant. The study quantitative adopted design and data were collected from Thai SME with a questionnaire. The respondents of the questionnaire are owner and manager. The business level was the units of analysis in this study. This study sent 586 questionnaires to the respondents. There are 245 valid questionnaires and effective response rate is 41.8%. Result and analysis. Factor loading showed that greater than 0.5 compact alpha value were greater than 0.8, CR were greater than 0.7, AVE was greater than 0.5. Descriptive analysis. Table 2 presents the mean, standard deviation, and correlation metric for all the variables. All of variables is positive. Significant result connection between dependent and independent. Discussion and conclusion. As you can see, figure 2 beta for the past and R square for the variable. Table 3 shows the result of the structural model. All of hypothesis is supported. Hypothesis 1, previous study, Wang, Ferrarisi, Shao. Hypothesis 2, previous study, Chua, Camilla, Ho. Hypothesis 3, previous study, Oser, Palacio. Hypothesis 4, previous study, Laforet, and Lee. Hypothesis 5, Kumar, Lamani. Hypothesis 6. Previous study. Start. Layout. Recommendation. This study found that the relationship between knowledge management, market orientation, and business model innovation was completely mediated by the scientific flexibility. The findings suggest that knowledge management can enhance market orientation and help firms to improve the innovative and firm performance. The firm should provide process of management that involve activity to generating new knowledge to developing new business opportunities and gaining competitive advantage. Therefore, firms should adopt knowledge management to serve activity with creation of market intelligence in modern society. Future research can study other sectors or countries and compare with this study. Second, the research could gather both quantitative and qualitative data in order to perform quantitative and qualitative analysis, which can enhance the better understanding of the investigated phenomena. Third, it is recommended scientific flexibility to mediate between knowledge management, market orientation, and business model innovation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to invite Pacharapan Luraj to present the paper titled Ethnic Identity Through Textile, the case study of Thai Lu of Phayao Province, Thailand and Thai ITOM of Assam, India.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to present the paper. First of all, I would like to introduce you to the researcher of this project. So this project is the collaboration work of Pacharapan Luraj from University of Phayao, Thailand, and Walaya Namathang from Tezpur University of Assam, India. The title of this study is Ethnic Identity Through Textile, the case study of Thai Lu of Phayao Province, Thailand, and Thai ITOM of Assam, India. First of all, I would like to introduce you to what is Thai. Thai, Thai. Thai people live scattered in southern part of China, Southeast Asia, and Northeast India. Thai people are the people who speak Thai language, and maybe the people may not share the same original place, but they have the common culture such as belief system, Kwan belief, common Thai language, wet rice culture, Mueang and Ban system, textile food, house structure, etc. So for this study, select the Thai Lu of Phayao Province, Thailand, and Thai ITOM of Assam, India as the case study of textile through the concept of ethnic identity. As you can see in the illustration, from the left side it shows the Thai Lu traditional house in Chiang Kham, Phayao Province, and the right side is the festival of Oi San Ken of Thai ITOM in Assam, India. The Thai ITOM believe in Buddhism, unlike in general of Indian people that hold Hinduism. So in some connection that Thai people, they believe in Buddhism, especially Theravada branch. Let's look at the weaving culture. So because I focused in studying of textile, and the weaving culture among the Thais is almost found in every Thai village in southern China, Southeast Asia, and Northeast India. Weaving process start with the knowledge of planting cotton, sericulture, and the tradition of weaving. The textile reflects how Thai people observe the environment around them, and then until they can create their own group pattern of the textile. Later, that pattern of textile and the harmonious of the color become one of the ethnic identity of identify each of Thai groups. As the illustration, you can see I put the comparison between Thai Aiton and Thai Lu weaving culture. So they have like this kind of weaving knowledge is relied on the Thai people. For this project, the researcher had selected two areas for the case study, which are Thai Lu of Ban San Pu Lei, Phayao Province, Thailand, and Thai Aiton of Ban Lung Man Tai in Assam district. This paper is based on field observation and group interviewing. Also, the participant observation and the literature review is also read to understand the history of both Thai groups. So let's talk where is Ban San Pu Lei in Thailand and where is Ban Lung Man Tai in Assam. Ban San Pu Lei village is situated in the northern part of Thailand. The village is far from Mueang district, Phayao province, around 85 kilometers, and 14 kilometers far from Chiang Kham district. And the researcher found that not only Thai Lus who live there, but also Thai Yuans, Thai Isan. Therefore, the diversity of the village can reflect the ethnic identification through Thai Lu dress, and Thai Lu can preserve their own culture through the Thai Lu Women organization. And for the Thai Aiton at Ban Lung Man Tai is situated in Kabi Onglong district, which is far from Golakat Saupata Road in Assam, at least a kilometer. And another way to access this village is through Dansiri River. The village is called Abagon in Assamese language, and in Thai Aiton is called as Ban Lung Man Tai. Ban Lung mean big village, and Man Tai mean people who use Thai language. In Thai Aiton village, there is Ban Lung Mahila groups or women organization of Ban Lung, which take care of all the functions and economic activities in the village, including textile. Thus, the group interview was conducted through the Ban Lung Mahila group. So let's see the weaving tradition among the Thai. For the weaving work, Thai girl would learn how to weave in a very small scale, such as she would weave Thai bag or thung yam, or and then she would learn how to stitch. Thai women will start weaving with paham. Paham is like the plain weave, which is easiest, like the easiest way of practicing weaving. It is the basic pattern, and then they can move to another difficult pattern. The weaving process reflects the value of Thai women. In the past, if the woman did not know how to weave, then she was not qualified for a good woman in Thai norm. So as you can see in the illustration that show between Thai Lu in Thailand and Thai Iton in Assam on the right side. So they both have sharing thung yam or the bag that you can see the red one is kind of similarity between them. And for, as they say, for the goodness of to be a good woman, if some woman could weave neatly and beautifully, she would be admired by many men in the village. Her work would be shown by her own wrap skirt, and it can show in the illustration that Thai Lu and Thai Iton that they prefer to wear a wrap skirt. But in Thai Iton, the pattern of the wrap skirt is mainly inspired from the flowers. And look at the motifs of both Thai. The motif and design from Thai Lu pattern, they will have the dripping water motif, water fern motif, fishtail motif, butterfly motif, dice motif, star motif, and tamgao motif, as respectively in the illustration. Whereas in Thai Iton, they usually have a flower pattern. In conclusion, I would, from the study, shows that both Thai groups use their dresses as the ethnic identity. Gender role plays an important role in textile activities, while the women have to know the process of weaving, and men have to help in making weaving instruments. Both Thai groups still maintain the norm. The women have know how to weave that defines as a good woman. Thus, textile is not only the tool of showing ethnic identity, but it reflects the socialization and the division of labor in the community. And you can see I have illustrated the Thai Iton kit and Thai Lu kid that they wearing their traditional dress. So cute of both kids. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Patrapon Chumi to present the paper titled Applying Business Model Canvas for Planning Marketing Strategies and Strategies for the Customers of the Consumer and Consumer Retail Business Case Study, Hong Kong Market Business, Mang Samsung.
สวัสดีค่ะ Hello everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will present a qualitative research entitled Applying Business Model Canvas BMC for Planning Marketing Strategy and Strategy for the Customer of the Consumer and Consumer Retail Business Case Study Hong Kong Market Business บ้านแสงโสม There are two authors of the article, Patharapon Chumi and Sutapat Janpasar. By me as a representative present this time. Welcome listening. Description. Case study that the author have put up in a retail store located in the Chao Phraya River. It is a retail store of the Sang Song village, also known as the Gong Kong. The current operation results are not in line with the anticipated plan for to help people in Gong Kong market or Sang Song village find other BMC analysis, also known as the business model canvas analysis, is a comprehensive analysis of the business community. Therefore, it can be applied to the current market as well, to help solve marketing problems missing customers as well. Objective of the study. First, to use in planning a marketing strategy on the customer side of the retail business by applying the business model canvas BMC. Second, to create awareness, understanding, assets, and satisfaction for customers. Research methodology. Research question. Business to-view help entrepreneurs find answers in the model canvas, also known as business analysis on a written canvas that can answer the overall picture of the business in the entry, creates knowledge and understanding for business operators and customers. Research results from the study of the business environment, general information of the enterprise, analysis the condition business, and assess the business of the entity, and the brainstorm idea using the business model canvas BMC to obtain business overview. The result of the customer strategy plan are as follows. Strategy. First, focus on increasing sales. Strategy. Second, focus on create awareness. And strategy. Third, adding the value of product and service value proposition. Conclusion. From the result of the business model canvas BMC, study in provide an overview of the business and have information for be used to formulate a strategic plan for solving return problem and create awareness, understanding, accessibility, and satisfaction. Satisfied with the group of customers and the market of the business. Appendix. Thus, Alexander Osborder. Second, was it a retail business? Third, Collar E. Armstrong. Fourth, Lovelock and Wish. Fifth, Lovelock and Lice. Thank you. All the best for the best in you. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Virada Boabangpal to present the paper titled Creation of Ceramic Wall Tiles from Thai Lu Woven Patterns, Chiang Kham District, Phayao Province.
Hello. สวัสดีค่ะ My name is Virada Boabangpal. I am an assistant professor at the School of Architecture and Fine Art, University of Phayao, Thailand. I graduated in Master degree of Ceramics, Faculty of Decorative Art, Silpakorn University. Today, I am presenting my research, Creation of Ceramic Wall Tiles from Thai Lu Woven Patterns, Chiang Kham District, Phayao Province. I did research in Chiang Kham to study the patterns of Thai Lu woven fabrics. I applied traditional patterns to ceramic tile design to explore the possibilities of preserving and sharing this important cultural heritage. The tiles span across many countries such as Thailand, Myanmar, China, Laos, and Vietnam. Traditionally, they are a nomadic people, but in modern times, many Thai have settled in and allow Phayao. In particular, Chiang Muan, Chiang Kham, and Pong districts. Where they have settled, they have brought their culture and traditions with them. However, these settlements are often economically impoverished and, in modern times, many of their cultures and traditions are disappearing. That is why it is important to preserve, archive, and share these cultural practices while developing new approaches to stimulating the local economy. My research aims consist of three primary objectives. 1. To study, design, and apply patterns from Thai Lu woven fabrics to create ceramic tile designs. 2. To present the work in tourist attractions to educate the public and promote Thai culture. And 3. To make guidelines for creating works, products, and sustainable industry based upon Thai cultural traditions. I collected data regarding two main topics. 1. The study of local wisdom regarding the patterns of Thai textiles, Chiang Kham District, Phayao Province. And 2. To study related creative work also inspired by textile design. This included traditional weaving patterns, techniques, and ideologies in traditional Thai textiles. Related creative works included looking at contemporary artworks outside of textiles that also incorporated traditional textile patterns. One example is the Ceramic Thai exhibition, Thai Ties Memories of Thai Textiles, exhibits in Bangkok Design Week 2020. Qualitative and quantitative research was done through field visits, on-site data collection, and interviews with the Khmer communities within Phayao Province, as well as with experts in the fields tourism and marketing. From the information gained from this research, I began designing and tailoring a method for designing ceramic tiles based upon Thai traditional designs. It was determined that clay filling pattern molds to create ceramic tiles, which are then high-fired to 1250 degrees Celsius for durability in outdoor conditions, was a suitable method for the production of these tiles. The results can be split into three areas. The first area is the results of the creation. From the data analysis of Thai designs, I developed 25 designs divided into 4 categories. 1. Pattern design based on traditional weaving patterns. 2. Pattern designs which incorporated the tools and equipment of weaving into the patterns. 3. Animal pattern designs based on woven fabric. And 4. Design by combination of patterns. Basically, some designs were taken directly from traditional Thai textile design, while others incorporated aspects of their style with contemporary content to create original designs. Second, based upon a survey I conducted, the public reception to the tiles was generally positive. However, 1. Pattern designs based on traditional weaving patterns were the clear favorite, and 2. Pattern design incorporating the tools and equipment of weaving into the patterns, or in other words, the new original designs were the least favorite. Third, through interviews with experts in the fields of Thai culture, community-based ceramic creation, and tourism and commercial marketing, the following points were concluded. 1. The work successfully engages the public as an aesthetically pleasing and culturally important artwork. And 2. The work establishes guidelines for Thai woven designs to be used outside of textiles into other areas of industry. I believe the beauty of Thai patterns allows it to have applications beyond traditional textile design. In this case, the design of ceramic tiles The results show that the public has a positive perception of these highly Islamic tiles. I believe the use of these designs in tandem with tourism and marketing can create new industry for Thai communities to engage with. This would offer an economic boost for many Thai communities, but perhaps more importantly, through this work, we are archiving and preserving important cultural wisdom for the future generations to come. I would recommend the following. Ceramic tiles based upon Thai woven fabrics can preserve and express the beauty of Thai cultural heritage in new and exciting ways. The beautiful patterns of Thai woven fabrics can be applied to design outside of textiles, such as ceramics, fashion, jewelry, souvenirs, activity sets, and other commercial products. As it was originally only women who worked in weaving, this extension into new products can offer new career paths for Thai men in the community to engage with. If the innovation of Thai ceramic tiles is engaged with and promoted, people in the community may earn income from such an industry. This research project took me outside of my ceramic studio and onto an adventure, from cultural exploration and community building to sustainable cultural economies and new industries. I experienced a lot. It was a challenge and a pleasure to do this work, and I hope the results of my research may be of use to the Thai community in Phayao. Lastly, I would like to show the clear fabric tie. This pattern is called Tam Kao. Thank you so much for your time. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you for your presentation. Now I call upon presenter Professor Dr. Yosef Kadam to present the paper titled A Proposed Model of a Future University in the Era of the Transformative Society from Why to How.
Good day, everybody. It is my pleasure to be with you today. The question that I am asking in this research, or the motivation of this paper, is that we usually hear that graduated students from university found a lot of difficulties finding a job. Whereas my discussion with top managers in many occasions is that jobs are available. Jobs are available for graduate students and needs is very big. However, the students are not well prepared and are not ready for the workplace. As you all know, the rate of unemployment is very high in different countries, developing and developed countries. And the question that we do not ask is, among these unemployment, there is a huge percentage of university students who are graduated from sometimes big universities, because the universities didn't prepare them well for the needs of the industry or the marketplace. No need to mention that in our process in universities to prepare and build the mind for the future, we need to be up to date in front of all this tsunami of technologies based essentially on artificial intelligence and other issues. So a university traditionally has an input, who is a student. The output will go to a company, which is a new input for the company. The company uses these students as employees and as citizens if they are able to add value to the company. But if they are unable to add value to the company, they will not be recruited. We need to ask why. As I mentioned earlier, we are in a transformative society. We need to avoid discipline-oriented teaching. We need to implement active learning and soft skills for the workplace to make the students, the graduates, ready to add value to the company that is vibrant and that is ambitious, and all this will reflect on the economy. Unfortunately, traditionally, universities teach disciplines, as I mentioned earlier, like in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and management, sorry, and maths. So we teach agriculture, physics, applied science, astronomy, whatever you want. In business fields, we teach accounting, marketing, finance, and so on. In other disciplines, we teach architecture, arts, and so on and so forth. The truth is, we need to teach the students on a thematic basis, cross-disciplinary issues, multidisciplinary approach in teaching, focusing essentially on learning outcomes and not on teaching aspects. So we need to educate and prepare future leaders to sustain the growth in the economy. So we need to deliver transformative education. Many countries understood that. Singapore is one example. Probably Malaysia is doing well in sustainable development. It is inculcating creativity and innovation in teaching. We have the example also of China, which has a holistic development from the childhood of education. They are developing centers of excellence. Innovation and technologies are one part of their education, and they are trying to highly motivate and trying to recruit talented teaching body. Same for South Korea. They have a new vision for education with learning outcomes, learning objectives, instructional strategies are clear with ongoing assessment to provide suitable interventions in the classrooms. Even these universities in these countries, I tried to make an essay to think by assessing what is going on in terms of ICT facilities, professional learning communities, creative teaching, learning outcomes, extracurricular programs, vocational training, joint training, and active learning, etc. And essentially, even these countries, the 4 countries that I took as examples, they are doing well, but they are not fully responding to the proposed model. The proposed model needs all of these instruments to make the new paradigm come true. The model that we propose is future teaching based on thematic issues rather on discipline-based orientation. We need and we have to teach based on new trends in technology and soft skills, and here I want to say that the industry is far ahead of the university. So we need to follow what's going on and to make sure that the output of the university would be a good input for the university, for the company or for the economy, and we are preparing good students but good citizens using a non-traditional teaching approach. So instead of teaching electrical, mechanical, civil, engineering, we need to go to bioengineering, engineering management, silicon and sand industrialization, smart city, while talking about civil engineering. If we talk about business instead of HR, human resources, finance, and all those stuff, we need to go to entrepreneurship, incubation of new businesses, oriented companies with fintech and e-banking. Same with biomedical issues. We need to go for radiology, 3D, 4D. We need to go to organic agriculture, new technology in agriculture and fish culture and fish pisciculture, we call it more precisely. We need to go for retinal recognition biometrics and renewable energy, solar energy more than what is done, water sustainability, and so on and so forth. I cannot go for all what is here because of the short of the time slot that was given to me. So essentially, we need to tackle complex problem solving. We need to prepare students with critical thinking, with creativity, with coordinating with others and dealing with difficult people. We need to prepare students with good judgment and quick decision making, service-oriented, negotiation, and conflict resolution. All these new things that need to be addressed for the future university are based on the change of the curricula and to make sure that the students learn not only the soft skills, but learns also high tech, because the tsunami of technology will not apologize students who are not ready for that. Essentially here, we are talking also about emotional intelligence, which is a very important issue, like presentation skills, decision-making, time management, stress tolerance, anger management, and so on and so forth. Just to conclude, we are living a new era in the society, what I call transformative society, that need to get rid of the traditional university for the sake of a future university where sustainability, competency-based teaching, learning outcomes, soft skills, co-op programs, in-field learnings, cross-culture tolerance, very important, and interdisciplinary curricula and research. If we don't do that, we will never be able to reduce the unemployment of the students who, though are graduated from university, they are fully or almost unprepared for the marketplace. So to sustain the development, as mentioned by the United Nations, we need to prepare a new type of citizens. Otherwise, believe me, and I'm witnessing this in different countries, the students will be frustrated. The graduate students, those who graduated from the university, they will be frustrated. They will go to underqualified work. And I am here in Dubai now, and when I go to a coffee shop, I meet people who are waiters, and these waiters, actually, they are underqualified for the new job market, but they are overqualified for what they are doing. They have a master and he is serving a coffee. There is a dilemma here. And there are many bad consequences of this. Disappointment, they will not be happy in life. Some of them could go to criminality, and this is a real fact. Of course, further study with empirical evidence-based issues need to be done in the future, but these students could be really a burden on the taxpayers, and what should be done immediately. And yesterday, before today, before tomorrow, the transformation and the re-engineering of the processes of teaching and research in universities. I hope that I brought an idea that you can criticize. Probably you have opinions that are different than mine, so your suggestions and reflections are very well welcomed anytime. Please send me any by email or by chat your comments, and I will be more than glad to answer them. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and I wish to have transmitted the message that I want to transmit and that I care about it very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to invite Shulan to present the paper titled The Analysis on the Lexicalization Patterns of Motion Verbs in Chaoshan Dialect.
Hello everyone, my name is Shuling, and my research topic is the analysis on the lexicalization patterns of motion verbs in Chaoshan dialect. And first, I want to briefly introduce myself. I'm a native Chaoshan dialect speaker who has studied Chinese literature as an undergraduate, and I'm now a postgraduate student in the School of Foreign Languages at Shenzhen University, major in linguistics. And the co-author of this paper are Lanping Zhang, Yunjie Ma, Professor Li Cai Wang, and Professor Hongyan Wang. And this is the abstracts of my paper. The motion verbs 早, which mean run, and 家, which mean work, in Chaoshan dialect were analyzed and compared to ancient Chinese and modern Chinese in this research. We use Leonard Tommy's lexicalization patterns to examine 8 past verbs that collocate with this set of motion verbs respectively. The analysis shows that the verbs in Chaoshan dialect zao, and gia are semantically similar to ancient Chinese, but syntactically more inclined to modern Chinese. It can be concluded comparatively, the Chaoshan dialects preserve ancient Chinese semantically better than syntactically. The syntax of Chaoshan dialects has evolved in the structure of modern Chinese. And this is the map of the distribution of all dialects in China. Firstly, Chaoshan is not the name of a city. Instead, it is the name of a region in the east of Canton Province, China. It consists of 4 major cities. Chaoshan is historically important as it is the ancestral homeland of many overseas Chinese from Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and other countries. As we can see in this map, there are 8 major dialects in China, and Chaoshan is one of the main dialects. It is considered as one of the most conservative Chinese dialects, as it preserves features from ancient Chinese that have been lost in some of the other modern Chinese dialects. These variants of Chinese has 8 tones compared to the 6 tones found in Cantonese and 4 tones found in Mandarin, which made it one of the most difficult dialects to master. It is spoken by about 10 million people in local and approximately 5 million overseas. Second, I want to briefly explain the origin of my research question. It is common knowledge that all languages around the world are constantly developing over time. During this process, some words will change accordingly, and these changes can often be found in nouns, verbs, and adjectives. Chinese, one of the world's oldest languages, has also been going through this process and evolving over time. For example, the verb 走, which means run in ancient Chinese, but in modern Chinese it means work. And through this example, we can see that the meaning of the verb work has changed over time. The evolution of Chinese from ancient times to the present day is also well reflected in dialects of various places, especially in some of the older dialects of southern China. For example, in the Chaoshan dialect, the verb 早 still remains the meaning of run in ancient Chinese. After future analysis of the verbs in Chaoshan dialects, I raise a more in-depth research question that does the syntactic structure of Chaoshan dialects retain the same structure of ancient Chinese as its lexical meanings? To address this, I selected a corpus of native speakers of Chaoshanese as the research material and compared them with Mandarin according to Leonard Tommy's theory, which eventually led to the conclusion of this study. This study begins with Chaoshan motion verbs, and today I will only cover the verb 早. According to Leonard Tommy's languages shows 2 lexicalization patterns based on macro events, satellite framing and verb framing. Ancient Chinese is classified into verb framing, while modern Chinese is classified into satellite framing. When depicting displacement events, past is a crucial component. For example, this phrase in Mandarin, 跑回家, which means run back home. The first character 跑 means run, is a motion verb, while the second character 回 means back, is a past verb, and the last character 家 means home, is the object. So this phrase is a typical combination of a modal verb plus a past verb plus an object. In Chaoshan, the Chinese character 早, as I mentioned before, means run, which is the same as in ancient Chinese. And here is the example of the syntactic collocation of the verb 走 in ancient Chinese, Chaoshan dialects, and Mandarin respectively. In these 3 examples, the italicized word is the modal verb 早, the word in brackets is the past verb, and the underlined part is the object. So, as we can see from these 3 examples, that ancient Chinese used to put the object directly after the past verb 走, while Chaoshan dialects is closer to modern Chinese, where the modal verbs need to be followed by the past verb to express the full meanings of the object. The next part is the conclusion. My analytical study of Chaoshan corpus answered the research question I posed about whether the syntactic structure of Chaoshan is the same as that of ancient Chinese. Through this research, I found that the motion verbs in Chaoshan are semantically similar to ancient Chinese, but syntactically more inclined to modern Chinese. It can be concluded that the semantics of Chaoshan dialects preserve ancient meaning well, while the syntax doesn't keep the structure of ancient Chinese anymore. And in the end, I want to talk about the implication of my research and deficiencies. This research breaks the stereotypes that Chaoshan is an ancient Chinese language. It is found that Chaoshan is not completely consistent with ancient Chinese and has certain characteristics. To a certain extent, my research fills a gap in the current academic community and can also provide implications for future research on this topic. However, the question of when the syntactic structure of Chaoshan evolved and why this change happened still require more in-depth study to answer, and this will also be the question for my subsequent research. And this is the table that I conclude through my research. And this is the references. Thank you so much for listening, and that's all for my presentation.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Patrapon Chomi to present the paper titled Cash-flow Relation Analysis Influence of Innovation Affecting to the Small and Medium Enterprise in the Food Sector, Thailand.
Dear listener, today I would like to present the causal relationship analysis with the influence of innovation affecting to the small and medium enterprise in food sector, Thailand. My name is Patrapon Chummi. Now I'm working as a lecturer at the Walaya Alongkorn Rajabhat University as a director of the DBA program. In the term of the description, as we know, the innovation is pay more important in the world nowadays. For example, in the European Union, innovation have effect to the GDP about 3% in year 2002. More example, in Thailand nowadays, in the SME of food sector industry, require more innovation and production creation in order to increase value added. In the term of research objective, in this research, I would like to study the causal relation between innovation affecting to the operation of small and medium enterprise in food sector. The target population is about the SME in Bangkok and the around the area of the Bangkok, about 400 cases by using the Yamane, be pointing to the food and beverage in sector. In the term of methodology in this paper, I use the descriptive statistics and causal analysis, but I would like to present in the term of causal analysis in the same model. According to the picture, we found the organization innovation has a relationship with market innovation in the positive correlation. Also, innovation performance has the relationship with the process innovation as same as the market innovation, and competitive advantage has the positive correlation. In the another side, between the internal latent variable and internal latent variable at the right hand side, market innovation has the relationship with innovation as same as the innovation performance has the relationship with the market performance. Also, the last one, market performance has the relationship with the competitive advantage. In this research, we found the fit index. For example, the fit index, the chi-square is about 516.65. The root mean square error approximation or RMSEA is about 0.045. That, for example, or the fit index is consistently suitable. In the conclusion, in this research, we found a new relationship between process innovation and the competitive advantage, that is the new finding or new contribution. Also, another reason we found that the correlation in this research is statistically significant. In the term of recommendation, the SME in food and beverage sector should develop market innovation media, for example, social media, in order to improve product and create value added. Moreover, the industry should develop food and beverage sector in term to suit all age. For example, that all of the research finding. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to call upon Mark Marin Jeniska to present the paper titled Machines and Mechanism Subject, a key subject for electrical, electronic and automatics engineers.
Hello, this is my presentation to the conference, Machines and Mechanism Subject as a key subject for electrical, electronic and automatics engineers. This is the title of my presentation. This presentation verses over new trends in machines and mechanisms learning and subject. This is my presentation. My name is Marc Marin Genesca of the Universitat Rovira i Virgili, and I am professor of this subject. Okay, machines and mechanisms. This is a mechanics engineering subject. Okay, this presentation analyzes which are the interests of the students of the degree in electrical, electronic and automatics engineering. Machines and mechanisms strongly related with mechanics studies and do not match with the interests of this type of studies. However, the electrical vehicle, mechatronics or robotics are strongly linked. Okay, are parts of knowledge that combines both technologies, mechanics engineering and electronic and automatics engineering. Okay, so this type of topics, okay, robotics, mechatronics or electrical vehicle are strongly linked with this type of engineering studies and can give a new approach to machines and mechanism subjects, which are necessary to be adapted to the new demands of the studies of the students. Okay, about the contents of machines and mechanisms requires to give an effort to be more attractive and offer contents of interest for these grades, and at the same time contributing and giving basic knowledge to give an approach to machines and mechanisms to these engineers. Okay, the presentation gives statistics data of a studies plan relating to themes, to topics, to practices and other aspects that may develop in this So from a classroom, in the last course 2021, from the classroom of machines and mechanisms, with over 92 students of machines and mechanisms from the degrees of electrical engineering, electronics and automatics engineering, has been performed a questionnaire, okay, to the students. So after of questionnaire, we have obtained 9 right answers from students. The questions and the answers from these 9 students were the next. Okay, the first question is, what is the most interesting topic of the subject? Okay, to this question, we have all of these possibilities of the answers. The students answer it in the majority cases: cable loads, cable load calculations, acceleration calculation, and statics, and in 3 dimensions and lambda vector. Okay, these are cable load calculations and static in 3 dimensions are topics of statics parts of knowledge, and acceleration calculation is a part of kinematics from this subject. Okay. Other question: what practices would you include in the course? No, the majority of the students, a big majority of the students, have answered gearbox of a vehicle. Okay, a gearbox of a vehicle or a part of a vehicle. Okay, they are so interested in vehicles, and this has been the answer of the students. The next question: the programmed practices are adequate. Okay, first one in disagree, and 5 we have a questionnaire that goes from 1 to 5. 1 is in disagree and 5 strongly agreed. I need to add that the practices of the subject performed were 2 in this course. Equilibrate of axis with masses is a statics problem, and sound metering using phone application. Okay, we have these different answers. Okay, and majority cases we have that the students are agreed with these practices, with in a middle in a half proposition. Okay, the majority of the students have answered 2 and 3 to this question. Okay. Then the next question is virtualization. Scheduled practices should be encouraged. Okay. The virtualization of the scheduled practices should be encouraged. Okay. The first one is in disagree, and 5 strongly agree. And the majority of the students have answered, 4 students have answered in disagree. So this is one of the conclusions, the most important conclusions of this study. Okay, the students don't like the virtualization in this type of subjects, the virtualization of the practices of the students. So we have this first conclusion. Another question: did you find the machine and mechanics course complete or incomplete, or some sections need to be reinforced? In general, the main students has referred to some sections need to be reinforced. Okay. And one static part should be strengthened the part of, and in this case of the statics, the majority of the students have answered friction or cables, okay, and no part, all is all right, okay. This is another option. So we will have these three options that are the majority: cables and no part, all is right. Kinematics part should be strengthened part. Okay, the majority of the students has referred to Coriolis acceleration. Okay, these are like an area where the knowledge needs to be reinforced. Then another slide. This is the last slide with a graph. In the subject, which part should be included or reinforced planet in the planet in the planet studies? And the majority of the students have answered automotive parts. All the students in Universitat Rovira i Virgili, or the majority of this type of students, are focused on automotive and prefer automotive, but other students have answered robotic arm movement and mechanical engineering design software. As the main conclusions, I am finishing now. As the main conclusions, students prefer face-to-face and non-virtual practices. So it seems that the current trend towards to virtualization is not well received when it comes to proposing practices in this type of a study. Okay, we are referring to electrical, electronic, and automatics engineering for a majority of the students. In this sense, the study of a vehicle part, or gearbox of a vehicle, seems a practice suitable according to the student's opinion, okay? as the statistics has referred. Cable statics, part calculation, acceleration calculation, and statics in 3 dimensions and lambda vector are the most valuable parts of the subject according to the students. And this can be valuable data because statics parts with cables and 3D and lambda vector are interesting parts in the opinion of the students. So this is a classical static parts that are as a knowledge of the machines and mechanisms, and the students appreciate this. Okay, and this is another interesting conclusion. New propositions, according to the students' opinion, we can conclude that parts of robotics, like kinematics, direct or indirect, kinematics for robotics are wall frame, joint frame, and effector frame, rotation matrix, composite, different parts of kinematics. No, direct kinematics and inverse kinematics can be interesting for as a new knowledge of robotics. On the other hand, so far of simulation for mechanics engineering are appreciated for the students and can be valuable practice or exercises using this type of simulators. Okay, we have different software for simulate mechanics or mechanisms. Okay, exactly our mechanism software like WinMech or other type of similar softwares of analysis of mechanism. And that this is all from my part. I hope that this speech has been interesting for you, and this is my contribution to the conference. Thank you very much.
Now I invite Sachin Chair, Dr. Shalini Agarwal, alumni of IIM Ahmedabad, Associate Professor, Department of Finance, Chandigarh University, India. Please share your valuable feedback for each presentation, ma'am.
Good afternoon, a very good afternoon. Today I have been given an opportunity to speak, to give my review comments on the papers that have been assigned to me by the conference people. So the first paper is Agro-Tourism Extension, Comparison between Kingdom of Thailand and Socialist Republic of Vietnam. So my observation with respect to this paper is, the sample size of the Vietnam is comparatively less as compared to Thailand. Research methodology part is very less. The author has described the research methodology part very less. That needs to be made stronger. and tools and techniques should have to be mentioned in the research methodology part. He should have also mentioned the scale on which the data has been collected. So this is my observation for this first paper. That is presented by Dr. Chalmersek Tumrihim. Let's move to the second paper. That is planned for potential in street food management to promote tourism after the COVID-19 crisis in Bangkok. So my observation with respect to this paper is the author has chosen a very good topic for research, but the presentation has to be more elaborate. The author needs to work onto this, and research methodology slide should have been there, which is missing in this case. Marketing mix factor is not clear from here, and more slides should be added to give clarity to this paper so that a meaningful discussion and meaningful conclusion can be drawn out of it, which is missing in this paper. So this is what my observation is. Otherwise, the topic of the area of the research is good. Let's move to the third paper entitled Factors Affecting Decision on Health Tourism of Thakhan Tong Community, Chiangsaen, Chiang Rai Province. So my observation for this third paper is the author has chosen again a very good research topic, and that is relevant for the particular community, but the presentation has to be more elaborate. So this is one point that needs to be taken care of, that presentation has to be more elaborate. Research methodology slide should have been there, which is missing in this case. The author should have emphasized onto this. Marketing mix factor is not clear from here, and more slides should be added to give clarity to the paper. Moving on to the fourth paper, the review comments. The title of the paper, the fourth paper, is the development model of environmental management of hotel and resort spa for control and prevention of spread of COVID-19 in spa services in Pattaya, Chonburi Province, Thailand. So first observation is the heading of this paper is very large, very long, and which needs to be made more concise. The topic seems to be the good, although, but research methodology part needs to be stronger. Tools and techniques applied should have been mentioned into this. It should have also mentioned the scale on which the data has been collected. So this part is very much missing in all the papers till now, till the fourth paper. This part is very much missing. So that needs to be incorporated into it. So let's move to the fifth paper, entitled A Model of Potential Development in Environmental Management of Day Spa Business in Active Beach Prepared as Wellness Hub of Asia. So I think the topic is not very unique. Similar topic has already been presented by the same author, and research methodology need to be given more emphasis. I think this is the second paper by the same professor, and that is Suvaji Tangon. So please, if you want a good, if you want to publish it into a good journal, you need to be more clear about the things. You need to make the research methodology very strong part, and the paper has to be really strong. So let's move to the sixth paper, entitled The Creative Work of He Moon. So this title is not very clear. The sixth paper title, what does it mean? It has to be certain thing. The title should depict what the author wants to do, but here the title is not creating any meaning, first thing. And the paper is conceptual. No set format is followed while making the paper. The author should follow certain rules and regulations that is used in writing paper. So this is very, very, very important. So this is with respect to the third paper. Next, coming on to the seventh paper, the review comments on the seventh paper, and the name of the paper is Tai Lui Elephant Puppetry. Again, the topic is not very clear. The topic does not, like, what does the author wants to do? I know it's a good topic. The topic is definitely unique, but it's not complete. The author needs to give a complete topic, but the topic of research is unique, but not presented in a proper manner. There is no slides of research methodology and results. The author should have mentioned the results along with the pictures. There are more number of pictures. I do agree that qualitative study, the pictures are important, but at the same time, the author should present the results in a proper manner. Along with the pictures, some lines should be written so that it should give a meaningful uh, to what the author wants to depict. Let's move to the 8th paper. The title of the paper of the 8th paper is Application of Pura Chartered Guidelines to Assess the Physical Status of Traditional Architectural Building in the Old Town of the Thailand. This is the topic. And my comments to this is the paper is again very conceptual. The paper is conceptual and more in-depth studies required to make it good. So I think now the papers, this 8th paper is also like more conceptual. There is no clarity of the things unless and until there is not a proper objective research methodology. The paper will not get accepted anywhere. It will be presented. It will be only useful for the conference proceeding, but not for the getting it published. So if the authors wants the paper to go to a good journal, they need to really work hard, not just like this. Moving on to the 9th paper, Central Region Style Folk Performance of Angthong Province. So this topic seems to be good. But the author should use the set format while writing the paper. Very less information is depicted on the slides. Again, the research methodology should be properly depicted. What I found in all the papers, most of the papers, is that research methodology part is not very strong, which is a very which gives a very bad impact on when you are sending these papers to the different journals. So this is very, very important for the authors. All the authors, this is general guidelines that I'm giving to all the authors to make their research methodology part a little more stronger, so that they can get a good acceptance of the paper in a good journal. Moving on to the 10th paper, the creation of dance moves of foreign characters in Thai drama. I'm not able to understand why this topic should be there. The creation of dance moves of, although it is unique, I do understand, but again, proper format should be used while writing the paper. There's no research methodology, no result analysis, and no conclusion part. Please improve it to get it published in some good journal. 11th paper. This paper seems to be a little better, but still there are certain weak points of this paper. The paper entitled Comparison of Uncertainty of Returns between Set 50 Index and Set 50 Mutual Funds with Monte Carlo Model. So my suggestions to the author is the research methodology part has to be stronger. Time period of the study is the missing. The author needs to elaborate the research methodology part, right? So this is very much missing in this paper because otherwise you will not get a good publication. Coming on to the 12th paper, the effect of knowledge management, market orientation and strategic flexibility on business model innovations in SMEs. So the paper is really good. The author has subject knowledge and well presented. So this is the first paper that I really liked this. So I think SEM, I don't remember this. There is one paper in which the author has used the SEM. Maybe this is the paper, I don't remember it. But this paper is good and well presented. Next, coming into the 13th paper, Ethnic Identity Through Textile, the case study of Thai Liu of Phayong Province, Thailand and Thai ICTEMR of Assam, India. The paper writing is a skill. My suggestion is the paper writing is a skill and set pattern has to be followed, which is missing in this paper. There is no research methodology and result part is totally missing. So let's move on to the 14th paper, applying business model canvas for planning, marketing strategies and strategies for customer of the consumers and consumer retail business. Case study, Hong Kong market business ban sang song. So the title itself is not clear. The title has to be little shorter. The author need to reduce the title. And again, my suggestion to this is there is no pattern that is followed while writing the paper. The research methodology, introduction, review of literature, research methodology part, data analysis, and interpretation. That is missing in this case. The author needs to follow that seriously in order to get good publication. Coming to the last paper, that is 15th paper, creation of ceramic wall tiles from Tailu woven patterns, Chiang Kham district, Phao province. So my comments again to this paper is like this paper is only the pictures has been depicted. I request the authors to please write down some narration with the pictures. Although the pictures depicts a good thing, it's a good thing to give a pictorial depiction of your paper, but at the same time you should write certain points with that so that a meaningful meaning can be drawn from what the author wants to say from the pictures. So this is all my views for the different papers, but my common observation to all the authors is this is very important, and I think you must take care of this thing. Key research methodology part has to be strong. All the authors must take care of this. If they want a good publication, they really need to work hard. They really need to put in some more time in writing the paper. Just do not just do not show only the pictures. Just do not write only some part of it, but it has to be extended. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much. And these are my views towards the making the paper more better, right? Thank you so much.
A very good day to all the participants in these 2 days of international conference at tonight, January 2022, organized by the Institute Innovation, Technology, Education, and Research for Eastern Institute of Technology, and in association with a very reputable association, which is the Institute for Engineering, Research, and Publication. So welcome all of you once again. Thank you very much for your contribution. First of all, I would like to thank, representing the institutions, I would like to thank all the organizing committee, chief patrons and patrons who gathers people's conference coordinating for everything's making it smooth, conveners, steering committees, and we have a host of other committees members gathered together to make this events perfect, and which has publications and public relations. Among the committee members, we have websites management and communications. We have the local organizing committee. We have the pre-conference workshop, ensuring that everything goes smoothly, and technical committee, transport and accommodation, receptions, registration stage, decorations, and event management, hospitality, and so on and so forth. So thank you all of you for making this conference a very successful one. And as you can see, this conference has a lot of publications opportunities. You can have the reputable proceedings or Scopus, and also the Web of Science. And so this would be a very, very wonderful avenues for people to present their work and gain achievement. Also, we also welcome these few reputable keynote speakers who will give us various diversified subjects in the area of engineering and technologies. And so this conference is indeed multidisciplinary in nature. And as we know, the world is very much uncertain today, and we really need multidisciplinary knowledge and teams. And so this conference really come to the right time and we all share the same inspiration allow us to succeed in this complex, but is able to get into certain principles and patterns of understanding. So we all get together and make this achievement. Lastly, I would really like to mention just the two institutions. The Eastern Institute of Technology was established to ensure that with the missions developing the academic potential through concrete and abstract process, including training and seminars, developing training materials to be the most complete and complete solution for use in training seminars, and of course, as you see from this conference. And another one is this the associations that we have is with the Institutes for Engineering Research and Publication. It's a very reputable, world's reputable, largest non-profitable professional association, and they have been devoted to research, development, and promotion in the field of engineering and technologies. And you can find in India, all across India, north, west, south, east, and Asia, in Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, and now in Thailand. So again, congratulations to all participants, and we thank you for your efforts and hope you enjoy these 2 days of international conference and benefit from the presentation as well as the publication. Thank you very much and enjoy your days and have a happy new year 2022. Thank you.
On behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. The conference, which focused on discovering the difference and exceeding the vision in multidisciplinary research studies, was a great success where eminent keynote speakers from various universities addressed the gathering. We take this opportunity to thank all of the speakers, delegates, and participants for your support and time for the second ICTEMR 2022. Thanks to the generous response and active engagement of the organizing committee members and editorial board members. We appreciate all of the participants for their hard work. Once again, thanks to all committee members and participants. Stay tuned with us for further conference updates from IFERP. Thank you.